Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's rise was a matter of life and death. Here is short summary. Thrown into a deadly game between powers far greater than him, Harry has one choice: rise or die. With time running out and no one left to trust, his only path to survival is becoming something more than a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry had been in Hogwarts library on numerous occasions, but he had never taken the time to really appreciate how truly enormous it was. There was so much knowledge stacked between those walls, so many books he'd probably never read crammed into the wooden shelves. It made his head spin, though he hadn't decided just yet if it's a good spinning or a bad one. Still, walking through the charms section was amazing. Terrifying, too, but mostly amazing. There were books looking fresh out of the printing press, bound essays of promising students, magazines from national and international sources, old and untitled volumes. They all mingled in the shelves like a happy family of multiple generations. Harry wandered for a while, having no direct goal and hoping his luck would kick in eventually. He saw books about potions and herbology, arithmancy and ancient runes, divination and astronomy. One transfiguration tome held exercises absurd enough that Harry closed it after a furtive skimming. At last, he stopped in front of the section for care of magical creatures. He sent an appreciative look at the restricted part of the library which was just on the other side, tempting him, but then he returned his attention to the books about beasties. Dragons, he murmured, trailing his index finger over the spine of a book. Then, for good measure, he said, "Dragon," again, and continued mouthing the word as he paced up and down the shelf. What could kill or subdue beasts as mythical as dragons? Harry had a passable handle on offensive spells, but he doubted a stupefy would even bother the lizard. No, he needed another method to keep himself alive. Transfiguration maybe. Any spells in that department. And what would happen once he escaped the fire? Maybe chains to hold the dragon down, but wouldn't any spell bounce off the magic-resistant scales? His lack of knowledge was disturbing. Not surprising, of course, but a mite uncomfortable nonetheless. Quite sad, actually, that he could only rely on his rather reasonable level of raw magic, something he had felt the first time when he produced a Patronus strong enough to drive away a few dozen Dementors. But knowledge was something he could improve on. And, Harry thought with a grin, the Chinese always say it's about balance. In 3 weeks' time, he'd face whatever the triumvirate of rotten fate ladies deemed appropriate. Until then he'd do everything humanly possible to prepare himself. Hogwarts 11. November 1994. A week went by, and Harry Potter, first and last of his name, remained friendless. Partly out of his own interest, for the most part though, because people were stupid, teenagers especially, he didn't excluded himself from that statement, and life at a boarding school beeped as a social outcast. The only good thing coming out of this week had been the discovery that Hogwarts corridors were positively brimming with magic. He had devoted a lot of the week toward certain fields of magic, however, spending the mornings reading up on dragons, and using the evenings to practice every spell that could possibly heighten his chance of survival. The result of all this hassle was a rough plan, an outline really. He knew no plan survived contact with the enemy, but there were some good ideas swimming in his head now, and he could expand on them, adapting as necessary. Currently, his breath came in shallow gasps. He braced himself on his knees, staring at the opposite wall of the deserted classroom he started occupying for his personal purpose. One more time, he said, flicking his wand and ending the pattern with a circle above his head. Agumentis scutum thalas. A fountain of water erupted from the tip of his wand, cascading around him and shaping into a tight dome, his first line of defense against the fire, a spell he found in a book named The Journeyman's Guide Volume 8. Should Harry ever come across Edmund Clitheroe, the author, he'd thank him profusely, maybe even with a few groveling bows. The drain of the spell was quite insane though, and as the seconds trickled by, Harry noticed himself approaching his limit. He looked at the transfigured hourglass standing on a windowsill and groaned. 20 seconds, he thought. That's all I managed. Great work. Potter. You get your own cheerleading squad now. 20 seconds is pathetic. He stabbed his wand forward, initiating the next incantation, and what a queer incantation it was. But there was still quite a way to go before he'd be satisfied. I beseech thee, magic, he said, voice booming through the room, grant me thy power. I ask for thee, Mother Earth, nurturing us all, Radix Katina, Fugger First Terra. The result came about in an instant, large roots breaking through Hogwarts, stone foundation and entangling a desk Harry had transfigured into something resembling a dragon earlier. And with enough imagination and a few potion fumes it might even look like one. Exhaustion dragging him to one knee like an anchor, it became Harry's deepest, most fervent wish that this stuff would become easier with time and practice. 2 spells still remained. He jabbed his wand toward a pebble on the floor, drops of sweat rolling down his neck. Mutare per Magnus Excubator. The pebble grew in size, became larger and larger, and with each new inch Harry sensed his magic bringing life to a crude stone soldier that looked remarkably like one of the terracotta guards he had read about years ago in a book from Dudley Discard, like every other book Dudley ever possessed. 1 spell left, he thought. But by now he had to fight tooth and nail to keep himself conscious. His wand danced in circular movement. Animatus Bellatorius, he pressed through clenched teeth. The last thing he saw was his transfigured warrior charging the wooden desk dragon with a rough sword of stone. Then Harry fell to the side. The Chinese didn't only have sayings about balance after all, but also about sacks of rice toppling over. Or so he thought. Hogwarts 12. November 1994. Have I, or have I not overexerted myself this time? Harry wondered in dry amusement as he opened his eyes to the sterile white of the hospital wing. A pointless question, of course. Much more interesting was how long he'd been out of it. A whole day would be bad but manageable, as it still left enough time to prepare for the task. A week, however, could end up spelling certain consequences he disliked. Being maimed, in pain, burned, stabbed, magic to a faraway country, transfigured into a frog, teleported above the ocean and falling in just the same, being levitated over a cliff. I see you're awake, Mr. Potter, came the voice of Madame Pomfrey. The squat witch exited her office, carrying charts in her hand. I had hoped that this time you would stay out of my wing for some months at least, she said, shaking her head so that a few gray curls escaped her white headpiece. Clearly, I was mistaken. She put the charts in a cabinet, chattering away. This tournament will make it impossible for me to work. Irritated from the tournament. Now that was a sentiment Harry could share. He found himself being, at once, comfortable and in a most peculiar union of mind with Madame Pomfrey. How long was I? You were brought in yesterday, said Madame Pomfrey, tracing spells in the air above him. They sparkled, at times, an indecent red. Harry hoped that didn't mean anything too bad. I wonder, Madame Pomfrey continued, if I really want to know what you did to yourself. The symptoms speak clearly, however. You suffered a bout of extreme magical fatigue. Oh. And, what does that mean? She paused in her casting, looking at him with the lines of her face assembling into a mask of graveness. Outside, a blackcap was warbling. Another first-year spell could have sundered your ability to cast magic, Mr. Potter. That fit the feeling he'd had after slumping down in that room rather nicely. Though he couldn't help the light paling he was surely going through at the moment. He reached out to his magic, that force inside him, at times like a calm lake, at times like a pot of boiling water. The tingly sensation was still there. Which meant, in essence, that everything worked out in the end, and that he could now leave the hospital wing. Do not even think about leaving this bed. Harry concluded that he must be extraordinarily easy to read. That is. Harry, came another voice from the entrance of the hospital wing. I see that you have finally escaped Morpheus. The headmaster, one Albus Dumbledore with a lot of names in between, strode into the wing, silvery beard safely tucked into his belt. He smiled an easy smile as he put a calming hand on Madame Pomfrey's shoulder, trying to give the woman some of his serenity juju. Splendid care as always, my dear, said Dumbledore. Could you give us a moment, please? Mr. Potter and I have something to discuss. It was phrased like a question. It sounded like a question. It was, however, anything but. Madame Pomfrey huffed. For a moment looked like she'd refuse even, but then relented at last and gave them their privacy. Harry looked up at the headmaster. Dumbledore was pretty tall for an old man. Professor. I hope you appreciate how close you came to leaving the mortal world behind yesterday, said Dumbledore. I, could have died from that. I thought it was about my magic, not my life. The contract, Dumbledore said, is a magical bond, my boy. And without your magic to bind and uphold that bond, the contract could have had unknown and most likely violent reactions. There was a certain intensity in Dumbledore's blue eyes. Knocking on death's door seems quite the opposite of what you hoped to achieve, I believe. Now, those were words that put things in perspective. Harry's mouth was dry. Who found me? Why, Harry, I did. Dumbledore smiled jovially and the tense atmosphere shuffled out of the room as though ashamed of itself. The castle alerted me of incredible magic being released in one of the unused classrooms. Naturally, I had to investigate. And so it came, that evening, and imagine my surprise, my boy. Yes, it came that I found you, unconscious on the floor and guarded by a most vicious fellow. Oh, Harry was pleased to learn that his transfiguration had lasted this long even after he fell unconscious. Then the implications registered fully. I'm sorry, Professor, It has been a long time, Dumbledore said, since someone challenged me to an open duel, in my own school no less. He patted Harry's leg. Not to worry, however. It was a most refreshing occurrence. Harry sat upright in his bed, leaning against the backboard, and feeling a mite of heat creeping up his face. He couldn't quite decide whether Dumbledore actually forgave him, or was out to shame him right now. If the latter, then Harry had to congratulate the man. He managed that admirably. Harry, said Dumbledore, and there it was again, the pressure, the intensity, the apprehension. I have a good guess as to what kind of magic you used, he said, and, more importantly, why you used it. But I implore you, my boy, be very careful in the future. There is a reason, a good one at that, for magic like this to be taught once you have left the school and entered the appropriate guild. But, Professor, Harry started, I need them. I need those spells. Without them I won't have a chance in the tournament. If the headmaster forbade him to use those spells, he'd have to start his research again, and time didn't allow for that. Calm yourself, my boy, Dumbledore said. I have no intention of prohibiting your newfound knowledge. All I ask is that you consider how to train with it. Putting such advanced spells into one chain might prove, for the moment at least, a bit too much for you. Harry faced the blanket. Sound advice, he thought, but how am I going to learn them that way before the lizard gets me? A question a man like Dumbledore might be able to answer, so he asked just that. How can I master them before the dragon kills me? Dumbledore leaned forward, intrigued. I wonder where you got the idea about dragons. A most peculiar comment. But no matter, no matter. As to your other question, he chortled, mastering them will take a few years at the least, my boy. If you only want to learn them, however, may I advise you to split the chain. Split. Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap, glancing at the ceiling, then back to Harry. When I was much younger, a time with no beard if you can imagine, I fought with much the same problem. In the end, and for training purposes, I decided to use but one spell an hour, in order for my magic to grow accustomed to the exertion. But I haven't got that kind of time, said Harry. Dumbledore remained unperturbed, pulling a watch out of his robes and briefly glancing at it. You will manage, Harry, I am sure. Besides, did you know that Muggle scientists found out that overtraining is just as dangerous as no training at all? Dumbledore rose from his seat. Now, he said, I'm afraid I have to cut this conversation short. There are some documents which still need to be read. He walked toward the exit. And please remember, in a week's time the weighing of the wands will take place. Harry blinked, but Dumbledore had already vanished. Hogwarts 22. November. Harry sat across Dumbledore in a comfy armchair, a table standing to their side with 2 cups of tea and a few butter scones. Fawkes's perch was empty. What can I do for you, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, staring at him over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. There were no complications with your spells, I hope. No, Professor, said Harry. Everything went well. Thank you again for your advice. Then something else must ail you, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. Why else would you visit an old man in his dusty chambers? The cogs are spinning, Harry thought. And because they're always spinning, he seems so unsurprised at everything that happens. Albus Dumbledore simply connected the dots sooner than anyone else. At last, though, Dumbledore prompted him to speak up. Answers, he said, can only be given if a question is asked. Forward it was. Is there a way to leave the castle? I mean, I had, an idea, Harry explained. But I need to visit Madame Malkin's for it. The grandfather clock at the wall kept ticking away, and Harry jolted a bit when a panel opened, and a miniature version of Fawkes flew out, squawking several times, each squawk an hour, before combusting in fiery sparks. Dumbledore chuckled. A rather ingenious enchantment, wouldn't you say? Professor Flitwick gifted it to me many years ago, much to the embarrassment of Fawkes, of course. Now, he continued, back to your original question. It is possible, of course, for a student to leave the grounds mid-term if the reason is explained sufficiently. Your explanation, my boy, left much to be desired, however. But, and you are in luck indeed. I have to visit her myself, so I can make an exception this once. If you wish to accompany an old man like me, then be my guest. Thank you, said Harry, thinking that this went surprisingly well for once. For a moment he kept looking out for any buts coming his way, but none came, and so he breathed more easily. Supervision had to be expected, he knew, but he didn't mind it this instance. And now that he could finish this business today, everything became much easier. Dumbledore, clothed in lime green robes, tapped a quill with his wand. I trust, he said, that you remember how portkeys work. Arthur Weasley told me that he took you and his family to the World Cup with one. Nice to know that it hasn't always got to be a smelly boot, said Harry, gripping the lower half of the quill. Dumbledore touched the upper half of the quill. The portkey catapulted Harry through an influx of color, flung him past a kaleidoscope of blue and green, red and purple, yellow and orange. Then the trip ended already, and Dumbledore steadied Harry with a hearty laugh. It appears you need some experience still, Dumbledore said. That was, by far, one of the worst exits I have seen in decades, my boy. Harry was tempted to say something very rude, but kept the urge in check. Anyway, said Dumbledore, let us not dawdle, Harry. Our favorite fashion mistress is waiting. They ambled through Diagon Alley, garnering the attention of a lot of people they passed. The looks were a bit too much, Harry found, but the headmaster seemed unruffled. He passed through the crowds with an easy grace, nodding and smiling and, occasionally, even waving. Together, or rather, Harry behind, the duo passed the apothecary and Ollivancer's, before reaching Madame Malkin's shop. The chime of a bell greeted them first, the friendly face of the seamstress afterward. She had her hair made up in a lazy bun that fit her, however, perfectly, a few strands escaped. Contrary to Dumbledore, she wore fashionable green robes, much like her profession dictated. Farther inside, in a corner, a boy stood bent over a working bench, studying a few parchments and nodding along as he read. He was dressed in a similar fashion, and was only a few years older than Harry. Albus, said Madame Malkins, and Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? Ramona, my dear, said Albus, twinkling eyes surveying the room. It has been far too long. Why, I feel like I have not seen you in years. And do I see an apprentice there? Durbin Philith, Hufflepuff of 87 if memory serves. You came by last week, Albus, and Durbin has worked here for close to 2 years now. Dumbledore frowned for a moment in deep contemplation. Then his expression cleared. Of course you are right, Ramona, he said. Alas, the adage of old age. Anyway, he said, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder, I am here for my order, and Mr. Potter is separate business I am not privy to. Business is always welcome, said Madame Malkins. And your robes finished as well. Harry watched her, Ramona, walk behind the counter, from where she pulled out a tiny package, not much larger than the ruddy thing that had held the Philosopher's Stone. There you go, Madame Malkins said, handing Dumbledore the package. The price comes to a total of 300 galleons, as was discussed. For about a quarter of a second, Dumbledore looked like a man stuck in eternal suffering. Then he forked out the money. The price for a fashionable appearance is high indeed, he said. Harry clamped down on his own emotions in regard to this sentence. Madame Malkins fought the same problem. Now, Mr. Potter, said Madame Malkins as Dumbledore secured the package in his robes, what can I do for you? Harry shot a furtive glance at Dumbledore, then said, can you tailor an armor for tomorrow evening? The apprentice in the background perked up and shuffled closer, inconspicuously, of course. Harry had no clue how long it took to design an armor in the Muggle world, but then again, this was Diagon Alley. For the tournament, stated Madame Malkins more to herself than to anyone in the room. That will cost you a pretty galleon, Mr. Potter, she said, turning back. Armors aren't difficult to make, but if you want it by tomorrow, the process will take much of the night. Any specifics in mind? Well, Harry said, not really, but I got the skin already. Can you work with basilisk hide? I can do that, of course, she said a bit flustered. The manufacturing is more difficult though compared to the usual dragon skin. It will cost you a lot more. Dervin asked, where did you come across a basilisk? But Madame Malkins was shaking her head, and her apprentice grew quiet. Never mind then, said Dervin, returning to the bench. If you can get me the skin today, Mr. Potter, then I'll have your armor ready by tomorrow evening. Great, said Harry. He pulled a box out of his robes and enlarged it. Good thing he had come prepared to the headmaster's office. This should be enough, he said, opening the box, which turned out to be a ratty trunk now. Plenty enough, Madame Malkins assured him. She did some quick calculations in a small notebook. If you leave me the leftovers after the armor is finished, I'll account for it and the price will lessen considerably. Is there anything else you need? Harry nodded at her first statement, then considered the second. A cloak, he said at last. A cloak, Harry replied. Madame Malkins decided to help him out of his misery and asked again, this time with more specifics. A cloak made of what, Mr. Potter? Wool, cotton, acromantula silk. Well, acromantula silk then. And a Hogwarts crest on the backside, Harry explained. Somehow he had thought this would be easier. And Gryffindor colors if possible, he added. Madame Malkins took quick measurements of him and wrote some numbers into another small notebook. No problem. I will have it delivered alongside your armor tomorrow, with owl post, of course. The price, however, the total will be around 800 galleons if I detract the amount of basilisk hide I'll buy from you. That's a steep price, especially for a student. Harry beeped in a sharp breath. That was, indeed, a lot of money. Still, he needed the armor, and even if the cloak was only catering to his vanity, he had already gotten used to the equation that the Gryffindor cloak plus the basilisk armor would equal success, or at least survival. That's a lot of money, he said, suddenly understanding the headmaster's former expression much better, that came with the territory of paying your own bills. But I'll get you the money. Very well, said Madame Malkins. Dumbledore, in the meanwhile, pocketed his small watch. If the business is concluded, he said, then I suggest we leave now. Any longer, and our absence will disgruntle Professor McGonagall. The two of them bade Madame Malkins farewell and returned to the castle via Portkey, where both sat down. An interesting trip, said Dumbledore, would you not agree, Harry? I was not aware that you had revisited the Chamber of Secrets. Got the idea when I was still in the hospital wing, said Harry. Hardest part was escaping Madame Pomfrey, really. He scratched his cheek, looking innocently through the office. Had to read up on skinning snakes, too. Didn't want to damage the basilisk, sir. Definitely a good idea, said Dumbledore. Such precious resources have to be won through delicate work and care. He leaned back. I have, of course, no objection toward your business. Nonetheless, if you have no further use of it, I ask you to salvage the head and bring it to Professor Snape. The ingredients he could extract from it would further his studies substantially, I believe. There was a very immature feeling rising in Harry. To Snape. Professor Snape, my boy, and yes, to him. Surely you would not refuse, knowing that the studies of an esteemed potioneer like him most often lead to revelations in the medical world. Put like that, it sounded reasonable. Harry still didn't want to. He tried holding the headmaster's gaze, but Dumbledore was pretty adept at staring contests, as Harry found out. He averted his eyes 20 seconds later. Fine, he said, his voice indicating how he felt about this arrangement. Dumbledore chuckled. He looked extraordinarily pleased. After 4 years of getting to know you, Harry, I arrive at the conclusion that you do not differ that much from Severus in certain aspects. Harry didn't comment on that, though he felt severely insulted. But if bringing that head to Snape made the headmaster happy, so be it. Dumbledore had helped him twice now in just as many weeks. He had earned himself a bit of gratitude. I am sure, Dumbledore continued, that Fawkes has no objections to helping you in your foray into the chamber. The Phoenix agreed with a tune that made Harry almost forget about Snape, almost. Hogwarts 24. November 1994. Just as expected, Snape had cared nothing for Harry, even though Harry had come bearing gifts. After Harry had revealed that aside from the head every other part was already sold, Snape liked him even less, if possible. There had been a class of firsties in the dungeon. They had looked rightly disturbed by the smoldering glares Snape had hurled at everything in reach. But what did Harry care for Snape? Nothing. That's what. He sat alone in the champion's tent, waiting for his turn to face a dragon, having picked the most vicious one a few minutes earlier. His luck, really. At least Madame Malkins had delivered, and Lord, she had delivered well. The armor being black with slight green shimmers still surprised him, but Madame Malkins had assured him it was a side result of the processing. Calling it armor as well might be a bit too much. It was more of an assortment of various pieces secured to his normal attire with enchanted straps. It was light, it was durable, it was good looking. And if Harry ever came into a position where someone asked him what armor he'd be if, in fact, wizards could become armors, he'd say, proudly and in a firm voice, I'm a basilisk armor. The cloak fit well, too, but that's hardly the important part of his attire. It had taken a while, but Dumbledore had even parted with the sword of Gryffindor for the duration of the tournament. Now wasn't that grand? Harry liked to think he triumphed over Dumbledore in a sheer contest of wills. Delusional, of course, but thinking that Dumbledore let him win wasn't helpful in his quest to build some self-confidence and courage. Madame Malkin had included a letter in the delivery, explaining that the hide was spell-resistant, true, but after the basilisk died, the only thing that still made it so was the magic imbued with it. Which meant that not only would anything over a low-powered curse cut through the armor in usual efficiency, but also that it'd lose its power somewhere along the way and with continued use. But who was he, Harry Potter, to care too much for little details like that? Right now, every bit of protection helped. And now, the last champion, boomed Bagman's voice from outside the tent. Harry Potter, who will face the most dangerous breed this tournament has to offer, the Hungarian Horntail. Harry blinked, steeled his nerves, and walked out of the tent. There he came face to face with the mythical creature that could, in the instant it took Ron to fart, roast him to a fine crisp. He found the experience to be quite terrifying. Yellow eyes, set in a leathery dark brown head, glared at Harry from the other side of the arena. The dragon overtook the size of a classroom, and the putrid stench of sulfur lingered in the air. Harry became acutely aware of his mortality. How easy, he thought, is it for that thing to smash me into a wall, leaving nothing but a smattering of red behind. The thought of facing the dragon actually made him shiver now. But there was no time anymore. Not for fear. Not for hesitation. I really hope, Harry thought, that I prepared enough for you, ugly. Let us see, shouted Bagman, how Mr. Potter stacks up against the other champions, who completed their tasks with a mixture of power, trickery, and subtle charms work. The noise of the crowd grew deafening, and against his better instinct, Harry glanced up at the stands. It's risky to take his attention away from the Horntail, even for a second, but he had to know. And seeing these people there celebrating made his blood pulse in his body like angry, erratic blows against a gong. His magic buzzed in response. There was doubt in these faces. So much doubt. A lot of giddiness, too, of course. And in some even anticipation. That more than anything hardened his resolve to actually survive this encounter. Harry Potter indulged, at times, in spite and the pleasure of proving people wrong. He spat on the ground, his concentration moving back to the horntail. They'd see. All of them. He didn't die that easily. The horntail had enough of the waiting game and roared. The sound sent a shiver through the whole arena. A lance of flame tickled the air, but Harry didn't back away. He had killed a basilisk at 12. How hard could a dragon be at 14? Harry assessed the field, found himself surrounded by rocks, and was happy with that much at least, since they were useful in case his plan failed and he'd have to take cover. Harry stalked up to the dragon, brandishing his wand. On the way forward he buried every bit of fear he still felt beneath a pile of courage and an even larger pile of insanity. Is Potter fighting the dragon head on? It looks like it, ladies and gentlemen. Insanity. What? Harry tried to blend out Bagman as best he could. His wand moved at the same time as the horntail inhaled. Agumentis scutum thalas. The water shooting from Harry's wand coalesced into a dome around him. He put every bit of power into the spell he safely could spare without hurting his chances for the other spells. Flames crashed against his shield, clashing with the water. There was a sizzling in the air, smoke wafted up from the point of impact and all around Harry. Cloaked in smoke, Harry could still hear that idiot Bagman shouting, and the crowd roaring. On to the next part, he thought. I beseech thee, magic, grant me thy. He heard the sound of rocks crumbling and shaking, then a loud swoosh. Harry threw himself to the ground, the dragon's tail cleaving the air above him into pieces. He dived behind a boulder. Harry's heart hammered a tattoo against his ribcage, and for a moment he gripped the chest piece of his armor, fearing the vicious beat might crack it open from inside. Then he calmed himself, somewhat. Still in the realm of anticipation, Potter, he thought. You can do this. Now stop playing around and get to it. He peered around the boulder, quickly jabbing his wand toward a trashcan-sized stone on the ground, then jerked back as a wave of fire battered against the backside of his safety boulder. Screw you, Horntail, he whispered. Screw you very much. He heard the crunching of stone setting itself to move about, and grinned as his stone warrior took shape. He gambled a bit, running into the open and waving his wand at his new guardian. A moment later, the stone warrior readied itself to defend its master. A torrent of flames marched on, a violent breath, trying to overcome Harry's shield. This time he could feel the heat press against him from the front, as if a giant's hand was pushing. The shield would probably hold against another attack. And he simply didn't have the power to recast it again after using this last charm. Last shot, or I'm toast, he thought. I beseech thee, magic, grant me thy power. The dome of water vanished as soon as the stream of fire ended, but Harry had no time to bother with it. He felt understandably reluctant to leave this world. I ask for thee. The dragon's spiked tail crashed into Harry's guardian, obliterating the shield and pushing the warrior several feet back. Mother Earth, nurturing us all. The horntail growled and lashed out with his tail for the second time. The guardian jumped into its path, shattering under the force of the impact. Dust and debris flew around Harry as he pointed his wand at the dragon. Radix Katina. Fugor est terra. Harry roared as the magic took hold, surged from his arm into the wand, and from there toward the dragon. It could be heard throughout the whole arena and, amplified by the sonorous charm on the place, probably even in Hogwarts. Go, you piece of crap, he thought, pushing all of his will into the spell. Titanic roots broke through the surface of the arena, crawling quickly up toward the open maw of the horntail. In the back of the throat, Harry imagined he saw a spark. Then the creepers shut the maw tight. More roots came, winding around the tail and the wings, pulling them to the ground. A thrum went through the arena, a last push went out from Harry. The earth rumbled, and two roots, each as thick as a Scottish oak, wove around the horntail's body, shackling the dragon with stupendous force. Harry Potter was not too proud to admit that he relished in the sudden silence of the crowd. He looked toward the judge's box and found Dumbledore smiling, which was probably worth more than any kind of recognition he could get from all the other people in this place. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, Bagman shouted, recovering at last. In all my years I've never seen the likes. Potter didn't distract the horntail to steal the egg. He immobilized it entirely. Around 500 people thundered in applause as Harry made his way to the golden egg. He took it, thrust it up once, then went toward the medical tent, where he knew a frantic Madame Pomfrey would wait on him. "Mr. Potter," came the expected voice, "are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let that be my concern." Madame Pomfrey began her inspection, and Harry wondered why she had asked him in the first place just to ignore him afterward. Sitting on a bed, he spied an uninjured Victor Crumb, whose eyes were narrowed to slits. "Take that, you arrogant piece of shit," he thought, sending a grin that way. Fleur and Cedric were resting on other beds and spotted several burns of different severity. For them, at least, he felt sorry. Harry remembered quite well the heat that went out from the fire, and he hadn't even been hit directly by it. "Acceptable, Mr. Potter," said Madame Pomfrey at last. "Rest for the day and you'll be right as rain tomorrow. Now, go out and see how many points they'll award you, will you?" When Harry reached the arena, he saw the judges rising from their seats. They pointed their wands skyward, shooting, one by one, a number from 0 to 10 in the air. A 10 from Bagman and Dumbledore each, a 9 from Madame Maxime, a 10 from Crouch, a 7 from Karkaroff. 46 points in all. Not too shabby, considering Harry had done it for survival. "Harry," Hermione's familiar voice echoed through Hogwarts halls as he made his way toward the room that he used to practice. Far, far away from people who wanted to wish him well, or tried to congratulate him. Insufferable sycophants, the lot of them. And, suddenly, he had a completely new understanding of Snape's sneer and what it meant. Then again, he didn't even want to entertain the thought of something akin to kinship with the bat. As far as he was concerned, the whole situation was exhausting. He sighed and turned around to the witch he once had considered a dear friend. "What is it, Hermione?" "You did really well, Harry," she answered hesitantly. Hermione was bright, he knew, and she had instantly recognized his clipped tone. It wasn't necessarily cold, just indifferent, and the girl lost her brilliant smile when she realized it. "I can't believe they had you fighting dragons," Hermione started again, this time more confident. "By Merlin, dragons of all things. Adults should have more common sense than that." He remained silent during her rant, finding it somewhat amusing even though the hypocrisy of mentioning common sense wasn't lost on him. He could even understand why most wizards struggled with it, when magic regularly made feats that defied all logic possible. But Hermione, who was raised by muggles and learned the values of a society that didn't have the luxury of magic, had no excuse. None at all. "And those spells you used, have you found them in the restricted section? Did someone teach you, Harry?" His eyes trailed off and he looked at the many suits of armor lining the walls. None as nice as his basilisk armor, for sure, but still not too shabby. Definitely useful, he thought. It was highly possible, after all, that someday he might again had to fight inside the very castle he called home. "Harry," she asked again, and he turned his gaze toward her. "Have you been listening at all?" His eyes narrowed and he was sure that a person as perceptible as Hermione understood his silent answer perfectly. "Are you still angry?" Harry's expression didn't change, but inwardly he seethed, not believing the sheer gall of her question. Did she really think that he wouldn't be angry? That he wouldn't feel resentment after she had scolded him in front of every Gryffindor, telling him how irresponsible it was to enter himself in the tournament? Maybe she wasn't as perceptive as he had thought her to be. Angry? Harry laughed hollowly, still not really believing that she actually had to ask. "What did you expect?" he asked her. "You abandoned me after 3 years of friendship, Hermione. We've flown on hippogriffs, traveled through time and fought against impossible odds. For what?" "For what indeed," he muttered under his breath, ignoring her stricken look. "That you, Hermione, the one person I thought knew me well enough, abandoned me at the drop of a hat," Harry trailed off. He took no pleasure in her tears, but remorse was equally absent. "I just don't know what to think about that. From Ron I expected it somehow, but from you. But," he raised his hand and cut off her response, a sad and forlorn smile tugging at his lips. "I think it's better if we walk separate ways for now." And he didn't look back as he walked away. His encounter with Hermione made him consider Dumbledore's words. The older man was constantly preaching about the concept of forgiveness and, on an intellectual basis, he knew that she wasn't a bad person. He knew that it was only one bad decision on her part that created the rift between them. The question he had to ask himself was simple, yet difficult in its complexity. Should he forgive and forget? Should he forgive, but never forget? Or should he mend the rift at all? The rational part of his mind told him to choose one of the former options. It would be the mature course of action, and maturity was, after all, expected from the boy who lived. His heart, however, was still bitter, and just seeing her had made it ache in betrayal. His thoughts were interrupted when he stopped in front of the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. Torches lit the corridor, producing flickering shadows, and the menacing statue, he felt, was a stark contrast to the jovial Dumbledore. This time, he had no intention of rattling off all kinds of sweets and used a different approach to gain swift entrance. Please, can you ask the headmaster if he has time? He asked, cautiously looking around. Even by wizarding standards, talking to a statue was viewed as ludicrous and insane. Then again, who were wizards to complain? The concept of magic was insanity at its best, madness at its worst, and he was reasonably sure that stranger, even more bizarre things than a sentient sculpture existed. His patience wasn't tested, however, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the staircase that led to Dumbledore's dusty chambers, as the man referred to them. For 2 weeks he had fought with himself, debated whether it was prudent to bring his query to the headmaster. It had been 2 weeks with only one question plaguing his mind, and nothing, absolutely nothing he did, provided an answer. The wooden door, made from one of the many Scottish oaks that grew around Hogwarts, opened as soon as he reached it. A passing glance revealed it to be decorated with magical runes and symbols. And one step over the threshold was, once again, all it took for him to enter an emotional state between awe and amazement. Beautiful silver trinkets, obviously crafted with great care, emitted soft puffs of smoke. To what end, only the headmaster knew. A globe of glass containing violet fire hovered above a white satin cushion, the words Flame of Anku inscribed beneath it. He continued with his observation and saw a large tapestry on the wall to his left. Its loosely hanging threats and worn state made it obvious that it was quite old. He took a closer look and saw that, despite its apparent age, it was an incredibly accurate world map. Most countries were covered in a soft green glow, but he also saw party of the world tinted in orange and red color. A most wonderful artifact, wouldn't you agree, Harry? Dumbledore asked cheerfully and broke him out of his reverie. Harry quickly turned around to apologize for ignoring the man, but was thwarted. Sir, do not worry, my boy. You are not in trouble, Dumbledore reassured him. After all, witches and wizards with decades of seniority on you have been enthralled by the artifacts presented in this very office. Sadly, I cannot take credit for all of them. It is a continuous effort from each and every headmaster that ever walked these hallowed halls, he explained. Harry smiled in relief and chuckled when he saw the headmaster getting scolded like a schoolboy by various portraits with female inhabitants. They obviously took great offense to his words and made it clear how they felt about their exclusion. And headmistresses, of course. Please, pardon my error, Dumbledore amended quickly. It made sense that each of them had left something of value to his or her successor, Harry surmised and vowed to look for rituals of exorcism. How much history had been lost due to the boring lessons of a ghost? His budding plans to exorcise Cuthbert Binns had to be abandoned, though, unfortunate as it was. The headmaster wouldn't be pleased if one of his teachers suddenly vanished. Can you guess what the map does? Dumbledore asked and walked over to the large tapestry. Harry took his time and gave it a thorough look, his fingers gently tracing over the various glowing countries. If Dumbledore minded him touching the surely priceless artifact, he didn't show it. The colors show something, Harry stated. Something that most of these countries have in common. But what? His hand hovered above an orange glowing country, Korea if memory served him right, and he searched his mind for the names that belonged to the places painted in red. Venezuela, Guyana, Zimbabwe, Botswana. He slowly connected the dots and theories ran through his head, each of them becoming more horrifying by the minute. War, he whispered, and his voice held a frightened quality to it. Dumbledore's eyes, which were unusually dull, were all the confirmation he needed. Indeed, Dumbledore answered and smiled sadly. The map, however, as magnificent and omniscient it appears, has only a rudimentary understanding of the world. Otherwise, I fear, all of it would be painted red. All of it? Harry asked, not really able to believe it. I am speaking in terms of politics, Harry, Dumbledore explained. It is a constant battle that spins around the globe, affecting us all on varying levels. It is a battle too subtle, too fickle to be grasped in its entirety by us mere humans, least of all a tapestry, as powerful as it might be. Though this is a conversation for another time, when you have become as old as me and philosophy is your bread and butter. Harry listened intently during the explanation and he sighed in relief. England and Scotland were still pulsing in a green glow, symbolizing peace. He was startled though, when Dumbledore's wrinkled hands came to rest on his shoulders. Do not let the colors hoodwink you, Harry. Because as easy as they on our soul, they are but an illusion. Harry looked at the older man, questions lingering in his eyes, and Dumbledore resumed his explanation. The struggle for power is present in every nook, every cranny of our world. Look at Zimbabwe and Botswana. These countries are only colored red, because they are in open warfare with each other. Doesn't that mean the map works? Harry asked confused. Oh, it does. I think you will be surprised to hear, however, that even during Voldemort's first reign of terror, Britain was bathed in this soothing green color. Harry's eyes widened and the headmaster nodded pensively. You have to understand that as terrible as Tom's bid for power was, it consisted mainly of bigoted politics, augmented by his followers, Dumbledore said. Only towards the very end, when his army was filled with dark creatures and fanatical zealots alike, its power equaling that of the ministry, did the color change from green to orange. Orange, as it didn't judge Voldemort's reign of terror as a war, but a revolution, such as the nature of the map. As I said, the interpretation of its colors is of a rather philosophical nature and I find myself cursing the tapestry as often as I admire it, laying my own worries to rest whenever I spy the green that stretches over the most parts of the map. When the headmaster ended his explanation, he saw the effect it had had on Harry. His fists were clenched hard enough to draw blood and his expression was grim. Even Dumbledore wasn't sure if he identified every emotion behind these green eyes correctly. He steered the teenager away from the tapestry and toward his desk, silently conjuring a chair for the troubled youth. 2 lazy flicks of his wand later and a roaring fire lit up the fireplace to his right. Give me your hand, please, Harry, Dumbledore said and Harry, who still digested the information he learned seconds ago, gave him his injured hand without question. This is a very simple healing spell, he explained, knowing that it was sometimes better to take a teenager's mind off of their problem. It needs neither great precision, nor immense power. In return it will only heal small superficial wound though, bruises, paper cuts and the likes. Harry fixed his eyes on Dumbledore's wand, but the spell only required a half-circle clockwise motion. Corium Consenesco, Dumbledore whispered. The incantation was simply enough, the wand movement not too complex, but he heard the power vibrating in Dumbledore's voice, suddenly feeling very insignificant in the presence of such a giant. It was a great and gentle power to those he called friends, but a vicious and terrible one to those that made him their enemy. And, for the first time, Harry wasn't hearing it through others, but witnessed it with his own eyes instead. Dumbledore was the only one Voldemort has ever feared. Curious though, that it was a simple healing spell that made him recognize that fact beyond any doubt. Maybe he had become a bit more attuned with magic and sensed it easier now, who knew? They spent the next minutes in silence, unknown to both, each contemplating the other. Dumbledore had discreetly ordered tea a while ago and Harry thanked the demure house elf after the steaming cup was set in front of him. Dumbledore returned his gaze to him, looking cheery but curious. Now, Harry, everything else aside, what led you to my office this far into the evening? I have a question, sir. It bothered me for weeks, but nothing I did, nothing I researched, the answer simply eludes me, Harry replied, and the headmaster noticed the awfully familiar speech pattern. Dumbledore's lips quirked upward in amusement when he identified it as his own. And what is it that plagues your mind? Especially when you should be enjoying all the frivolities youth offers. The spells I used during the task, Harry started to explain. They're powerful, even more so than any other spell I've ever used before. Does it frighten you? Dumbledore asked and took a sip from his steaming cup, looking thoughtfully. And it was a rather interesting question, Harry felt. Did the power of those spells frighten him? In the hands of someone like Malfoy, they would be downright terrifying, but the magic itself? Another philosophical question, he thought. Could magic even be terrifying, or was the intention of the caster that made it so frightening? To some extent, Harry answered after thinking it through. But, I'm more curious about them. Curious? What exactly are you asking me, Harry? Dumbledore probed further. Harry frowned and tried to think of an explanation that would adequately describe his worries. They're incredibly strong and easy to access. Not even put in the restricted section, you know. Why don't more people use them? His thoughts were mainly focused on Malfoy during the questions. Why hadn't the ferret attacked him with those spells? He was thankful, of course, that Malfoy didn't seem to know how to wield such power, but it struck him as odd. He expected many reactions from the wizened headmaster, but booming laughter wasn't one of them. It wasn't necessarily insecurity that reared its head, but annoyance at the man for laughing about his concerns, for laughing about the very thing that had plagued Harry for weeks. Dumbledore noticed Harry's change in demeanor and regained his composure. Still, the mirth visibly threatened to resurface. Please, don't feel insulted, Harry, he said. That was never my intention. Your question is valid, but I think you will be as amused as I am before too long. Let me give you the answer you searched so diligently for. Tell me, my boy, what do you know about Hogwarts library? Dumbledore asked and poured himself another cup of tea, giving Harry some time to think about his question. Harry, though, was mesmerized by the brown liquid leaving the kettle, wondering if it contained as much sugar as the headmaster's usual behavior suggested. I only started to use it a month ago, he said, and, noticing Dumbledore's frown, added, homework excluded, of course. So, not much. Most people measure our library by school standards, and even then it is vastly superior to many others, Dumbledore told him with pride. Even a blind man could see that the headmaster lived for the education of others. What most people don't know, however, Dumbledore said mysteriously and gave him a conspiratorial wink. Our library is, in fact, the greatest accumulation of magical books in all of Europe, Asia, and even America. Only the mythical halls in Alexandria can boast about a greater assortment of magical scripts and tomes. It has been far too long since I last taught, Dumbledore muttered under his breath, watching Harry's face cycle through various emotions, disbelief and awe as the dominant ones. The joy of seeing young people discover new things was as refreshing as it had been decades ago. Hogwarts prides itself on being the premier school for magic, Harry. Did you think our reputation is unwarranted? Dumbledore asked and shook his head gently. No, for those who know where to look for clues, it was always clear. The founders hadn't built the school for students that were only here for 7 years, but for students in a lifelong pursuit of magical knowledge. Age, tests, examinations, all of those came later. But the library isn't even that big, Harry exclaimed, confounded. Dumbledore chuckled wistfully in response. You know, Harry, most of those who visit Hogwarts always believe my office, or the Great Hall, to be the most magical places in the castle, he explained. There is a certain measure of truth in that statement, but I can safely say that the library has them beat. Harry's bewildered look was a testament to how underrated Hogwarts library truly was. How? He asked. Magic, Harry. Magic, Dumbledore responded lightly. Magic itself conceals the most dangerous and taxing scripts, to be revealed only to those with the moral fiber and power to use them. And despite the clarification, Harry still felt like he missed the point. It definitely showed on his face, and Dumbledore continued with his explanation. Take Ms. Granger as an example, he said, not noticing the frown on Harry's face. She, like many of Rowena's house, sees a never-ending supply of theoretical knowledge. I am reasonably sure that she had read about the magics you use today, but it was in theory only and never with detailed instructions on how to use them. Dumbledore took another sip. She simply lacks the power for it, and the library recognizes that. And I have that power? Harry asked skeptically, despite the sudden rush of excitement that ran through his body. You should not underestimate how much magic of the most taxing level you use today, Harry, Dumbledore answered. Spells of which even one would have rendered a 6th year unconscious and with severe magical exhaustion. The fact that you were able to use so many of them at all is a feat in of itself. Harry sank back into his chair, trying to process the information Dumbledore had just given him, and for nearly an hour, no one spoke. Sometimes, during that period, Fawkes returned from his hunt and landed gracefully on his perch, noticing the solemn mood and remaining silent. The headmaster, in the meanwhile, was working on some backlogged paperwork. The uncommon trio could have sat down like that forever, but the fiery sparks emitted by Dumbledore's grandfather clock brought them back into reality. "Oh my! You have been here for 2 hours already, Harry," Dumbledore exclaimed, surprised. "I do believe that it would behoove us to separate for now." Harry himself was surprised of how late it was. The clock had just struck midnight, and he sluggishly rose from his seat, feeling rather sleepy after lazing in the comfortable armchair for hours. He walked over to the door, but Dumbledore's voice made him halt. "You did well, Harry. And I am sorry that I can only give you small advice regarding the tasks. My oaths as judge proved to be most obstructing," he said. Harry smiled. "Good night, sir," he answered and closed the door carefully. Now he only had to sneak back to the common room. Not an easy feat by any means, with Filch and Snape prowling around. Hogwarts 27. November 1994. Hopefully they'll never notice it, he thought, and was, indeed, pleading that the caretaker, or worse, Snape, would never notice how he mauled the floor of Hogwarts. If they ever saw it, detentions would be the last of his problems. Harry knelt on the dusty floor, sweat pouring out of every pore, and continued to carve symbols into the ground, hoping beyond hope that his research would prove to be correct. If not, well, the last 2 days had been torture, and the tiny bit of privacy he had gained over his 3 years at Hogwarts had evaporated into nothingness. On some level he even accepted that he was always going to be a public figure, but the sudden increase of his reputation after the task had been ridiculous. Merlin's reincarnation, he thought derisively. As if, as a last attempt at fading into obscurity, he had used his newfound knowledge about the library, had searched for something that would help him to remain in the shadows, disappearing from the mind of the public completely. It had been a futile endeavor, really, and the only thing he found had been a beginner's book on warding. The library simply hadn't judged him as worthy enough to gain the information he sought, and, honestly, he should have expected it. Knowledge had to be earned, after all, and with a subject as volatile as magic, it could prove to be disastrous if he messed up because he didn't do his work first. For now his plan was fairly simple though, and until he found something worked better, he would go with it, selecting an empty classroom and warding it as much as possible with his meager skills. Drops of sweat fell from his hair, landing on his nose, and he snorted when he thought about the electives he had chosen back at the start of his 3rd year. He should have left divination alone, taking ancient runes instead. Now he had to learn a completely new subject, and it proved to be harder than he had ever imagined it to be. He jerked and was brought out of his musings, for a moment staring confused at his bloodied hand. His eyes wandered over the floor, and when he spied the broken knife, understanding settled in and a curse left his lips. Corium Consonesco, he whispered, and the cut on his hand glowed green, sealing itself. The 4th bloody time, he muttered angrily, and vanished the traces of blood. He eyed the knife warily and swished his wand, repairing and hardening it for good measure. There was no doubt though about the duration of the charms, and he knew that sooner, or later, he would cut himself again. At least he could chain the charms quickly, as they both started and ended with the same motion. Harry had yet to finish the ward and groaned when he saw that one rune was still missing in his scheme. Olin, the symbol for estate, or home. He wasn't the owner of the room, but the rune was a part of the ward and he couldn't just ignore it. It took another hour until he was finally done, and he read a last time through the chapter that concerned him. It wouldn't do to mess up such an easy ward, he felt. Certior Fieri Proximitas, the proximity ward. The proximity ward is one of the easier wards that have been invented throughout the centuries of wizardry, and while the age of its discovery is believed to be 200 years before the building of Hogwarts, its use has never lessened in any shape or form over time. After inscribing the necessary runes and using the correct wand motions, the caster has to envision the area he wants to ward, and only after those steps have been taken is the incantation, Certior Fieri Proximitas, to be used. The power of the proximity ward diminishes proportionally to the distance between the area that is to be warded and the warder. This limitation is only present during the actual process of casting and has no bearing on the ward itself after it has been successfully activated. An example for a proximity ward gone awry is the story of Graham the Bear, who lived during the 12th century and was firm in his belief that his wife philandered during his quests away from home. He had no proof, but heard about the ward and promptly inscribed the runes on his threshold. It was a great misfortune for him that the ward didn't take hold as he activated it far away from home, on the other side of England to be precise. 5 years later he finally caught his wife with another man, who coincidentally was his brother's best friend. Defensive and Offensive Warding Schemes, Book 1. Looks peachy, he thought before closing the book. Harry rose from his seated position and took his time to examine the room for a last time. He had to concentrate and there could be no mistakes. He closed his eyes and wove his wand through the air, in patterns that were ridiculously long for a ward out of a beginner's book. Swish, flick, circle clockwise, swish, half circle clockwise, flick, the symbol of eternity, and on it went. Harry continued in this vein until he came upon the last movement, a simple circle over his head. Certior fieri proximitas, he uttered and instantly felt how the magic took hold of the room. For a precious moment he saw a thin shimmering dome expand from the tip of his wand, reaching into every corner of the room and then, vanishing entirely. And suddenly, he was aware. He couldn't describe it, couldn't explain how he knew that no one but him was currently in the room, or near it, but he knew. The ward had worked. Harry sighed in relief. This was by no means a perfect solution, but with the help of his cloak, the map and now the ward, it would be definitely easier to avoid most of the people that haunted him. He wondered for a short moment if Dumbledore knew what he had done, but in the end it didn't matter. If the headmaster had wanted to stop him, he could have done that easily. Hogwarts 28, November 1994. Mr. Potter. A voice behind him resounded through the halls. Harry immediately identified it as the one belonging to Professor McGonagall and stopped in his tracks. She sounded flat and definitely not pleased. Why didn't I walk faster? He chided himself. By now he could have been in the kitchens, lazing around and eating wonderful delicious food. Harry had taken quite a liking to the small beings that thrived on the fulfillment of others' desires. It was an attitude he admired greatly, but would never be able to emulate. A house elf's mind was relatively simple, if a bit confusing, and that made it easier for them. As a human, pleasing everyone simply wasn't possible, so he didn't even try. Instead of running away, Harry turned around and faced the stern Transfiguration mistress. Professor, he asked. Mr. Potter, why weren't you at the house meeting I arranged? Several students had the strange idea that you simply vanished over the last month, she replied, quite angry. Her mouth was set in a thin line and Harry could tell that she wasn't happy. Then again, he had had no information about a meeting. He decided to answer with a half-truth. I prepared for the next task. Technically, he had no idea what the next task even was, but there was no need for his professor to know this. It did remind him though that he still had no clue about the golden egg. The meeting was mandatory for a reason, Mr. Potter, she said. It would behoove you to attend the next time one is called. Something about her tone vexed him and he had to ruthlessly obliterate any of his responses that emphasized his current feelings on the matter of house loyalty. Instead, he stayed polite, the imperceptible narrowing of his eyes the only indicator toward his feelings. In this case, I'm sorry, Professor. It won't happen again, he replied. Can you tell me what was talked about? McGonagall nodded sharply and launched into a short explanation. On December the 25th, a traditional Yuletide ball will be held here at Hogwarts. A bombshell if there ever was one, and Harry's first instinct was to decline immediately. The professor, it seemed, had already anticipated his response. The attendance to the ball is mandatory as well, and I sincerely hope that this time you will appear, Mr. Potter. He really wondered if the barb, which was as subtle as a rampaging hippogriff, was supposed to have an effect on him. Do we have to dance? Harry asked the, by far, most important question about the ball. Of course you have to dance, Mr. Potter. As one of the champions you are to open the ball. If that is all, I have essays to grade now that I've finally managed to inform you, she said waspishly. McGonagall turned around and left with quick strides, an echo sounding through the hallways each time her shoes hit the floor. Hogwarts 2. December 1994. Reducto, Stupefy, Aquapulatum, Devil's Fulham, Confringo, Reducto, Defodio, Evertstatum, Expulso, Percutor, spell after spell crashed against the wall, generating a spectacular light show. The room was bathed in a colorful glow which, despite its beauty, was incredibly dangerous. He whipped his wand around Merciless and jabbed it toward a quickly transfigured dummy. Sagitta. The arrow shot straight out of his wand and pierced the lifeless puppet, the iron arrowhead buried deeply into its gut. Still, Harry frowned and started the motions again, not with a stab this time, but with a jab toward his target followed by a circle. Ardor Sagittae. Dozens of arrows materialized in front of him, bathed in crimson fire, and with a simple flick they flew toward the imaginary target, setting it ablaze. Before the fire managed to spread, however, he resumed the intricate motions and used a most ingenious spell. It created water bullets, the size of trash cans, and hurled them at the area his wand pointed to. The properties of the spell were useful, but what truly made it remarkable were its wand motions, which coincidentally started and ended with the same move. Aquapulatum, Aquapulatum, he shouted, and 2 balls of water crashed into the burning dummy, the delay hardly noticeable at all. Then, he fell to his knees. Exhaustion was clearly visible on his face and the sweaty clothes clung to him like a second skin. Half an hour he had bombarded the southern wall of his room with a variety of spells, most of which he wouldn't have learned if not for the blasted tournament. The feeling of exhaustion was soothing and left him no time to think about the problems he faced in his current school year. The golden egg that was supposedly a clue for the next task remained as mysterious as ever, and the Yuletide ball, where his presence was required, left a bad taste in his mouth. To escape these problems, even if it was only for a short time, he had completely dedicated the last couple of days to improve the room he used. His goal, as far-fetched as it sounded, was to modify the room to such a degree that it didn't only serve as a hiding place, but as a training chamber as well. Hours went into his research and they finally paid off when he found another ward that was highly practical to his cause, the Lapidosis ward. It had been invented to harden walls against outside forces, literally fortifying them to an insane degree. The largest disadvantage, however, was its tedious casting process. It wasn't difficult, but strenuous, and in the end it fell out of use after several new wards were created to defend against spells. As the newer wards were way above his skill level, he had resigned himself to another day of dutiful carving, and it took bloodied hands and further 53 wand motions until he had gotten the expected result. Now his southern wall was able to take any kind of damage he dished out without making a noticeable dent in it. The smoke he created by dousing the flames lifted, and Harry took his time to survey the destruction he caused, analyzing it with a calculating gaze. Some of his spells had veered off course and led to broken tables and chairs. Harry plucked a splinter out of the floor and scrutinized it with an unsatisfied look. He couldn't afford to let his accuracy waver with the kind of magic he threw around. One missed spell could instantly cripple an innocent bystander. That much was clear to him after his late-night discussion with the headmaster. He shook his head and gathered the last bit of magic he would use that evening. Reparo fortis, he muttered and flicked his wand lazily through the air, watching how every bit of furniture repaired itself, leaving no trace of the destruction he had wrought. He briefly considered a foray into the nebulous world of potions that had been embittered to him since the first time he had met Severus Snape. The information on how to brew a simple pepper-up potion should be easy to access and would many of his training sessions go smoother. First and foremost, however, he had to haul himself toward the dorms. It was the place where his incredibly inviting bed was waiting, after all. The orange-tinted flame of a single candle illuminated the rough wooden desk while Harry pored over a thick Transfiguration tome, utterly fascinated by the art that would permanently change his furniture. It was late into the night already, and with the exception of 2 extraordinary diligent ones which observed the ongoing laundry, even Hogwarts elves were resting, leaving the meal preparations for the next morning. His room, the refugee he had created for himself, wasn't even close to be completed. Quitting, however, wasn't a term he associated with himself, and thus he persevered. To have a personal training area was great, no doubt, but an empty room wasn't a place to feel comfortable in, and he wanted to rectify that as soon as possible. He focused on the words written in black ink, and finally, after what had seemed like hours of perusing the book, he found the passage that concerned him. Mutare mensar shatates, he whispered, and his finger trailed over the page. These were the words that would allow him to change one of the rickety old desks in his room into a finely crafted one. Hopefully, the new desk would resemble the desk he had seen in Dumbledore's office. He jotted some last notes on the parchment next to him, before carefully closing the tome. Another sip emptied the cup of tea, and he regarded the piece of pottery with dry amusement. During the time he had researched, he probably requested dozens of refills. The nearly inaudible popping sound to his left announced the arrival of an elf, and once again he marveled over the zealous little creatures which, even after centuries of punishment and Avery, remained so loving. Harry Potter, sir. Want more tea? Tipsy can make new batch, the excitable little elf asked with twitching ears and big round eyes shining with happiness. He regarded her fondly for a moment, but shook his head slightly. Thanks, Tipsy, he said, and cast a quick tempest to check the time. I think it's been enough for the night. The book, the parchment, and his quills were quickly secured in his bag, and he smiled at the two elves which busied themselves with cleaning non-existent ink stains on the desk. Good night, he whispered, and left the kitchen. Now, he only had to avoid Mrs. Norris and the various patrols. Hogwarts 5. December 1994. Look, it's Potter. He was really powerful. Yeah, but did you see how? His expression hardened as he sat down amidst his gossiping peers. Soon, very soon, the defense lesson would begin, and not even Parvati, rumor monger beyond belief, was foolish enough to talk, to even whisper, when Professor Moody taught. The classroom in which defense was taught had always been a topic of heated discussion among the students of Hogwarts, maybe even more so than the professors themselves, and it had many reasons to be. Every teacher decorated it differently, left his own mark on it, and, ultimately, it offered at least some kind of insight into the person that taught them. Quirrell had decorated it with long garlands of garlic and other rather circumspect things that allegedly helped against vampires. Lockhart had used the room as his own personal shrine, lining the walls with his portraits. Moony had exhibited various magical creatures, as it was the direction his many studies had taken him in out of personal reasons. And, this year, Alistair Moody followed the tradition and set the room up like one would expect from an overly paranoid ex-Auror. It was a simplistic setting that provided the professor a lot of cover and his students none bar their desks. Various instruments, not even remotely looking like the ones he had seen in Dumbledore's office, were placed at strategically important positions. Harry wasn't able to identify many of them and only recognized the dark detectors and the faux glasses, but it didn't matter to him. Whatever the others were for, he was sure they had their uses. He let his gaze wander, but aside from the enchanted chalkboard where words magically appeared, only the jars containing spiders were of interest. Spiders which Moody often used to demonstrate different curses, he thought, and shuddered. Shut your mugs, Moody growled and limped into the room, the door banging shut behind him. The man flicked his wand and sent light stinging hexes through the room, cursing everyone he deemed either unprepared or, even worse, unaware. Harry, having become quite used to it, hid behind his hastily erected protega and watched how Zabini was hit with a rictum sempra while Neville showed some rather impressive dance moves. Hopeless, the lot of you, Moody cursed under his breath and threw a piece of chalk at Seamus for good measure. How often do I have to drill it into your useless skulls? Constant vigilance. The man's roar had efficiently subdued the class, and no one dared to protest his behavior. Being taught by a legend like him was as frightening as it was exciting, and with a professor like that, there was no time to stand up and complain. Not that Harry wanted to. Today, we're going to review a dark curse that was heavily favored by many of you-know-who's follower, he grumbled, and the chalk that had previously smacked Seamus returned to the board, speeding up the process of the enchantment. Additionally to that, it also ranks highly on the Ministry's list of forbidden magic. Now, look. The professor took one of the spiders out of the jars and engorged it until the arachnid reached the size of a small cat. Harry wasn't really on amiable terms with him, but he still glanced over to Ron, who looked a bit green around the nose. An orange streak of light hit the spider, and the whole class watched, entranced by the gruesome display, how it wretched around, splitting open and oozing dark slime. He wasn't all that interested in the curse and used the time to observe some of the Slytherins that focused their whole attention on the lesson. It was surprising that Malfoy, while being quite fascinated by the curse, seemingly had no prior knowledge of it. Maybe it had something to do with his upbringing, he mused. It was possible that his mother had intervened when dear old Lucius wanted to teach his son the finer aspects of dark magic. His theory was given more weight when he noticed the knowing glint in Knott's and Bulstrode's eyes. Both were part of a family in which the patriarch reigned supreme and the matriarch had no say whatsoever. Then again, who knew what had really been going on behind the closed doors of Malfoy Manor? The entrail expelling curse. Moody's voice boomed through the room and broke Harry out of his musings. The spider was nothing more than a gooey mess on the professor's table, quickly to be vanished by the disgruntled man. Splits you open and toughly removes your innards, he explained. Still think the killing curse is cruel? Harry narrowed his eyes. That might as well have been a direct slight against his parents' sacrifice, and he didn't like it one bit. Moody, though, wasn't finished yet. Wait until one of your friends leaks his guts, slowly dying in your arms. The words were accentuated by the man's fist crashing onto the table with each new word. Now, open your books, page 84. His magical eye swiveled around and looked at each of them, or was it through them? Read the chapter and, by Merlin, do not practice it. If I find out that one of you used the curse, I'll personally end you. The lesson lasted for another 30 minutes and Moody demonstrated the curse 2 more times, explaining it in great detail. The former Auror even wrote some arithmetic formulas on the chalkboard for some of the eager students that took arithmancy as an elective. Still, despite the legends about the retired Master Auror, Harry couldn't help but become wary of him. For a moment, even if it was a truly short one, the man had looked like he enjoyed the cruelty heaped onto the engorged spiders. The lesson with Professor McGonagall was equally cursed that day, and the woman sniffed haughtily whenever she wandered around his desk. Obviously, the unintentional slight against her authority had left lingering effects on her behavior, and, to make matters even worse, he had decided to attend only 3 courses: Defense, Transfiguration and Charms. It certainly didn't endear him to the teachers, nor did it help him to gain friends. That his mind even wandered through those precious few lessons didn't make it better either. He had no doubt that asking her for help would end up in a harsh berating. The last remaining hours of sunlight were used up in his attempts to change a desk into the sophisticated study table he had seen in the headmaster's office. And although his tries were met with success in the end, it came at the cost of emptying his reserves. Again, he thought, irritated. He had lost count on how often he had spoken the incantation during that time, repeating the words Mutare Mensar Shatates in his mind, over and over again. Now, only minutes away from another chat with Dumbledore, he wondered whether he was truly such a despicable human being. Deserted by his friends, scorned by his teachers, and left with only an old man for company, of whom he didn't even know if he considered him a friend. The gargoyle stood tall and proud, and Harry asked it if the headmaster had the time to speak with him. It leapt aside and Harry quickly scaled the stairs, knocking on the sturdy door. Once acknowledged, he walked into the office with more confidence than he really felt. His eyes wandered around, discreetly looking for any interesting artifacts he might have missed during his last visit. He was delighted when he did indeed find something, and he examined the beautifully crafted harp that leaned on a shelf. Godsensvanir, as was written beneath it, and he made a mental note to consult some books later on to learn about the magical instrument that had caught his interest. Not wanting to appear rude, he turned around and saw the jovial headmaster looking at him, curiosity burning brightly in his intelligent blue eyes. Fawkes, the fiery avian, was comfortably perched on the man's shoulder and gave him a bob of its head. "Hello, Harry. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" Dumbledore asked. Open books littered the large desk and huge stacks of parchment towered over his head, but to Harry it simply looked right. As if the idea of any other setting for the headmaster was simply ludicrous. Suddenly, he felt guilty and wondered if he had interrupted important work. Aside from Sirius, Dumbledore was his last pillar of support and he really didn't want to annoy the man. The wizened headmaster, however, took one glance at Harry's change of expression and made an educated guess as to what was bothering him. "I don't know why you are here, Harry, but I'm glad nonetheless," he said and gestured to the paperwork with an annoyed swish of his hand. "It provides ample excuse for me to take a reprieve from this tedious work." Dumbledore put his quill away and filed several parchment in different stacks. "One would think that our government and the ICW were able to function without someone to double-check everything," he muttered. After the utensils were stowed away, Dumbledore turned around and directed his whole attention to Harry. "Now, what can I do for you?" I need dress robes," Harry mumbled, thoroughly embarrassed. "And I don't know how to dance." He noticed a flash of sadness on the headmaster's face, but it vanished quickly and was replaced by a determined glint. "That is, indeed, a problem." One of his long wiry fingers tapped the wooden desk, producing a weird rhythm. "Professor McGonagall informed you are to open the ball, I assume?" "Yes, sir," Harry answered. "Good. Then we have to make sure that you can adequately represent House Potter and Hogwarts as her champion," Dumbledore said. "Even if illegally entered." And Harry was quite sure that he wasn't meant to hear the last part. Dumbledore's face took on an absent-minded expression and he missed the questioning look that Harry sent his way. "I have an old friend who has taught wizards in such matters for decades now," he mused. "It might be prudent to ask her for help, if you are agreeable." The man's brows wrinkled when he saw the obviously confused lad in front of him and, not for the first time, he rued the day that he had left a young and impressionable child with the Dursleys. "What have I said now that confuses him so?" Dumbledore asked himself. The blood protection was important, of course, but had he made a mistake on that fateful night? It was a question that often plagued him whenever he saw how the boy was confounded by the most simple aspects of wizarding society. "Do you have a question, Harry?" he asked. Yes, Harry had questions. A lot of them, in fact. And currently they were mixing with the horrifying thoughts about dance lessons. House Potter. Dumbledore's head snapped up sharply and he saw the older man frowning. For a moment, he wondered if he had said something wrong, but the headmaster alleviated that fear when his look became apologetic. "I apologize, Harry," he said. "I was under the impression that Hagrid explained your status to you, when he accompanied you to Diagon Alley." "He did," Harry exclaimed heatedly. "He told me about the whole boy who lived business, and about Voldemort." The defense of his first friend was paramount to him. Dumbledore raised his hand to placate him. "It wasn't my intention to insult Hagrid," he said and continued to explain, never giving Harry the chance to feel ashamed for his sudden outburst. "He is a trusted friend and if there is someone to blame, it is me. Because for all of his endearing qualities and his big heart, I failed to account for his forgetfulness." Harry flushed and groaned inwardly. "Good show, Potter. Way to embarrass yourself." "That is a mistake I intend to correct as soon as possible," Dumbledore said and stroked his long silvery beard, gazing at Harry and seemingly thinking nothing of Harry raising his voice. "Hagrid informed you of your history with Voldemort, true, but that is purely from a social point of view. What you also need to know, however, is your standing in the political side of our world, including the Wizengamot and your status as the Potter heir." "And what does all of that mean?" Harry asked and a look of disdain crossed his face. Dumbledore chuckled inwardly. The young Potter was barely able to hide his disgust at the idea of politicking with the likes of Malfoy and Fudge. No doubt, his latest interactions with the Ministry didn't paint them in a very good light. "At the moment, Harry, it only means that you have to cultivate some connections and represent yourself accordingly at official functions," he explained. "On your 17th birthday then, you will be declared the head of House Potter and thus enter the Wizengamot." "Wonderful," was the disparaging answer. "Indeed, but never fear, Harry," the headmaster smiled wryly. "Elise, the woman that will teach you is a master of the fine intricacies of politics and etiquette. I am sure that she will take the time to educate you, if we tell her how woefully unprepared you are." Harry sat in silence and mulled over his newly revealed duties, considering the consequences each and every of his decision would carry from now on. Potter heir and, later, Lord of House Potter. His life would always be complicated, it seemed. "What of my dress robes?" He asked at last. You, like every other student allowed to attend the ball, will have the time and opportunity to buy them in Hogsmeade, the headmaster answered. In your case, however, it might be prudent to wait until your lessons have begun. He nodded thankfully and glanced at the war tapestry for a short moment. Dumbledore had explained it to him, had told him how imprecise the map was, but it soothed his worries nonetheless, to see Britain glow in a radiant green. If you can make some time in 2 days, then we can go to Diagon Alley, Dumbledore said, and Harry suppressed a snort. As if it was his own time that Harry was concerned about. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, he said. His fear rose, however, when he saw the infamous twinkle enter the headmaster's eyes. Oh, I am sure you appreciate it even more when you have met Elise, he chuckled. Now, if that was all, I believe you still have some homework to do. Harry didn't bother the man with the fact that as a champion he had no homework and, instead, he made his way out of the office. Just as he had crossed the threshold, Dumbledore spoke up again. Warding is serious business, after all, and it should never be taken lightly. Harry's head snapped around, but he only found the closed door behind him. He had to smirk. The old man really knew what he had been up to. Old Coot. Hogwarts 7. December 1994. There you are, Harry. Hurry, the headmaster said frantically and ushered him into a room with a large fireplace. It was huge and looked like it was able to hold more than 5 people at once. We have to be swift, he explained. Elise is a woman you never want to cross. Dumbledore pulled a small pouch from his belt and piled blue crystalline-looking powder on his open palm. The headmaster blew the powder into his face before Harry even had a remote chance to ask what it was supposed to do. Harry, I will answer your questions as soon as we reach the alley, he said. We will travel by flow. Diagon Alley 23 is the correct address, I believe. And now further explanation followed as Dumbledore had already vanished through the fireplace, leaving a confused Harry behind. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX marble floor. The chuckles of his headmaster reached his ear, which were still ringing from the violent method of transportation. He rose to his feet, coming face to face with the smiling woman that stood next to Dumbledore, and, quite forcefully, he had to remind himself not to stare. The brown hair, barely disrupted by a few strands of gray, was done in a beautiful way. Her whole appearance radiated elegance. "You were right, Albus," she said. "We have much to do. Fortunately, you were punctual this time around." Her words were soft-spoken and sounded pleasant, but he noticed a sudden look of anxiety crossing the headmaster's face as soon as she mentioned the word punctual. Dumbledore regained his composure quickly though and turned to his young student. "Harry, this is Lady Elise Broadmoor," he said with flourish. "She will be your instructor for the day." Harry nodded to himself and walked over to her. "Good morning, Mrs. Broa." A mild stinging hex interrupted him and he noticed the wand that loosely hung between her well-manicured fingers. "Lady Broadmoor," she corrected him. "Polite terms are important for a person of your standing." "Only wanted to say hello," Harry thought moodily. He remained silent though, confusion written plain on his face. "If you are not sure how to correctly address an unknown woman, always use the term lady," she explained. "If she is one, then you acted accordingly to protocol. If she isn't, then you have flattered her." She smiled at him. "Neither is a bad thing." He had to concede that point and started anew. "Good morning, Lady Broadmoor." She nodded in satisfaction and Harry took it as a sign to continue. He grabbed her hand in a short, but firm, grip and shook it. Elise's expression changed quickly, but even if he saw it, he interpreted the signs too late. Another stinging hex hit him and, this time, it was a bit more painful. Elise looked exasperated. "You never shake the hand of a lady when you greet her," she said. "A slight bow and a chaste key to the nickels are appropriate in those situations. Remember that your lips barely touch the hand." Slowly, but surely, he became irritated and the smug look Dumbledore wore didn't exactly help his state of mind. He was reasonably sure that the second the headmaster had mentioned Elise, he knew exactly what would happen should they meet. A small part of his brain wondered if the man had brought some lemo drops to beep on. It was the perfect suite while watching the fabulous show that called itself Potter Comedy. "Good morning, Lady Broadmoor," he said again and bowed, brushing his lips lightly over her hand. "Satisfactory," she remarked. "Learn quickly and beware, the hexes will become gradually more painful." She smirked as she continued to speak. "I would hate for Albus to be disappointed because I started to use Crucio on you." Her voice was saccharine sweet and Harry saw Dumbledore's pleading look. He was horrified by the prospect, but also curious. Had she done it in the past? Had Dumbledore suffered under the curse as he learned how to act accordingly? It certainly explained his skittish behavior around her. "I assume that this is Harry Potter, heir of House Potter," she said, mustering him. "Why does he not look the part?" "Appearance-wise, it is because of this," Dumbledore said and pulled the small pouch out again. "Dolus Pulvisculus, the result of advanced alchemy. For approximately 5 hours it creates a strong illusion around the target, more resilient than any glamour charm. Harry does not notice it, but to everyone else he looks like a blue-eyed boy with blonde hair." Elise grazed the headmaster with a hard look. "Why the deception?" she asked. "I did not presume your schedule to be empty, Elise, thus I chose this method as a safety measure," he explained. "The arrangement should only be known to us in our vaults. So we have to act in secrecy," she mused, clearly intrigued by the blue powder. "Very well. You already explained the circumstances and we have much to do. First and foremost, I will concentrate on the finer aspects of dancing and dining in company." Once again, her eyes landed on Harry and she took a few minutes to observe him. "What about his date?" she asked. "That is a problem he has to resolve himself," Dumbledore answered, smiling slightly. "And his dress robes?" Harry felt way out of his comfort zone and the headmaster answered the question for him. "I advised him to speak with you on the matter." Elise nodded. "That is probably for the best. Make yourself useful, Albus. Arrange appointments with a barber and an optometrist. He is in dire need of both," she said. At first, Harry thought Dumbledore would complain against such a direct order, but the man only hummed in agreement. Then, Elise turned around to him again. "Follow me, young heir. It is time for your first lesson." She walked away and he followed her obediently. His pace, however, was very, very sedated and his eyes trailed her swaying behind that, despite her apparent age, looked rather firm. She looked like a woman in her late 30s, in fact, but how she had accomplished such a feat, he had no idea. Dumbledore watched silently how his long-time friend led the lad away when, suddenly, said boy doubled over in pain and clutched his stomach. He drew his wand and looked around for the cause, but stilled when he saw Elise's poisonous smile. It was something he had seen often enough already and recognized it instantly as the one she reserved for deep thoughts of any kind. He shook with silent laughter and popped another lemo drop into his mouth. "Ah, the folly of youth," he thought as he turned around, intent on fulfilling his task. Hogwarts 14. December 1994. In these last days, he worked relentlessly. Being forced to split his attention between the research for new warding schemes, befitting of his sanctuary, and an obscene amount of hours spent in the company of Lady Broadmoor, he really hadn't much time for himself. Truly, it was a hassle to memorize the appropriate greetings, to learn dancing and dining among political figures as well as the social upper class, but he endured it with single-minded resolve well known to those he had saved during his earlier years at the magical castle. The money for his lessons came, after all, directly from Dumbledore's personal vault as he had learned later that day. He protested it, of course, but Elise had shushed him like an unruly child and told him that it was the headmaster's way to repent for something. For what? She could only speculate. So, he endured and persevered, determined to make the most of the grueling hours. Dolus Pulvisculus, the mysterious powder, was his constant companion during the time with his pleasant, but strict instructor, and everyone he had met at her place only knew him to be Nathal Broadmoor, a distant relative of Elise. It was the perfect disguise and prevented any kind of trouble about the amount of time she spent with him, preparing him for the Yuletide ball. These days were painful, but at least he had managed to avoid the crucio she constantly threatened him with, and, after Professor Moody's demonstration, he wasn't all that keen on experiencing that particular curse anytime soon. It came as surprise though, that the art of dancing was a wonderful form of relaxation for him. The beautiful woman in his arms wasn't unwelcome either. He had, of course, earned himself several painful hexes at first, but the lady called it psychology and reinforcement of her lessons. Well, he disagreed and called it torture. Not that he would tell her that in the near future. All of these things, even if they were important, didn't matter to him at moment, however, as he had finally found the third ward he would cast on his room, and that also lied within his capabilities. He grinned, and several of the studious Ravenclaws, occupying the library seats next to him, wondered what had made the reclusive Gryffindor so happy. He paid them no mind and eagerly absorbed the words written in black ink, happy that the library apparently judged him worthy enough to take the next step in the art of warding. It might have been the 2 wards he had carved into the castle's very own foundation that had convinced it. Anyway, he was glad that he found the book. Mala Fides ad Proximitas, the intent-based ward. The Mala Fides belongs to the category of supplementary wards and therefore has to be keyed into an already existing one. It is mostly used in combination with the Certior Fieri Proximitas and determines if the person recognized by the proximity ward has bad intentions towards the warder, or the warded area. In such a case, the ward holder will be informed. If not, however, only the signal of the usual proximity ward will be transmitted. To create a Mala Fides ward, the appropriate runes have to be inscribed next to the proximity wards and they have to be linked through the Universal Rune of Connection, Jibo. Afterward, the user has to put 7 drops of his blood on the Rune of Connection and use the described wand motions. The incantation is Mala Fides ad Proximitas. It is perfect, he thought and whispered the incantation to himself. He quickly scribbled the important information on a piece of parchment. Maybe he should buy an empty and collect his notes in it. The idea had merit, he supposed. Harry pocketed his writing tools and made his way through several secret passages, currently only known to the Weasley twins and the Marauders. He walked through the dark tunnels until he reached the exit hidden behind a portrait, finding himself in front of the Great Hall. And as much as he reveled in the peace and quiet his own room and the kitchens provided, Lady Broadmoor had made it unmistakably clear that as the future Lord Potter he had certain responsibilities. Responsibilities that could seldom be met without social connections and acquaintances. He steeled himself and, for the first time in nearly 2 months, strode confidently into the hall. Few students didn't notice him, many observed and stared at him, but those, he decided, were inconsequential at the moment. He sought out the Gryffindor table and saw Ron speaking with Dean, while Seamus listened intently. Hermione sat next to Ginny, her nose buried in a large tome. Probably a history book, he thought. His gaze didn't linger though and wandered over the table, noticing the curious stares from the 3 beautiful chasers. He gave them an appreciative once-over and saw Alicia smirk when she noticed him ogling them. Harry was about to ignore them too when he, surprisingly, saw Neville sitting next to Angelina, leafing through a stack of parchment. Alicia whispered something into Katie's ear and both beckoned him to sit with them. He shrugged, not all that troubled by it, and took his place next to Neville, who was so engrossed in his readings that he didn't even notice him. "Hey, guys," he greeted them. The heir of House Longbottom, according to Elise, startled and his head snapped up. He quickly saw the changes in the boy who lived, noticing the new rectangular glasses and the freshly groomed shoulder-length hair. "Hello, Harry," the chasers chorused. With practiced movements, honed throughout 3 years of Hogwarts education, he piled food on his plate and gave Neville the time to collect himself. "Haven't seen you round for a long time, Harry. Were you away?" Katie asked the question that was obviously on their minds. "Not that it's any of our business, of course," Neville amended nervously, getting curious looks from the 3 beauties. "Nah," Harry mumbled, swallowing his food. "Just wanted some peace. With everyone going bonkers over the tournament that's pretty hard recently." "Right. Can't blame them though," Neville said. "Yes, you were kinda awesome," replied Angelina sultry, batting her eyelashes. The 2 other chasers giggled. "Please, for all that's holy, not you too." Angeline batted her eyelashes faster and puckered her lips, but Neville looked a bit cross with him. "I'm not fawning, Harry," he said. "It's just, I heard stories about such magic, you know. Grant told me about them. and to see it personally he trailed off toward the end. Well, yeah, but I had to do it. How else would I have gotten to the egg? He asked. The girls smirked as one. We could have totally helped you to find your eggs, Katie said. Instead of blushing, however, Harry leered at them. I'll make sure to remember that offer for the future, he said and laughed. He glanced at Neville, but instead of the anticipated blush, he looked guilty. I'm sorry that I didn't stand up for you, he whispered, eyes firmly glued on the stack of parchment in front of him. Doesn't matter anyway now, Harry said. I know you're shy, so don't worry. I won't bite your head off. He took an inconspicuous glance around the table and saw that the three chasers looked chastised and rather ashamed of themselves. Gryffindors value bravery and their comrades in arms above all else, but it looks like these traits got lost over the years, bearing some minor exceptions, of course. A few noticed his harsh stare, but he ignored them. You're by far the most pleasant company in Gryffindor right now, he said. Then, he noticed Angelina's chest move up and down as she breathed and smirked. Well, I guess you guys too. Alicia swatted him on the arm, but still looked a bit guilty. Harry, we're sorry too, she said and the other two nodded. No worries, he waved them off. Anyway, nice talking to you guys, but I gotta go. Next task won't be easy either. He rose from his seat and turned around, when Neville spoke again. Harry. Yup. If you need any help to prepare, he said quietly. I'll ask. Thanks for the offer, Nev, Harry answered and smiled at him, before he walked out of the hall. Date. The word, the idea, the concept. It had hounded him for over 3 hours now and not even the delicious tea that Hogwarts elves brewed for him helped to soothe his nerves. Lady Broadmoor had snickered for Merlin's sake, when he mentioned that he loved no one enough to take them as a date to the ball. The notion that you have to love the person you take to an official ball is ridiculous, she had said, thoroughly enjoying his horrified expression. And for an orphan like him, who knew no love but always strove for it, the idea that such a pure force could be corrupted was maddening. The mere possibility that it could be soiled by intrigue and politics was awful. It was, however, the cruel reality he had learned to be the truth after several hours with his instructor. She then had mentioned that it sometimes happened and a couple attended a ball out of sheer love, only to squash that particular ray of hope when she added that those were mostly Muggleborns and Half-Bloods. For a short moment he had harbored the fear that Elise was a blood purist, but she disabused him of that notion with a quick whack to the head. I am no more blood purist than Albus, she had said, looking on smugly as he held his head in pain. You have to learn how to move in certain social circles, and if you manage to marry a Muggleborn or a Half-Blood without falling in disgrace, all the better, she had further explained. Do not, however, squander such a good chance to form new connections, when you yourself told me that you had no one to take out of love. She had been right, as usual. His father had left him the legacy of House Potter and he would do his best to make his old man proud. Additionally, he had managed to marry his mother without falling in the eyes of his political peers. At least in the eyes of those that mattered. And if his dad had done it, then he could do it too. The empty cup of tea was forgotten and he rubbed his temple in annoyance, thinking about whom he could take to the ball. More importantly, how in Morgana's name would he manage to convince said person? The girl he thought about first was Susan Bones. She was beautiful and her aunt, a powerful witch in her own right, was the head of the DMLE, the Magical Law Enforcement. A friendly relationship with her was bound to come in handy sooner or later, and his smile quickly formed into a beaked grin as he visualized Susan. The girl possessed a voluptuous ass and magnificent tits for her age, not to mention the wonderful red pigtails he could pull while he. No, I have to remain focused, he thought. Those images, while highly satisfying for a teenager like him, weren't relevant to his current problem. Susan as a date would boost his standing within the school tremendously, probably even that of her aunt, but it also brought a whole slew of new problems with it. How would he even get her to agree? She was a headstrong girl, that much he knew, and the Hufflepuffs and him weren't exactly on amiable terms. No, it didn't matter how influential her aunt was, if winning her over was more trouble than it was worth. A part of him was disgusted by the thought of judging people only by their worth, but he squashed it quickly. Do not delude yourself into thinking that they are not doing the same, Elise had said. Everyone with even a shred of political upbringing will go through the same decisions. Love, as unfortunately as it is, has seldom place on such a battlefield. The firmly memorized words helped to keep him calm, and he pondered his other options. Hannah Abbott fell in the same category as Susan. Her father had a good clout in the Wizengamot, but she too was a Hufflepuff. It seemed as if the House of the Loyal and Hardworking was a no-go in this matter. Ravenclaw, at first glance, was a veritable treasure trove. But, after carefully going through each viable option, he learned that the first glance often was deceiving. Cho Chang, a beautiful and exotic girl, was his first option. Not just because of her stunning looks, but also because her family was heavily invested in overseas trading and held various honorary positions in the Chinese ministry. Then again, one look into Hogwarts, Grapevine revealed that Cedric had already asked her out and she had accepted. It was impossible to get her as a date now, but as she was going with Diggory and would dine with them, the situation still offered ample opportunity to form some sort of connection with her. Padma Patil wasn't as superficial as her sister, but also not really viable. Everything he would achieve through her would be counteracted by her sister Parvati, who definitely didn't like him after all the times he had insulted Trelawney. It was a shame too, as she was quite the looker in her own way. He snorted when a stray thought brought up Marietta Edgecombe. As if, he muttered under his breath. Her mother worked in the office for transport regulations at the ministry, and while it was no elated position, it had the potential to become useful someday. No good connection in the world, however, would make him take her to the ball. His social standing within the school would come crashing down the second he was seen with her. That left Luna Lovegood, whose father was the editor of a rather interesting tabloid. He had to discard her immediately, even if he didn't really want to. Not because she wasn't friendly, no. He could even imagine that they would have a grand time and that her unique perspective would live things up accordingly, but the choice to take her, even as a friend, would have repercussions. For one, she was a year younger than him and it would be perceived as a weakness if he took her to the ball. Additionally to that would come the immediate fall in his standing due to her and her father's low reputation. Shame that, he thought, but Elise would skin him alive. He just took her as a friend without considering the consequences. The only women that interested him from the House of the Cunning were the sisters Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Astoria was too young, however, and while Daphne was incredibly beautiful and a connection with her would be highly beneficial due to her father, it would also stir up all kinds of trouble at Hogwarts. Well, he didn't really mind the trouble, but she had no reasons to go with him and he had nothing that could potentially change her mind. The same could be said for Tracy, and it made it highly unlikely that any of these girls would even consider to become his date. Bulstrode and Parkinson were as quickly discarded as they entered his mind. Harry shuddered. Although Elise would rip him apart for not seeing them as an option, there was no way in hell that he would even think about them. That left only Beauxbatons, as Durmstrang only brought males to Hogwarts. Maybe the school was only for boys, but he didn't know that for certain. Anyway, the only woman from the French school that had caught his eye was Fleur Delacour. Her father was, according to his research, the head of the French DMLE, and her mother held a rather influential position in the French Villa conclaves. Fleur Delacour, he whispered. He knew that she had been asked several times already, but also that she had refused each and every of her suitors. The act of convincing her would be a seriously difficult task, bordering on futility. Nonetheless, he had to try it. He was a Gryffindor for a reason, and while his Slytherin side did the thinking, it was the part of him that placed him in the Lion's House that would take charge as soon as he had the opportunity to talk with her. Hogwarts 16. December 1994. He watched as she left the Great Hall with an envoy of two other French beauties, but, as was the effect Fleur's ethereal beauty had on people, they could be called plain and ugly next to her. Harry had done some more research and had, inconspicuously of course, listened into several conversations about her, courtesy of his father's cloak. So, now that it was time to make his move, he was as prepared as he could be. His anxiety rose again, as it had done quite often in the last hour, but he squashed it ruthlessly and took a deep breath, steeling his resolve as he walked over to the small group. Lady Delacour, a word please, he said, trying to appear as tall and confident as he could. Inwardly, however, he was a nervous mess when he felt her allure hammer against his consciousness and saw her two companions eyeing him critically. Not one muscle in his face moved, and he regarded her indifferently while he waited for her answer. Stay strong, was the mantra that he chanted over and over in his mind. Don't let her see any weakness, stay strong. He really hoped that his performance in the first task gave him enough leeway to ask for an audience. He was just a little boy, after all. Right. Wrong, he thought. He would show her that while he wasn't her age, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Of course, Senor Potter, she answered and turned to her friends. Celine, Maria, excusez-moi. He led her to an abandoned classroom where they would be able to talk in peace, and, as soon as she passed the threshold, he flicked his wand and closed the door behind them. Fleur seemed curious enough as she watched him, but remained silent for the moment. A second please, Lady Delacour. I want to secure our talk, he elaborated. He grinned. Little boy. Yesterday he had spent hours to find a plethora of silencing and locking charms just for this single moment. His wand rose and, like a conductor to some kind of symphony, he wove it through the air. Lights of various colors left his wand and even two bright domes expanded from it. The professionals called this kind of charm time-oriented wards, as they only worked for a small period of time. On the positive side, however, they didn't need any runes but those he traced into the very air. Fremitus tutela, Claudera, Porta opereras, circumstruo ad silentium, clastrum praevalio. Spell after spell left his wand, and with each he managed to successfully cast. Fleur's eyebrows just rose a little bit higher. Hopefully it worked as he had intended it to, and he managed to impress her. Maybe the headmaster had been right, he thought. He was only in his fourth year and it had been ridiculously easy to learn those charms in one night. What do you want to talk about, Seigneur? She asked at last. Harry was impressed that her accent had nearly vanished over the time she had stayed at Hogwarts. He also noticed, gleefully, that she now called him Seigneur instead of little boy. I have an offer to make, he answered. And again he felt a wave of her allure reach out to him, this time even stronger than in the courtyard. It took some effort, but he shrugged it off without changing his facial expression of careful neutrality. Oh, and what is this offer you speak of? She asked. I'm in need of a partner for the ball. Coincidentally, we both are champions and have to open it with a dance, he said. The best he could describe it as were gigantic oceanic waves, when Fleur's allure crashed into him with no restraint, and it took all of his mental fortitude to resist her. The strength of her will, the same will she was currently trying to impose on him, was easily on par with Professor Moody's Imperius. Then again, he was often told that he had a bit of a stubborn streak and his mind was his alone. He wouldn't yield. It took a while, but then the strength behind her presence lessened and she regarded him with a contemplative look. Why should I go with you, Senor Potter, when I have denied so many others? She asked. He shrugged. Well, I'd have a beautiful date and you would have the only male student even remotely close to your age that can ward off your allure, he answered. It was time to close the deal. I was under the impression that you'd like that more, at least, than being constantly drooled at. You're pretty young, she said, hesitancy creeping into her voice. Every bit of negative backlash you could get due to my age would be countered by my current status, he replied. And, oh boy, did he feel proud of himself right now. He had done it, had, bolstered by his Gryffindor courage, asked the delectable Fleur Delacour to be his date for the Yuletide ball. Now, she held all the cards and he couldn't help but wonder what he would do should she say no, which was, despite all his arguments, still a very real possibility. Fleur took her time and he fought hard not to fidget under her scrutinizing gaze. I will think about it, Senor Potter, she said and rose from her seat. Relief flooded him as he heard her answer. That was decidedly more than any other male currently in the castle could say. He nodded and cancelled the charms with a flick of his wand, watching intently as she strode through the door with a mesmerizing sway of her hips. Better than I'd XP. CTED, he thought and smiled. Hogwarts 17. December 1994. Clad in his newly acquired pants, he knelt on the floor, once again carving runes into Hogwarts, cold stone. It was tedious work as usual, but after he had found a sharpening charm for the knife, it went a bit faster. The charm was the improvement that he had desperately needed, as the Malefides ward used more runes than his first two wards combined. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up, regarding his work with a critical look. Everything seems to be in order, he thought. And now, all that remained were 7 drops of his blood to be smeared over the rune of connection, Jibo. He picked up the knife he had discarded moments ago and pricked his thumb, watching intently as 7 lonely drops spilled out of it. Remembering the next phase quite well, he recalled the wand motions a last time. Malefides ad proximitas, he intoned clearly. It took over 39 wand motions until the ward took hold and keyed itself into his proximity ward. He felt his awareness expand to the whole room, but just as he was about to congratulate himself, his senses went haywire and he jumped backward. Curious, he thought. The newcomer hadn't activated the Malefides and had only sprung the proximity ward. It stood to reason that whoever the intruder was, he or she was friendly or neutral at least. He gripped his wand tightly, a curse on his lips, and scanned the room, until his gaze landed on a regular barn owl. Harry sighed in relief and walked over to the avian, quickly unfastening the small piece of paper bound to its leg. Let's see, he muttered, absently waving his wand and transfiguring an empty ink pot into a dish filled with water. Senor Potter, I accept your invitation to the Yuletide ball and hope we will have a good time. My dress will be turquoise colored and it is my deepest wish for you to dress accordingly. I hope for your sake that you can dance. Fleur Delacour. He reread the letter, ran a single victory round through the room and whistled merrily, a happy smile plastered on his face. The letter was blunt, but who cared anyway? He had a date with a beautiful and well-connected lady, and not even Elise could say something against that. Harry watched the owl fly away, but suddenly a feeling of unease befell him. It was as if he had forgotten something important over the last 2 months. In the shadowy confines of the Olary, amber eyes opened slowly. The glint in them promised painful retribution. Harry sat behind his new desk and looked out of the window, observing the magnificent spectacle of thousands of white snowflakes warring for supremacy, while his hand ran over the smooth wooden surface of his latest transfiguration accomplishment. A frown was etched on his face as he watched the sky in ruminative silence and pondered how to deal with his godfather, the only man that unconditionally loved him for being just Harry. Thick wads of high-quality parchment, vellum or velline as Lady Broadmoor had called it, were lying next to the expensive swan feather and the charmed ink pot, filled with mossy, ancient India ink made with a receipt that was older than the legendary castle Hogwarts itself. The various, and highly difficult charms on the richly emblazoned pot made sure that the ink would dry on the first contact with parchment, and that each automatic refill would be fine to his vault, lying deep in the protected caverns of Gringotts. He was not taken by all the gaudiness these costly items presented, but arguing with Elise, as he had started to call her in private, seemed to be an exercise in futility. So he endured and emptied his pockets of the galleons he had initially planned to use for the entirety of the 4th year. Words written on cheap parchment will, despite their importance, always land in a stack of paper that can be read at another time, she had said. His first impulse had been to protest such a superficial advice, but one look at the austere face of his headmaster gave this predication all the credence it needed, and it made him sad. Sad to see that such a world, which despite its numerous dangers still held and housed so many wonders, allowed itself to be so shallow. Rain broke free, escaping the massive, thundering clouds on the horizon, and as the first drops fell onto the piled snow on his windowsill he looked on how they merged, how they mixed with each other, and his thoughts were flying a mile a minute. Was he slowly losing his naivety in the company of his headmaster, despite the older mont's jovial nature? He took his wand and gave it a small whirl, igniting the candle on his desk and the torches lining the walls of his sanctuary, bathing the room in a soft glow. Illuminated by the various flickering lights, he looked at his wand. The art of wordless magic was arduous, and after practicing the spell for hours, he still had to consciously suppress the incantation that always wants to leave his mouth. His gaze landed on the newly acquired parchment and he reminded himself of the letter he still had to write this evening. With all the stress surrounding the Triwizard Tournament, he had completely forgotten about Sirius, and it was high time to inform him about the ongoings in his life. He wondered if his godfather even knew about the tournament, the first task, or the dragon. Had Dumbledore told him, or would Sirius be angry that he only learned about it from a letter written after the danger was overcome? Of course he will. Probably come here as well. He muttered to himself. It was an inane question. Sirius would somehow manage to make his way to Hogwarts, and although Harry would love the support of his godfather, it would be an incredible dangerous undertaking. Dozens of reporters, national and international alike, were already swarming Hogwarts, always searching for the best scoop or some nasty rumors. Important political figures like the minister and various department heads were going in and out of Hogwarts, talking, politicking and planning the tournament. Even Sirius Animagus form could not hold under such scrutiny, and lifting the veil of secrecy, seizing the only form of free movement that the man had, would doom him to a life of boredom. A life that the freshly escaped convict would loathe with all his being. The danger of an anonymous tip to the Auror department by Wormtail, should even a rumor of a black dog near Harry appear, complicated matters further beyond the scale of a bold venture. No, it was better for Sirius to stay where he currently was. Far away from British jurisdiction, parochial politicians and petty adversaries like Severus Snape. But how to convince him? The letter had to sound and look mature, or Sirius would gravely underestimate its severity. He dipped the tip of his new feather in the Misa ink and slowly started to write, hoping beyond hope that his godfather would grasp the letter's gravity. Dear Sirius, I apologize for not writing earlier, but as you might have heard through the grapevine, the Triwizard Tournament is being held in Hogwarts, and as my extraordinary luck dictates, I stumbled into the next life-threatening situation, and the Goblet of Fire made me the 4th champion, but not all hope is lost. He paused and considered his next words carefully. Telling Sirius about the dragon would be tremendously stupid and would only incite the man, filled with worry, to do something reckless. Omission might be the best course of action, he thought, and while he felt despicable doing it, he would shoulder the blame once the danger of Sirius coming to Hogwarts has passed. Even if indirect, Professor Dumbledore has helped me to prepare for the tasks that lie ahead, and he will help me to survive them, so do not worry too much about me. Sirius, I implore you to stay where you are. Please, don't be foolish and come here. No difficulties in my life are worth your incarceration, and once all this is over we can finally live together. You getting back to Azkaban would only make this harder. Love you, Harry. Blowing air through his lips and reading the letter once more, he sincerely hoped that Sirius would heed his advice. He held the parchment under the candle holder and let 3 drops of hot wax drip onto the bottom of it, directly below his signature. Cursing Elise under his breath, he took the recently acquired ring that signaled his status as heir of House Potter from his finger and pressed it into the red mass until the Potter coat of arms clearly stood out and a surge of pride rushed through him. A sword thrust through a round shield and covered in ivy. It was simple and not nearly as fancy as some of the coat of arms he had seen on the genealogy tapestry that hung in the office of Zungulnik, Gringotts Sr. in all matters relating to one's ancestry, but it was his family's crest. It showed that he belonged. After the wax had dried, he rolled the parchment carefully together and tied it with a red satin ribbon that was more expensive than a simple piece of cloth had any right to be. Although calling it simple might be wrong, as it had very advanced charms woven into it, to make sure that no one but the intended recipient could loosen it. Harry hoped that Sirius would be surprised enough by the Potter insignia to temporarily forget about any and all plans he might have hatched for visiting him. Linus Planeeps. Fieri Inolens. Harry brandished his wand in a well-practiced fashion, once again silencing the sound of his boots hitting the floor and vanishing his scent. He took the finished letter from the desk, placing it in his robe with great care, and grabbed the familiar cloak that still, after decades of use, felt like woven liquid in his hands. As soon as he stepped out of his sanctuary on the 3rd floor and had closed the door, his wand was in motion, weaving figures and runes into the air. Claustrum Praevalio. Porta Operiras. Now, that it took more than a simple Alohomora to open the way into his private area, he could make his long way to the Olary, where Hedwig would wait on him. He shuddered at the thought of how angry she would be with him for neglecting her 2 months long. Shrouding himself in darkness, concealed by his father's cloak, he moved to the great staircases at the center of Hogwarts, always clinging to the corners where no torchlight could reach him, and he remained safe from sudden reflections affecting his most dear possession. He had long ago lost his fear of being out of bounds after curfew. Many of his adventures had, after all, only added to his disregard for that certain regulation, but tonight he could do without a conflict between him and the forces of order and correct behavior. His green eyes pierced through Hogwarts shadows at night as he crept from step to step, steadily observing the constellation of the staircases to avoid their sudden movements. Deeper and deeper he slunk into the lower levels of Hogwarts until he came to a stop in front of an old portrait near the entrance to the dungeons. "I solemnly swear, I'm up to no good," he whispered and fondly looked at the old and worn parchment, on which lines of black ink slowly formed the outlines of his school, revealing its deepest secrets. A thorough check of his vicinity showed him that neither Snape, nor any Slytherins were near, but that Filch, the old and grumpy caretaker, was slowly making his way towards the dungeons. Mischief managed. He quickly folded the map his father and his friends had created, and secured it on his belt, before eyeing the portrait in front of him. A rather rotund witch, dressed in blue robes and with a pointed hat adorning her head, slept peacefully in it, seemingly not bothered by anything in her proximity. The sound of boots hitting the foundation of Hogwarts approached, and with a rising panic, that felt completely unbecoming for a champion, he realized that it was Filch, who stood just around the next corner. "Paddix Serifa," he whispered harshly and jumped through the revealed entrance, as soon as the portrait jumped aside, rousing the dumpy witch out of her sleep. Only after the portrait hole slid shut, did he allow himself to breathe a weary sigh and relaxed his tensed muscles. Sneaking through Hogwarts would be definitely more fun if he didn't carry a letter that had lethal potential in the wrong hands, he thought. The possible chain reaction Filch would have caused, had he gotten his hands on the tied parchment, could have been catastrophic. Harry was reasonably sure that the caretaker had neither the knowledge, nor the power to get rid of the charmed ribbon. That much was clear after he had confirmed the rumors of Filch being a squib in his second year, but Severus Snape was another matter entirely. Filch would have undoubtedly alarmed the professor that disliked Harry the most, Snape, and while he did not know if Dumbledore had informed the man of Sirius' innocence, there was no way that he would put Sirius' existence in the hands of his petty potions professor. Too much bad blood had flown between the two of them, and he couldn't be sure that Snape wouldn't abandon his rationality, or what's left of it, to get a bittersweet revenge. As confident as Harry was, that the charm woven into the ridiculous pricey piece of cloth would hold, the thought of Severus Snape getting his hands on it made him uneasy. There was no telling if a man with such knowledge of the dark arts could overcome the highly advanced privacy spell that had been cast on it. No, Snape and Filch should be avoided at all costs that night. "Lumos," he muttered, after the sounds that Filch made remained only a rumble in the far distance. For minutes he wandered the hidden passage high, low and around corners, while contemplating the use of learning to cast the light spell silent. As he reached the end of his way and stood behind one of the gigantic stone warriors that adorned the ground floor of the clock tower, he extinguished the light on his wand-tip with a soft-spoken "Nox," completely bereaving the hall of light. It took some minutes, spent in utter silence, until his eyes had gotten used to the new darkness. Fitting his body tightly against the wall, he crept slowly but surely towards the courtyard entrance, until his movements came to an abrupt stop. Suppressing the urge to curse violently, he pressed his head against the cooled stones of Hogwarts, thankful that the thin fabric of his cloak did not render the feeling useless. He needed a calm and collected mind to get out of this one, for sure. Like a watchdog, Snape sat on one of the various benches in the brightly illuminated courtyard, his eyes roving around the area, making sure that no errant student would cross his way unnoticed. The usually beautiful place, fraught with ivy-adorned columns and a magnificent fountain in its center, looked suddenly ugly and devoid of life with his hated professor in the midst of it. Using the short moment, when Snape looked elsewhere in the attempt to catch evildoers, he moved quickly behind one of the many abelia bushes, the large shadows, thrown by the enormous open double doors, aiding him. Was it Snape's goal in life to make him miserable? He asked himself as he surveyed the area and fervently tried to come up with a plan. He could use one of the benches to knock him out, but as soon as the idea came up, he abandoned it. It would feel great, no doubt, but it would also bring far-reaching consequences he was not willing to face. The headmaster would have his hide, if he gave Snape a concussion just to get into the Ollery after curfew. He desperately needed a distraction. Something that would give him the time to escape towards the wooden bridge that led to the grounds of Hogwarts. His eyes snapped to the hated potioneer, who had stood up and stretched his legs. For a vicious moment he hoped Snape had cramps and needed to visit Madame Pomfrey, but then he spied something from the corner of his eyes, and a grin tugged at his lips. He had found his distraction. Gripping his wand tightly in his sweaty palm, he pointed it at the medium-sized statue of the bird that adorned the fountain and whispered fiercely under his breath, "Animatus Bellatorius." Hoping that Snape hadn't heard him, he watched how the bird slowly became alive and with soft strokes of his wings lifted up into the air, hovering behind the professor and preparing itself to attack. It was small enough not to injure him, but large enough to serve as an adequate distraction for him to get away. Tensing his muscles to the maximum, he prepared himself for his dash to the bridge, and was shocked to see his chance of escape reduce itself to zero. Reducto. Snape, with long ingrained habits after being in a war, had whirled around by the first sign of an attack and fired the first curse that came to mind. The spell, Harry noticed, had slid of the bird, like it hadn't even been cast to begin with. The charm he had used to animate it was an advanced form of the usual animation charm after all and was interwoven with several defensive mechanisms. Confringo. Harry looked on, how the professor didn't even hesitate to fire the next curse before he even saw that the Reducto did nothing. Harry's plan was quickly going down the drain and he banished any thoughts about running away. His fear was confirmed when the light purple spell hit the bird and broke a large chunk of stone out of its wings. Snape allowed his usual emotional facade fade into a derisive sneer and wove his wand a last time, while Harry despaired. He was fast, but not that fast, and he knew he would never reach the bridge in time. Fervus Luno Fragasus. Harry had never heard of such a spell and with the bit of Latin he knew, assumed it to be a dark curse. Rightly so, as a sickle-shaped light, tinted in dark yellow expanded from Snape's wand and hit the bird that was still trying to reach him, to fight him, shattering it in thousands of pieces. I'm screwed, he thought, standing a few feet away from his hiding place. The few feet he had made before he stopped to see his animation being ruthlessly obliterated in a matter of seconds. He couldn't move. 1 inch, even the lightest gust of wind his movement would cause, would alert Snape to his whereabouts. Show yourself. The greasy man cried in fury and Harry's eyes moved in panic, searching for a way out of this not salvageable situation. He couldn't let it end like this. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Serious freedom was at stake, and it was a bet he simply could not lose. Snape's head whirled around, as the sudden hoot of a common barren owl made the man aware of its presence. Harry nearly stopped holding his breath, thanking various gods, Merlin and Morgana, for the welcome noise. Quickly, while the professor was distracted, he pointed his wand towards one of the closed windows on the 4th floor of the clock tower that oversaw the courtyard. He always told himself that he worked best under stress. Now was the time to prove it. Focusing his mind on a spell he had never even practiced without incantation, he let his magic pour out of his wand. With a resounding crash, the windows flew open and Snape, who had long lost his interest in the interfering owl, trained his dark eyes on the place where the sound had come from. Not wasting any time, the sourly professor ran into the clock tower, assuming that the culprit who had charmed the statue to attack him had done it out of that particular window. As the black, billowing cloak vanished into the darkness of the tower, Harry let out a sigh of relief and inwardly thanked the silent Depulso he had sent over such a distance, but he had no time to wait. Running like the devil himself was on his heels, he crossed the courtyard and sped, without looking back, along the wooden framework of the bridge, not noticing how his magic, which was still in inner turmoil, ignited every torch he left behind on his way to the other end. Completely out of breath, he walked towards the circle of stones that symbolized the beginning of Hogwarts grounds, his cloak tightly tucked around him, when a pair of voices nearly made him groan in disappointment. Not again, he thought, and quickly jumped behind one of the large menhirs, carefully looking around it, to see whom he had stumbled into now. You know, we shouldn't be here, a brunette girl said, and Harry instantly noticed the worried, but nonetheless exhilarated tone in her voice. She was a Slytherin, that much he could tell from the bit of her robe that was illuminated by the torch they brought. The green trim was unmistakable, but he could not tell who it was. I know. But can you resent me for it? The male answered, and held her hands in his own. No, but there will be hell to pay show. The boy leaned forward, and interrupted her with an intense and passionate key. At least, that was what it looked like from Harry's perspective. He felt oddly like a voyeur, observing such a private moment. His face became wondrous and he stared incredulous at the revealed red trim on the boy's robe, as he had moved to break the key. His eyes wandered up and he finally recognized him as Tim Worth's seventh-year Gryffindor, who just now had moved his head forward until their foreheads met, and had cupped her face in his hands. Where else, Lydia? Where could we meet in peace? Our houses would condemn us, if they ever found out about our relationship. Harry felt like being in a cheap romance novel. That line sounded like it was directly taken from Romeo and Juliet. He needed to scare them away, before they had Randy say, directly in front of his innocent eyes, not that he hadn't had dreams about the other gender, but they featured him, and him alone with women. Besides, he wouldn't be able to look Tim in the eyes for a long time if he watched them now. Not wasting any time, he pointed his wand towards some bushes nearby and hoped that his luck would once again endure. Silently sending the Depulso charm, he made the bushes sizzle rather soundly. Quick, that way, whispered Tim, and Harry watched with unveiled amusement how he pulled the girl away. As soon as they were away, and he had finally gotten rid of every obstacle, he made his way uphill towards the Ollery that towered proudly above the grounds. After scaling every damned step that led to the entrance of the Ollery, he hesitated and a foreboding feeling filled him. He was an idiot. That much was easy to discern. He had completely ignored his owl, his loved familiar and first friend, for 2 whole months. Stupidity on that scale should be punished, and he knew that it would be a difficult undertaking to get Hedwig to forgive him. Steeling himself and fearing the worst, he opened the creaky wooden door and entered the Ollery, his eyes searching the rows of owls, which seemed to look oddly accusing at him. The search for Hedwig quickly became redundant, when his faithful familiar elegantly landed on his shoulder. Hi, Hed. Long time no see, he said awkwardly, but not even a simple hoot was returned. Now he felt really miserable. A stoic Hedwig was worse than an angry one, by far. Not a single sound escaped his owl, that stared ahead without even blinking, as he made his way up the stairs to the top of the tower. He was in deep shit with her, and he knew it. Luckily he did not come unprepared. Hey girl, he said and softly stroked her feathers, eliciting no visible reactions from her. I know I am a sorry excuse for a wizard, and I am truly sorry, Hed. Please take me back. He continued pleadingly and got the first reaction out of her, as she cocked her head to the side and looked at him in a way that clearly said she knew he was an idiot. Reaching deep into his robe, he pulled a small satchel out, opened it and held it under Hedwig's beak. Look, girl, I come bearing gifts. The satchel was filled to the brim with various exotic and especially expensive owl treats he had asked Dobby to buy from Diagon Alley. Not able to hold up her stoic owl facade, Hedwig dunked her beak greedily into the satchel and emerged moments later, 2 treats safely secured. Harry continued petting her, while walking towards a window, facing the Black Lake. You know, Hed, I had a pretty turbulent life in the last 2 months. He stared into the amber eyes of his familiar. Angry teacher, nosy students, enraged dragons and even Velas. Not to forget my gorgeous instructor in dance and etiquettes. If you take me back, girl, I promise you that my next project after the Yuletide ball is going to be a beautiful perch only for you. Hedwig looked at him, and if owls could narrow their eyes, he was sure she would do so right now. Don't look like that, Hed, of course it will be in my room. Directly next to my desk. He was promptly rewarded with her first hoot of the night. You, Hedwig, he started and turned his head to muzzle his nose into her feathers, will always be my first and foremost lady. Now, girl, I'm sure you're bored out of your mind, cooped up like this, and I've got a letter for Sirius. What say you? Want to deliver it? He asked and received an affectionate nip on his ear. Goody. This time I have to use a charm on you, Hed, making you impervious to any means of tracing. It will make you safer. Again Hedwig cocked her head and Harry snorted. Now, no need to feel insulted, but this concerns Sirius and I would feel better if you were as safe as you can possibly be. It is a really old charm and I doubt many people would know about it. He waited until Hedwig bobbed her head and then wove his wand in complex patterns around his familiar. Baratum nos Afrin tor malactum. There. I've got no idea what language that spell is in, but at least the letters were somewhat readable. We can only hope it worked, Head. He explained and tied the rolled parchment to her legs. When you return, I will await you with your new perch. Hedwig gave him one last look before flying out of the window and slowly becoming a small dot on the horizon. Fly with God's speed, girl. Harry whispered, in fear for both his owl and his godfather. Hogwarts 25. December. Christmas morning was an interesting experience for Harry, when he woke up at the crack of dawn and spied two nicely wrapped packages on the nightstand next to his bed. He put his glasses on and looked around the dormitory, seeing that Neville, Ron, Seamus and Dean were still asleep, producing an orchestra of chainsaws with their combined snores, and if he listened closely enough, he imagined that he could even hear an underlying beat to it. With a grin he got out of his bed and grabbed his wand, that was lying next to a stack of books, silencing his feet in the process. There were many things he had to do today, so he quickly showered, put on his robes and left towards his room, the packages safely secured under his left arm. Today will be a good day, he thought, and not even Ron's erratic behavior or the disdain of his fellow students would put a damper on his mood. With a smile tugging on his lips he walked through the hallowed hallways of Hogwarts, riding suits of armor and igniting torches, candles and lamps left and right, with only the barest flicks of his wand and some mumbled incantations. If Filch wasn't such a grumpy bastard he might have entertained of helping him in the morning for some easy-earned galleons, but with the caretaker being who he was, that seemed all but impossible. The staircases took some unusual routes today, delaying his walk to the third floor a fair bit, but he took it in stride and even struck up some conversations with ancient wizards and witches that had seemingly led an interesting life, and now after their death, were willing to regard him with sometimes amusing, sometimes amazing, and sometimes horrifying tales. When he finally reached his room, he quickly vanished the time-oriented locking charms on the door and entered, feeling far more happy than he had in the last several months. Now let's look what we've got here. He mumbled to himself and carefully unwrapped the first package, which held a long dagger made from some kind of steel, that Harry had never seen before. He quickly picked up the letter lying next to the dagger and eagerly started to read. Happy Christmas, pup. I hope you have a jolly good time at Ol' Hogwarts and wish you all the best. Unfortunately I can't write too much in case the letter gets intercepted, but know that I miss you. Love, Padfoot. Peas. The dagger is called Dagger of Screwgrad, and came from the Black family vault. I don't know the history behind it, but maybe you can do some research and find out. As much as Harry was happy about the present, and vowed to research it later, he felt terribly supported in his belief that Sirius would be incredibly angry once Hedwig had reached him. Not wanting to let his thoughts about Sirius' anger diminish his mood, he grabbed the next package, and after opening it found an old and worn belt in it. Curious about the weird gift, he took the letter from the present and let his eyes flow over the cursive words, that were written with an ink he recognized all too easily now. Dear Harry, I found this to be a most useful present, as I started to notice that you show a great interest in the collection of magical artifacts in my office. Everyone has to start somewhere, so let this be your first of, hopefully, many. Be sure to know that this belt is not gifted to you in order to collect dust on some sort of shelf, but to be actively worn. I spared you the long search for its history, and included a small explanation on the back side of this parchment. Merry Christmas. APWBD. Giddy and excited he turned the letter around and was incredibly shocked and thankful when he finished. Shocked to such an extent that he had to read it a second time, just to believe it. The belt of Hippolytos Perot. Hippolytos Perot was the chief medic of Alexander the Great and accompanied him during all his campaigns through Persia, healing him and his officers. After complaining for several years that he needed more place for the various potions and tools that he carried, Alexander in jest gifted Hippolytos a new belt crafted from the most expensive leather obtainable in the known world. Hippolytos Perot took it in stride, but vowed to return the favor and charmed the belt so thoroughly that it truly could hold hundreds of vials and tools. In awe of such an accomplishment, Alexander gifted him with the status of nobility in the Muggle world of ancient Greek. He whistled appreciative and quickly fastened the belt around his robe. Maybe he should grow a beard like the headmaster, to tuck it into the magnificent belt. After putting the dagger from Sirius into a drawer from his desk, promising himself that he would start the research for it tomorrow, he headed to the Great Hall. The Christmas feasts at Hogwarts were always incredible delicious, and he wouldn't miss them, even if he had to sit in solitude. He just walked around a corner, leading from the third floor to the staircases, when Neville bumped into him. Sorry Harry, said Neville and rubbed his head, that had just collided with Harry's. He looked, despite the grimace of pain, oddly giddy. Harry groaned out, no problem Nev. Merry Christmas by the way. Massaging his own forehead. You too. Sorry again, but I've gotta go. Ginny just agreed to be my date tonight and I have to polish up on my dancing. That certainly explained why he was so jumpy and excited. He had never talked that much with Ginny and firmly believed her to be behind her brother after all the dung Ron had started to sprout about him, but if Neville was happy, who was he to argue with that? Great mate. Good luck. But the pudgy boy couldn't hear him anymore, as he already vanished around the next corner. With a shake of his head and a familiar twinkle in his eyes, he resumed his way. Neville really was one of a kind. Finally arriving in the Great Hall, he quickly took an empty seat at the Gryffindor table and piled mountains of the delicious food on his plate. Today, he would gorge in it and enjoy life as it came. He had just speared a lovely piece of potato with his fork, fully intending to savor every bit, when he heard the very unwelcome voice of Pansy Parkinson behind him. A quick glance along the table told him that he had no help to expect from that side, and with a resigned sigh he turned around, finding to his great surprise not Malfoy in Pansy's company, but Theodore Nott. The memories of several Dada classes tugged at his mind, and he remembered the fascinated look on Nott's face whenever Professor Moody introduced a new dark curse. Oh boy, this was going to be fun. Parkinson looked at him with a malicious grin, obviously awaiting some kind of answer. Excuse me, what did you say? I fear I was lost in the confines of my mind for the moment. Two could play that game, and who better to imitate in such a situation than the venerable headmaster? Pansy's face looked like a mix between anger and disbelief. I asked if you have round up some poor mudblood to go to the ball with Potter. He heard sharp intakes from the rest of Gryffindor's once glorious house, but none of them stood up to help him. Bloody cowards, the lot of them, he thought. Giving her the most charming and sincere smile he could offer, he answered, Why, Lady Parkinson, are you offering? I am flattered, but unfortunately I already have a date. Pansy was livid, but could only sputter for seconds. Nott on the other hand seemed to be truly enraged and started to finger his wand. Did he miss something? Had Nott some interest in the pug? She would never go with you, Potter. He ground it out in silent fury. Pansy comes from an old and respected line and would never sully herself with the likes of you. You should know, scion of House Nott, that he who boasts of his ancestry is praising the deeds of another. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he regarded Theodore with an intense and piercing stare. It promised retribution and humiliation, should only one tendril of magic reach him. He had to give Nott at least some credit. While easily angered, the boy had a lot more restraint and was far wiser than Malfoy could ever hope to be. Stowing his wand away, Theodore turned to Pansy and took her hand. Come, let Potter fester in his isolation. The sneer he gave him was truly Snape-worthy. What the hell did the bat teach them, down in the cold and dreary dungeons? Having truly lost his appetite, Harry finished his eggs rather unenthusiastic and walked out of the hall moments later. The evening had come at last, and Harry stood in front of the closed gigantic doors of the Great Hall, patiently waiting for his date. Newfound confidence could only reach so far if gained in such a short amount of time, and inwardly he was a quivering and nervous mess, going through each and every dancing step he knew. The constant snide remarks from his once favorite professor did not help either, and he wondered when McGonagall would finally stop being so sore about the one mistake. That was one lady that could sure hold a grudge. I hope for your sake you haven't lied to me, and actually have a date. She said and gave him her patented glare, that had the ability to send most first years running. Yes, I have. I've already told you that I'm only waiting for her. He retorted, slowly but surely becoming angry. Mr. Potter, I'm warning you for your saw. Lady McGonagall, I ask you to consider your next words carefully. His piercing eyes landed on her, while he inwardly groaned. That came out a bit more aggressive than he had intended, and she seemed to haven't even noticed the change of the way he addressed her. Why, I never. Detention, Mr. Potter. James would be sorely disappointed in your behavior. That's it, he thought, and brought himself to full height. Bringing his parents into the issue was just shameful, and he wouldn't stand for it. His green orbs were filled with an intensity that was eerily similar to the way he had looked at the dragon during his first task. Are you accusing the heir of House Potter of lying, Lady McGonagall? The standoff was disturbed by Hermione, looking more beautiful than he had ever seen her, and her date Viktor Krum, who descended the stairs and came to stand in front of them. The Bulgarian Quidditch star only gave him a curt nod in acknowledgement, that was more insulting than friendly, and Hermione wore a weak smile on her lips, that vanished when Harry turned away after giving them a short glance. His musings were interrupted, when McGonagall leaned forwards and glared at him. The detention stands, Mr. Potter. Before he could reply something and possibly escalate the situation further, Cedric and Cho appeared, looking like they were truly made for each other. Especially Cho intrigued him, as she wore a white and festive kimono that showed enough skin to entice interesting thoughts, but didn't look like the outfit of a common whore. If he hadn't his own beautiful date, he would be seething in jealousy by now, of that he was sure. He was pleasantly surprised when Cho gave him a happy smile, despite Cedric, who looked at him disgruntled. Rather like the rest of Helga's house always did in the last months. Veer is your date, boy? Asked Victor with a potent sneer on his face, but was quickly shut up when Harry spied Fleur making her way towards him. Using every ounce of Gryffindor courage he had in him, he confidently met her in the middle of the hallway and bowed, lightly brushing his lips over her knuckles. You truly are beautiful, Lady Delacour. She rewarded him with a smile and eyed him with interest. You two clean up well, Monsieur Potter. Are we ready to go? I do believe we are. And please, call me Harry. Such formalities have no place during a date, he said, and hoped that he didn't come on too strong. Fleur took it in stride and took his offered arm. Enchantes, Harry. Je m'appelle Fleur. She grinned at him, and Harry knew that the evening was saved if she was really as easygoing as she made him believe at the moment. Turning around and walking with Fleur towards the other champions was a feeling he truly relished in, especially after seeing the gobsmacked faces of his peers. Where is your boy now, Victor? Professor McGonagall had used the time to gather her wits. Soon the doors will open, and we will enter the hall in the following order. First, Viktor Krum with Hermione Granger. Second, Cedric Diggory with Cho Chang, and third, Harry Potter with Fleur Delacour. Everyone nodded, and she continued. You will take place at one of the 4 tables for champions, teacher and important politicians, so behave accordingly. If anything, her stare become even more intense. After the feast, you will open the dance, and what you do afterwards is up to you. As soon as she had finished, the great doors opened and the champions with their dates strode through. Harry quickly leaned over to Fleur and whispered in her ear. Now let us descend among the mortals and find what tickles our fancy. A sentence so overly arrogant, it could have been recited directly from Voldemort's Manual of World Domination, but made the French Quarter Villa giggle like the schoolgirl she often forgets to be. Harry felt blinded with all the pompous decorations he saw as he entered the hall, and the incredulous stares he received were as unnerving as they were balsam for his ego. A feeling that was mutual between him and Fleur, if the strength of her grip had anything to say. He quickly navigated them to the tables, where Percy, who properly hadn't heard about his fallout with Ron, offered him a seat, but was ignored. Instead, he moved them to the 2 empty seats at the table of Dumbledore, who was already in deep conversation with a stern-looking witch across from him, and had ample listeners by the 2 other wizards. He nearly snorted when he saw that his headmaster had once again dressed in the most garish robe he could find, and quickly identified it as the robe he had bought while accompanying him to Diagon Alley, when Harry ordered his basilisk armor. It seemed like he had sensed them coming, when he suddenly looked up and his eyes filled with a nearly blinding twinkle. Harry, Lady Delacour, you two look truly splendid. Come, have a seat and let me introduce you. Harry and Fleur, who was surprised with the headmaster's overly happy nature, took their seats and reluctantly returned the compliment to Dumbledore, who looked even more cheerful afterwards. Of course, they didn't miss the reactions of the other three magic user at the table, who rolled their eyes and gave them wry smirks. Across from me sits the beautiful Madame Bones, head of the DMLE and overall wonderful woman. If he wasn't so sure that it was just the headmaster's natural manner, he would have thought that the old man flirted with the stern-looking witch, who to his great amusement even started to blush faintly. Not bothered by any of the ongoings at his table, Dumbledore jovially continued. To my right, sit Dennis Ainsley, head of the Hunter Guild and someone you should have plenty to talk about, as you aren't the only one who slew a basilisk. Now that was uncomfortable. Fleur, Madame Bones and the unknown wizard looked at him in surprise and shock, while Mr. Ainsley regarded him with interesting, but calculating eyes and the headmaster remained oblivious. And to Madame Bones' left, he said and got their attention once again. You will find Laxley Chetwynd, head of House Chetwynd and fellow member of the Transfiguration Guild. Harry gave each of them a friendly nod and Fleur curtsied, but fate didn't want to spare them, and Dumbledore cheerfully continued. Fellow wizards and witches, this is Harry Potter, heir of House Potter and his beautiful date, Lady Fleur Delacour, daughter of Armand Delacour, the head of the French DMLE. Laxley Chetwynd chuckled and intervened before Dumbledore could continue with his introductions. Albus, he laughed. Let that be the end of your introductions, please. I feel like we've all known each other for centuries after a few of them. His declaration was met with murmured agreement, and the headmaster simply beamed at them, not even bothering to hide that he knew he had annoyed them. The following minute of comfortable silence was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who whispered something in Dumbledore's ear and afterwards left to her own table, shared with Cedric, Cho, Amos Diggory and two wizards he didn't know. It became obvious that she had told him everyone was ready, when he rose from his seat and instantly all noise in the great hall disappeared. He spread his arms wide, like he wished nothing else, but to embrace each and every one of them, and smiled. Students of Hogwarts, fellow professors, and honored guests. He started his speech. I am pleased to see, and welcome back so many of you into these hallowed halls of knowledge, where those who search for it, will always find a listening ear or a helping hand. Harry perked up. The ending of that sentence sounded awfully familiar and the last time it had held true, when he pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat. The Triwizard Tournament brings glory and honor to whomever wins it, but it provides something else, something vastly more valuable. He had an inkling what the headmaster was going to say, and it was amusing to see the confused expression on the faces of his peers. It brings forth the chance to truly learn about each other, to gain knowledge of different cultures, and it builds the foundation that we walk on, when we strive for unity amongst us. The headmaster continued, oblivious to the mocking stares he now received. Harry, however, was deeply impressed. While the idea sounded strange to those who took it for granted, he knew that Dumbledore had spoken directly from his heart. That was no speech pre-written in a dusty chamber, but the soul and lifeblood of the headmaster. For that opportunity I deeply thank the August schools of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, because without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Karkaroff and Maxime gave satisfied nods. And now, he said and clapped his hands together twice. Let us feast. With those words he seated himself, and even those who mocked him for his idealistic view, started to applaud. As soon as the noise died down again, the people started to order their food and gorge themselves into the incredible meals the assiduous house elves had prepared over 2 days. Harry, however, had no idea what to do, and was glad when the headmaster leaned down and whispered into his ear. Search something you want to eat, tap your wand against the plate and order it in a precise manner. He gave the older man a thankful nod and did exactly like told, not noticing the amused look Fleur was giving him. Trying to remember everything Elise had taught him, he ate, and paid special attention to every different bit of cutlery on the table, while trying to engage Fleur in a conversation. He had promised, after all, to be a good date. The meal took its course, and Harry was delighted to hear about the different kind of troubling situations Fleur's little sister Gabrielle always landed herself in. It was also a topic Fleur obviously liked to talk about. Are you serious? He asked, after she had regarded him with another tale of her sister. She smirked, but remained silent. How does a 8-year-old girl steal a fully grown horse, and ride away with it? Her response was tinged with laughter and her eyes shone merrily. She told the man that she got lost and asked if he could phone the police for her. As soon as he was distracted, she sneaked away, or better said, rode away. Father was furious. And what did the original owner say? He wasn't pleased, of course, but what could he do to a little girl, without looking like a madman? She told him, and grinned. Harry gave a deep belly laugh. Fleur's little sister was truly incredible, and he would like to meet her someday, only if to hear the same stories from her own perspective. He was pretty sure that there would be no romantic involvement with Fleur, but boy was he glad that he asked her. He hadn't had so much fun in months. Besides, she continued, her birthday was only a month away and father ended up buying a pony for her anyway. You mentioned that she is 10, right? Will she follow you to Beauxbatons then? He asked her with a cheeky grin, and was rewarded with a groan. Don't remind me. A school completely made of glass, and I can guarantee that my sister will find some way to destroy it. So involved in their own little discussion, neither of them noticed that they had 4 avid listeners, who seemingly had nothing better to do than hearing the tales of a little girl. Laxley Chetwynd for one was glad that the 2 youngsters sat at his table. He was 79 years old, and had served 40 of them in the Transfiguration Guild. Leading a sophisticated discussion with Albus was fine at first, but became strenuous rather quickly, and a glance to Amelia and Dennis revealed that they had pretty much the same feeling. He couldn't be bothered to spare one for the crazy old man, as he knew that Albus was secretly enjoying it, to torture him. The short silence that ensued when everyone took another bite from their ordered meal or made a grab for their finely crafted goblets to wet their dry throats was broken by Dennis Ainsley, who had remained silent so far. A word please, Mr. Potter. I am most interested in the tidbit of information your headmaster gave us during my introduction, he said, before Fleur could start to tell another adventure of her sister. The attention instantly settled on Harry, who gave Dumbledore a questioning look. He was reasonably sure that the headmaster had a purpose for revealing his confrontation with the 70-foot snake. Dumbledore gave him an imperceptible nod and Harry started to tell his tale for the captured audience, leaving out most of the circumstances concerning Voldemort. They only wanted to know about the basilisk anyway. The story is pretty simple. He began, and got some incredulous looks, but didn't let it bother him. During my second year, the fabled Chamber of Secrets had been opened and some kind of monster started to petrify the students. Petrify. A basilisk kills with its stare. He got interrupted by Laxley, but Harry only shrugged. We got lucky in that regard. Every time the basilisk looked at someone, something was in the way to weaken the effect. Mirrors, ghosts, puddles of water, everything that could reflect or obstruct Rayleigh. And such a beast roamed in Hogwarts. Madame Bones threw in, with a harsh glare to the headmaster, who gave her a look that clearly said, not here. It moved through the plumbing, and the pipes were large enough for it, he said, and considered his next words carefully. With the exception of Dumbledore, he knew nothing about the true stance of the witches and wizards at his table. His next words could be incredibly foolish, or had the potential to annoy someone he really wanted to annoy. Had Professor Dumbledore been at the castle at that time, I am sure he would have rid us of that monster. He received a questioning stare from the headmaster, that was quickly concealed as he started to understand where Harry was going with this. The fact that Dumbledore didn't shake his head made him a bit more confident in his words. Unfortunately, that was impossible because the Board of Governors led by Lucius Malfoy had used exact that time to oust him, and left Hogwarts defenseless. The statement gained its intended result, and Madame Bones looked truly furious, while the other 2 adult wizards seemed to be disgusted. In contrast to Madame Bones, they had no relations in Hogwarts, and it made the difference in their reactions understandable. Some bleak times would dawn for poor Lucius Malfoy with the stern witch after his head, and whom better than the head of the DMLE? Dennis Ainsley had watched the whole spiel with interest, but wasn't deterred from his original question. So, how did you find and kill it? As my head of house would say, through sheer dumb luck, he answered, not really keen on telling this part of the story to people who could elate his already substantial fame even more. The last thing he needed was more attention. I found the entrance to the chamber through coincidence and slew the snake. Ainsley wasn't pleased with his answer and it showed quite clearly on his face. Do you think me a fool, Mr. Potter? I killed a basilisk myself and I know you can't just simply slay them. Dumbledore gave him another nod, and he reluctantly elaborated. I didn't do it without help. Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox blinded it, and gave me the chance to face it. That may help, but doesn't kill it. Basilisk hide is resistant enough to rule out all the tools an ordinary wizard has, so I ask again. How did you kill it? Pleasant conversation, my ass, thought Harry, thoroughly annoyed by the forceful interrogation. With a sword. Through its mouth. Directly into its brain. He answered so curtly, that it could be taken as an insult. Next to him, Fleur snorted and grinned at him. He wasn't the only one, it seemed, who was annoyed by the man. Dumbledore watched the dispute with interest, and knew Harry had won when the older man slumped back into his seat and laid his hands on the table. Ainsley gave a suffering sigh before talking again. I'm sorry for my deplorable behavior, Mr. Potter, but your story stumped me. I've been in the business for over 30 years, and it took me 20 of them to find enough confidence to face such a beast. How did you manage it? He asked, but only received another shrug from Harry, who took the apology for what it was. As I said, I got lucky and didn't do it in a professional way, if there is one, but out of pure survival instinct. With those words, Ainsley gave him a resigned look and quietly finished his dessert. When the headmaster saw that nearly everyone had eaten their share, he rose again and with one single movement commanded once again the whole hall's attention. Now that you have eaten and learned about each other, it is time for our champions to open the Yuletide ball with a first, traditional dance. With a clap of his hands, every plate vanished and Harry took this as the cue to move with Fleur on the prepared dance floor. When the other two champions and their dates joined them, the music started to play. He began to move with Fleur, who looked absolutely ravishing in her deep blue dress made of satin. As was said, there probably wouldn't happen anything between them tonight, but a man could hope, right? Fleur had seemingly read his thoughts, and laid her head on his shoulder. Not tonight, but in a few years it might be very possible, she whispered huskily in his ear, and he had to really control his baser urges at that point. They spent the rest of the first dance in peaceful silence, dancing around the floor like they had done nothing else for the last decade. Only after the second song started, did she speak again, this time while smirking. Now, Harry, we both know what else you want to achieve tonight, so tell me any possible prospects. She asked, and his own grin matched hers. She could be so devious. He moved around, so that she could see the person some feet behind him and blew lightly on her neck to get her full attention. Cho Chang, Cedric's date. He whispered throatily in her ear, returning the favor. Oh, why her? She batted her eyelashes in an exaggerated manner, and got a surprise when his hands sneaked further down and firmly gripped her ass. Why? You want her for yourself, you minx. Bloody hell, he thought, inwardly portraying nothing of the confidence he showed on the outside. Did he really just grab Fleur Delacour's ass? Gryffindor, hooray! Fleur took it in stride and even seemed to be delighted by the challenge, if the sudden appearance of an unnerving fire in her eyes was anything to go by. Acting quickly, she grabbed his own, rather tight ass, if he could say so himself, and severally strengthened her grip. I wouldn't mind, she said, and his brain started to go into overdrive, but at the moment I only want to understand your reasoning. The smirk she gave him between her words was truly marauder-worthy, and her finger, that trailed down his chest, didn't help either to remain cool-headed. Her family is heavily involved in overseas trading, and the Potters were always merchants themselves in the past. He explained, and she laughed as he swung her around. I knew it, she exclaimed rather loud, gathering some curious glances. And that? Asked Fleur, as she got full view of a girl with a rather large bust, and beautiful braided pigtails. That is the project I will abandon tonight, he sighed. Susan Bones, her aunt, sat at our table, elaborated Harry, and pulled Fleur closer to him, until her beasts were firmly pressing into his chest. What a wondrous feeling. You're a beep, Fleur remarked, and giggled when she saw his serious expression. Of course I am, but about what? Both. As if I didn't see how you imagined hot and sweaty, say. As soon as you laid eyes on her. Not bothering to hold up his serene face, he started to grin like a true beep that knew his destiny. You have to admit, she has an incredible body for her age, he said diplomatically. Fleur didn't respond at first. using the time to frugally massage his A.'s cheeks and give him one hell of a hickey on his neck. "MHH, on that we can agree," she answered at last. The lady really wanted to test who had the most endurance, but two could play that game. As the music became faster, his movements started to get more forcefully and erratic, heating up the dance floor. His personal highlights, which he would remember for a long time coming, were the moments when he pressed his head between her B.'s or started to grind his crotch into her beep. Actions that were bold enough to truly surprise the normally unflappable Lady Delacour, but which she seemed to enjoy immensely, according to the hardened nipples he could see under her dress at least. After the seventh song, a commotion next to the entrance gathered their attention, distracting them from their game, that became more and more dangerous as time passed. Both started to laugh, as they spied Ron stuffed into an incredible hideous robe, that seemed to originated from somewhere around the 17th century. For a short moment he even felt sorry for his old friend. No one, not even Malfoy, deserved such a humiliation. The song ended, and Fleur pushed him several inches away from her. "Now, Monsieur Potter," she started, and the glow in her eyes intensified. "I know you still have a lot to do tonight, so I'm going to leave you for now. There are some people I deeply enjoy to annoy with my aura." "Go girl," he said, and gave her a good-natured slap on the ass, that made her squeal for a second. "See you around, Harry." With those words she walked away, her hips swaying to the resuming music. What a woman, he thought, as he looked around the hall trying to locate Cho, whom to his great surprise sat alone at a table and watched Cedric dance with a girl he barely recognized as a seventh year. Not wasting any time, he moved over to her and bowed in a courtly fashion to the depressed-looking girl. Cedric truly was an idiot. "Would you gift me the honor of a dance, Lady Chong?" he asked in an over-the-top, knightly fashion, and was delighted to hear her gentle giggle. The evening was great until now, but now it started to shape up even more. Hogwarts, 26 December. Harry woke up with a headache that could rival Voldemort-induced dreams any day of the week, and the first thing he noticed were the familiar confines of his sanctuary. But why was he sleeping on a mattress that practically oozed his magical signature? As he hadn't an immediate answer for that question, he looked around looking for clues and beeped in a sharp breath. There, lying right next to him, was a slim, but curvaceous body crowned with a mop of curly golden locks that concealed the face completely. He exhaled slowly and racked his brain, searching through his mind and comparing all the measures he had guessed from girls he found hot or interesting, but as soon as he found a pair that matched, he froze again. Daphne. What the? He thought, incredulous, but didn't let his current confusion hinder him from mustering her delicious body and the way her tits moved every time she took a new breath. He stood up, searching for his wand, and found it lying haphazardly on the floor some feet away. One charm later, and the chances that Daphne, with whom he obviously had one hell of a night, would wake were severely reduced. Now, as he took his seat behind the desk, it was high time to remember what had happened in the last night. He had danced to several songs with Cho and made interesting conversation with her, mainly over the high expectations her family had, and how she always helped them in their business during the summer holidays. Afterwards he had excused himself and got back to Fleur, laughing about the stories she told of her annoyed peers, and flirting like the devil himself had possessed him. Was she sitting on his lap at one point? Oh yes, she was. A lecherous grin tugged at his lips, but he remained focused and tried to remember more. He wanted to get drinks at the bar, and when he got back to the blonde goddess, she informed him that they sadly had to cut the evening short, as one of her female friends needed her now. Some British pig seemed to have hurt her badly, and Fleur wanted to be there for her. Why the hell did the image of a long white beard and the name Dumbledore just flew through his thoughts? Slowly, but surely his memory came back, and with them returning also grew the headache that pounded against the borders of his mind. He wanted badly to imagine that this were just some nerves transmitted inconsequential signals as pain, but that was a lot harder to do practically than it sounded in theory. But with each memory his eyes widened until he stared unbelieving at the wall. He came to Dumbledore, whom he had seen, leaning against a wall and observing the ongoings with a smile, and he had offered him the drink he had originally brought for Fleur. For a while they had talked about offensive wards, and which Harry was allowed to use in Hogwarts, but after some time, under the steady influence of even more alcohol, they started to discuss all possible matters. Holy Mother of Merlin's sagging nuts. He got hammered with the headmaster. And, more importantly, he had called him an old goat that would someday trip over his own beard. Hopefully the headmaster, due to his age, had problems with remembering things after such an evening or he was screwed. Dumbledore, the old goat, had left later on to get some sleep. The things he now knew about Madame Pomfrey would never let him look her in the eye again. Afterwards he had, for the simple purpose of banishing these thoughts, charged his completely over-infused Gryffindor side and plowed straight into a group of Slytherins near the bar to chat up Daphne Greengrass. His lecherous grin returned, this time full-blown, and the rest, as they say, was history. Quickly putting on his jeans and foregoing his t-shirt and robes completely, he made his way out of the room and towards the kitchen. When he entered and saw the exhausted brigade of house elves that had made sure the ball would go on like a well-oiled machine, he felt bad about what he wanted to do, but when they perked up as they saw him, the thought flew out of the proverbial window. These tiny and gentle creatures were truly one of a kind. What can Tipsy do, Harry Potter, sir? Asked one of the small bugger, and already he could see excitement spread through the whole group of house elves. I need breakfast and coffee for two on a tablet if possible. Can you do that? He asked, and nearly squealed like a little girl when Tipsy, adorable like she was, wagged her finger in front of his face and tried to look stern. But Youse, bring back the tablet later, okay? Of course. He gave her a serious nod, but inwardly sniggered like a little first year on fire whiskey. Was there still some remainder of the alcohol in his blood, or did the say with Daphne make him giddy like that? His behavior seemed funny, but confusingly erratic to him. When he got back to his room, he unloaded the tray on his desk and quickly transfigured one of the rickety old things into a respectable chair that would, with the bit of magic he had put in it, at least hold some hours. As he didn't know the spell for permanent chair transfiguration, he had to work with the bit of knowledge he had. Kneeling next to the gorgeous and more important, BPDB, owned, he buried his head in her locks and nibbled on her ear until she slowly started to stir. Wakey, wakey sleepy head, he whispered, and she groaned, looking up shortly before burying her head into the mattress again. I don't wa Potter. Her head shot up, and for several seconds she looked with a lost and confused expression at him, until it gave way to a sultry smile. She seemed to be better in remembering than he was in the flesh. He answered and watched how she rose up, walking through his room completely unbothered by her nudity. It gave him ample time to muster her in a semi-sober state, and he obviously felt great pleasure in observing how her greatly developed tits jiggled a tiny bit with each step she took, and how enticing the trimmed blonde triangle above her luscious second lips looked. Are you finished? She stared at him with amusement, and he didn't even try to conceal the fact that he had looked at her. I've organized breakfast, he answered after another minute of silent staring, and led her to the table. Unfortunately, she had put on his t-shirt as they ate in peaceful silence, each bathing in the afterglow of their glorious night. At least Harry hoped it had been as glorious for her as it had been for him. Daphne broke the silence when they had finished eating and were each only nursing their cups of coffee. Why did you even wear a t-shirt yesterday? She asked, and he had to grin at her question. Was she really thinking that he would reveal some kind of weakness, like he absolutely hated the cold and felt unwell every time he had only his shorts beneath the robe? Gryffindor had his glory yesterday, now it was time to let his Slytherin side out to play. Never know what insidious plan Malfoy thinks of next. Better be safe than sorry, he answered, noticing how her lips quirked upwards. She took his response for what it was, a useless distraction. Malfoy will be furious either way, she said, and leaned over the table, until they were nose to nose. That we can agree on. Last question now, before you develop your new abilities too much and have to be resorted. He could feel her breath tickle him, as she came closer and closer. Where are we? The crunching sound of Harry's boots could be heard as he wandered the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts, deeply tucked into his woolen robe and with a steady smile on his lips. A long, red and gold-colored scarf concealed the bottom half of his face, its end moving slightly with every surge of wind that blew through the winter air, making people who did not know the heating charm shiver in the cold. It had been a while since he last walked alongside the lesser traveled path that led around the eastern border of the Forbidden Forest and finished at the shore of the Black Lake, but he took the time as he knew that it would be one of the last days he had to enjoy, before going back to work. He stopped for a short moment to inspect the gravures someone had carved into the wooden trunk of an old oak and brushed the remaining snow away to completely reveal a sentence. A loud snort escaped him when he finally managed to decipher the words who seemed to have been written centuries ago. Lady Lauren, my love for thee runs endlessly. This was another fine point of the magnificent castle that called itself Hogwarts. It had been a sanctuary and home for witches and wizards for over a millennium, maybe even more, as the actual date of her founding was never accurately reported. The constant images his brain sent him about one Draco Malfoy, who got slapped after showing this poor rhyme to the lady of his heart, made it really hard to contain his mirth. He pulled his phoenix feather wand out of its leathern sheath, a useful appendage of Hippolyto's belt, and levitated some snow towards the trunk with a quickly murmured incantation. Heritor, he added, and this time with the motions of his wand increasing in complexity. The word was said in a clear and precise manner as the charm was rather unfamiliar to him. Shall other people have the same fun I've had with discovering this nugget? He thought, and stowed his wand while resuming his original path, snickering to himself all the way. Some time went by, as the tree that had served him with such amusement slowly faded into unclarity on the horizon, and he started to walk directly alongside the Forbidden Forest, which to his great surprise looked less foreboding, completely covered in snow. When he had walked for a while, enjoying the silence that was sparsely interrupted by some chirping birds, a sudden noise got his attention and he stopped mid-step to observe his surroundings. There were no people to be seen far and wide, but as he was about to write the noise off as his imagination, it returned louder than before. With a wary expression on his face, he stared into the forest and slowly pulled out his wand, going through every curse, charm, and battle transfiguration he knew. Spells, of which the number had steadily increased over the last months. The noise came closer, and now that his senses were alert to the maximum, he could feel how the earth under his boots vibrated slightly. His ears perked up when the noise he had heard made itself out to be a plethora of different sounds. Before he even had the time to contemplate the difference in them, he had to jump away. A gigantic black shape had shot out from the brushery, and as he landed on all fours, only one look was enough to identify the creature as a heavily wounded Acromantula with numerous arrow shafts poking out of its body. A splendid idea, as Harry thought, and completely pumped with adrenaline he jabbed his wand towards the large arachnoid, before making a wide sweeping arc in front of him. Ardor Sagittae. Dozens of arrows with their heads bathing in a violent orange fire appeared and instantly shot towards the overgrown spider. The pained shrieks as the arrows pierced its shell and set it ablaze were awful, and Harry cringed. It might have been an Acromantula, but that was a tad too painful of a death, even for them. Thoughts of Aragog found their way into his mind and he started to groan. Hagrid would be pretty pissed with him, once he knew about it. A good shot, Harry Potter. A strangely familiar voice said to his right, and when he turned around, he came face to face with Firenze and half a dozen of centaurs. All of them equipped with different weaponry like spears and bows and crude leathern armors that were covering their upper bodies. Harry only stared at them, but the question in his gaze was unmistakably. We have hunted this estranged Acromantula for a while now, as it was foreseen. Firenze answered and was met with an incredulous look. Foreseen. The reddish hues of Mars shone bright yesterday, and in compliance with the slower movements of Venus our seers have foretold that a lone Acromantula would cross our borders today. The situation became a bit too strange, even for Harry's standard, and he racked his brain for a polite method of escape. He wasn't bad in astronomy per se, but the whole explanation had gone right over his head and he could do without any strange influences that could take his focus on the tournament away. Well met, Stargazer Firenze, he began, and didn't notice amused look in Firenze's eyes. But I fear I have to take my leave, as the call of business still holds true. He didn't wait for an answer and quickly sheathed his wand, that had hung limply from his fingers during the whole minute of their conversation. When he was finally out of sight and the centaurs crowded around the dead Acromantula, Firenze talked again. The stars also told us that someone would lie to us today. For Harry, the whole experience had been surreal. Who the bloody hell expects an Acromantula to jump out of the bushes when only taking a walk, and that didn't take the crazy centaurs into the equation. At least his spell finished the creature rather quickly, if a bit tough. So immersed in his thoughts, Harry didn't even notice when he left the borders of the forest in a quick stride and crossed the path that led from the train station to Hogwarts entrance. Without notice, he walked around the Ollery and continued his path until he stood directly in front of the Black Lake that reached even further than the point, where the water and the sky met. Harry had intended this to be the last place on his hike through the grounds, because he found the soft waves of the lake soothing, but after such an encounter there was no way he could be calmed by some measly water. A loud splashing sound came from far to the left of him and his head swiveled in its direction. His gaze landed on the cause for the noise and his eyes nearly bugged out. What the? Victor Bloody Crumb, international Quidditch champion, Karkaroff's butt boy and all around a complete asshole, was diving into the Black Lake like a maniac on too much fire whiskey. Maybe that was some sort of survival training they had to absolve in the cold East, he asked himself and crouched on the ground to test the water temperature. His left hand dipped into the freezing water of the lake and he quickly pulled it out again, while his right hand, equipped with a wand, was already in motion to apply a new heating charm. No, he thought, not even Karkaroff could be such an utter bastard and demand something like this from his students. That left the question open as to why Crumb was doing it. Was it an expression of his suicidal tendencies? A cry out to the world that said, "Please help me." For a moment he considered to join his father and godfather in their marauding ways and vanish Victor's clothes that were lying, neatly folded at that, on a nearby stone. Why the heck not? Harry vanished back into the shadow of the tree line that bordered on the shore and enshrouded by their darkness slinked slowly towards the large stone, sometimes jumping from cover to cover. There was no need for any kind of silencing charm as Vicky was still deep under the water and Harry waited with bated breath for him to emerge again and go for the next round. The whole thing would be rather pointless if Crumb decided that this was his last dive, and momentarily Harry had the curious belief that his idea was incredibly stupid and dangerous, should he be discovered. Victor came back to upper side of the water and Harry wondered if he had truly seen something akin to a shark head for a second. Something fishy was going on, he thought as he crept directly behind the stone, relieved by the view of Crumb diving back into the water, wand in hand. Wingardium Leviosa. He whispered and flicked his own wand towards the pile of clothes, levitating them behind some bushes several feet away. With his mission accomplished he ran away, laughing and exhilarated by his success, and only came to a stop when he had passed the Ollery and some curious-looking students from Beauxbatons. Completely out of breath, he leaned against the cold and soothing stone of Hogwarts and transfigured a simple pocket watch out of a pebble as the sun had begun to descend and he wanted to check the time. He saw that he still had enough time to get a decent dinner in the kitchens without bothering about curfew, when an exhausted-looking Dumbledore came walking towards him. Harry wondered why the headmaster's wand was lying in his palm and pointed towards him, but chalked it up to some craziness from the older man. "Harry, my boy," the headmaster started and gasped for air. "Your movements in the last hour have been incredibly erratic." Now, that statement was certainly true, but what a way to spout random informations. "I searched for you," he said and took another deep breath. "And even my highly modified point me spell has led me running all over the castle. I was talking a walk." The look Dumbledore gave him really made his day. "Anyway, why did you look for me?" he asked and inwardly chanted a mantra. "Please don't remember. Please don't remember. I remembered some things about the evening of the Yuletide ball. F.K." The headmaster trailed off, but the famous twinkle blasted out of his eyes with full power. "I will have you know, that in the over 50 years in which my beard was the same length, I did not even once trip about it." Harry could only look down, his neck crept with a flush. This kind of situation had the innate potential to be incredibly mortifying for a young student. "But don't worry, I'm not here to scold you," Dumbledore said, and Harry's gaze snapped upwards. Instead, the headmaster continued, not bothered. "I am here to swear you to secrecy. You see, my ill-mannered affliction to the delectable brews filled with alcohol has been a well-guarded secret for nearly over a century now, and as people are already calling me an old goat," he gave Harry a sly wink, "it would be bad if they knew of it." Did his headmaster really just admit that he was an incurable binge drinker? What the effin' hell, this day truly couldn't get any more weird. And as an incentive to guard my secret most viciously, he pulled something out of his robes. I'll give you this. Use it well. With those words, Dumbledore vanished into the castle and left a thoroughly bewildered Harry behind. As he looked down, he saw a bottle of finest fire whiskey in his hands. The day couldn't get any more weird. He had spoken too soon. Hogwarts 4. January. The 4th of January was a day like any other for most inhabitants of the castle, and only for some overeager Ravenclaws did it symbolize the begin of the new term. For Harry it was the dreaded day, when he had to resume his studies in order to increase his chances of survival during the upcoming tasks. That could come later in the day, however, as he was currently poring over another Transfiguration tome in order to search for a spell that would create a beautiful perch for Hedwig, his faithful familiar. He turned the page and his green eyes narrowed behind the rectangular glasses. Mutare Ramum Avibus, a spell used to permanently transfigure perches. Be aware that the size, the material, and the level of detail is depending on the used magical power and the caster's experience with said spell. The wand motions are as following. He quickly jotted down some notes and took a bite out of his sandwich, because like nearly every other time he was doing his research in the kitchen and wallowed in the benevolence of Hogwarts house elves. Bad bird. Youse shall not knock like that. The cry of outrage coming from Smirmy, as he had learned to call her, broke him from his musings, and he looked toward its cause, a brown barren owl that furiously hammered its beak against the closed window and demanded entrance. Don't worry, Smirmy, that's for me, he said, and walked towards the window, opening it and letting the owl into the kitchen. If youse say so. The little house elf remained skeptical and watched the avian with a cautious look in her eyes, but Harry continued unfazed and gave the owl 5 nuts he had pulled out of a pocket of his robe. After taking the Daily Prophet and sending the owl off, he started to read and munched happily on the remaining sandwiches. Only to feel like some big chunk just got stuck in the wrong pipe. His green eyes narrowed, alight with fury, and his hands cramped, crumpling the usually smooth edges of the paper. Revealed that Rubeus Hagrid, groundskeeper of Hogwarts, is in fact a half-giant born from the unusual union between Mr. Hagrid and the giantess Freewolfa. Dear readers, we have to ask us the following. Do we really want someone like that near our most cherished possession, our children? How dare that infernal? Harry's anger was palpable, and the dishes some house elves were currently washing started to vibrate in their hands. Only when he heard the sound of breaking glass did he gather himself and turned around, looking into the frightened faces of many house elves. Excuse me, he stammered out and left the kitchen with quick strides. He would apologize to the elves as soon as he had regained his calm. Thundering through the hallways like he would go into a battle with Voldemort any moment now, many people on his path jumped quickly away from him and gave him scared glances, but he couldn't care less at the moment. He strode through the 3rd corridor and disabled the various locking charms on the door to his room without losing any speed. As soon as he had entered his sanctuary, he whipped his wand around and reapplied several charms, before coming to a halt in front of his ward-reinforced wall. Incendio! He cried with such an earth-shattering fury that it reverberated through the whole room. The spell reacted instantly, and a gigantic stream of fire shot out of his wand, crashed against the wall, and illuminated the place with a bright light. His own feelings on the woman were nothing against the fury he momentarily held on behalf of Hagrid. Skeeter had crossed a line with her article that she should have left untouched, but now it was too late. Too late for her to retract it and beg for mercy. She would pay with her whole, insidious being. A primal roar demanding retribution escaped him, and he strengthened the already incredulously overpowered spell, letting wave after wave of fire thunder against the wall. After what felt like hours in which his magic output hadn't lessened, did he regain some semblance of calm that vanished as quickly as it came when he took a look around him. Half of his room was going up in flames, ignited by the fire that had unnoticed spilled from the corners of the warded wall. Was that a piece of vellum he just saw, burning to ashes? F.K. He cursed loudly and started to weave his wand in intricate patterns, ending with a wide circle. He knew one single water spell, and the only way it would be any kind of effective, was for it to be incredibly overpowered as well. Agumenti scutum thalas. He cried out. No watery dome formed around him this time, as he lacked any of the finesse he used during the first task, and torrents of water came crashing down on the place instead. He hadn't taken into account how grossly miscalculated his output of magic had been, and in a matter of 2, maybe 3 seconds the whole room was filled to the brim with water, only a little bit of it seeping through the door sill, as the locking charm held the door forcefully in place. It would be a miracle if he stayed out of the hospital wing this time. He clumsily tried to rotate on the spot to face the door, and his legs kicked something metallic away from him in the attempt. His wand rose towards the closed door, and he heard some sort of angelic music coming from somewhere in the room, but he had no nerve for it at the moment. Flicking his wand 2 times, the door burst open and the masses of water were finally able to escape, giving him back the often undervalued ability to breathe. After taking some gulps of air, he kicked the screeching golden egg that lied next to him until it closed. How incredibly dumb, he thought as he kneed on the floor like a doused poodle and pulled wet strands of his hair away from his eyes. The whole room, him included, was drenched and in shambles. On the side of his desk he could even see some charred places that were the results of his incendio. Mondays beeped royally. He rose to his feet, still feeling a bit shaky, and did his next part on the way to glorious magical exhaustion. Circle, jab, 2 crossed flicks, another circle, and a wide sweeping arc. Asico Fortis. The great drying charm did his work, and soon the remnants of his flood were vanished at least. Onwards then, he thought, and started the next motions, swishing his wand several times through the air. Reparo Fortis. The destroyed pieces of furniture were repairing themselves, and a pile of ash was especially interesting as it turned slowly to wood and rebuilt itself to a sturdy chair. Interesting for those who were able to see it, namely no one. Harry had fallen backwards on the hard floor of Hogwarts and snored merrily away. Hogwarts 8. January. The last Potter sat on a large stone and looked over the gigantic Black Lake, the same large stone he had levitated Crumb's clothes away from. The sky was clearer than it had ever been during the last weeks, and not a single snowflake flew through the air. A perfect place and setting for doing some thinking, or so Harry thought as he contemplated the ongoings in his life. Yesterday he had finally cracked the infernal egg through a bit of trickery, and now he knew what the second task held in store for him. A snicker escaped him when he thought about yesterday, particularly the way how he had tailed Cedric, the greatest idiot of them all, as he had started to call him after he ditched a beautiful girl like Cho for some unknown 7th-year girl that didn't even look half as good. It had been oh so easy to remain unnoticed with his father's cloak, the map, and the 2 charms that were quickly becoming his favorites. He had even bumped into him on accident as soon as he had heard the password for the prefect bathroom and wanted to get away quickly, but Cedric the dumbass didn't even notice him then. It was a truly luxurious bath that followed that night, when he was sure that no other prefect would grace the bathroom, and for a moment he even wished for a yellow rubber duck to complete the incredible feeling. Alas, he had been there to work and listen to the murmish words that still rang in his mind today. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back. What an unbelievable simple clue. Somehow he had expected more from the fabled Triwizard Tournament, at least in that department, but what the clue said brought a whole slew of new problems with it. First was the question of what, or whom they would take. He doubted that Dumbledore would import Sirius for this event, so what would they take? His firebolt. If it was indeed a person they wanted to capture for the task, whom would be his, if not Sirius? Fleur was a champion as well and could be ruled out quickly. Hermione and Ron haven't been his friends for months now and were also out of the equation. He considered that Dumbledore might be crazy enough to chain himself somewhere in the Black Lake, but the other judges probably wouldn't allow it. Daphne maybe. Could be possible, but how would they know about them? There was no one, not even the headmaster, who knew about the kind of relationship they both had started that fateful morning. Leaving that matter aside, there was still the problem of breathing underwater. He was an adequate swimmer, but how the hell should he survive an hour without air? Knowing the wizarding world, it involved something either incredible complex, or unbelievable disgusting, both, which weren't very appealing to him. Then he had to consider the various inhabitants of the lake like Grindylows and the merfolk. He would have to do some serious research until he was ready to defend against them, which brought him to the problem of using spells underwater. Which could he even use without diminishing or deforming their effects? On the topic of spells and deforming, Skeeter still had her punishment coming, and he was fervently looking for some way to make her pay. Thus far he had ruled out strong bodily harm, even if it would be extremely satisfying, because it would presumably fall back on Hagrid, and that wasn't his intention. He needed something subtle, something worthy of a Slytherin. By the way, where the hell was Daphne? He knew that a relationship with her wasn't possible, or even wanted, as they both still had 3 years until they were away from the overinflated bigotry of Hogwarts, but he had hoped for some more action after getting his first bite from the forbidden fruit. His thoughts wandered into the deepest, darkest and most beeped parts of his mind, and the winter cold did nothing to soothe the heat in his loins when he imagined Randy say, with "Da, Harry, here you are." The overly cheerful voice of his headmaster penetrated his mind and toughly ripped him out of his wet dreams. Luckily, he wore wide robes today, and his half-erected cock wasn't easy to notice under them. "Headmaster?" he asked, and saw how the venerable Albus Dumbledore lowered himself to sit on a dirty stone, in a position that was almost as lazy as his own. "A few days ago, a matter of grave importance has come up, and I wanted your input on it," he answered with a serene smile on his lips that could, dependent on the angle, also be interpreted as a sly smirk. "Huh," came his extraordinary and intelligent response that completely and utterly summed up his feelings on this alleged matter of grave importance. Dumbledore, however, wasn't bothered by it and powered his twinkle a bit more. "Our esteemed caretaker, Mr. Filch, and several students of all houses were under the impression that a sudden tsunami occurred in the castle, flooding the complete third corridor. Holy mother of, that wasn't good." Harry did his best to hide his guilt and faced the headmaster with a blank expression, completely intending to lie his way through everything. They were told, of course, that it was only a pipeline rupture, a usual defect in Hogwarts plumbing. "And what does that have to—" Harry started and interrupted himself. "Ah, screw it. I'm completely pants at lying," he said with his head hung low and slightly depressed about his non-existent abilities in the finer art of bullshitting. The headmaster acted in a purely Dumbledore-esque manner and started to laugh, before dropping a wise advice on his head. "To acknowledge one's own weakness is the first step on a long road of betterment," he responded, chuckling with mirth, and gave Harry a pat on the shoulder. "What interests me more is the cause for this pipeline rupture. I was angry at Skeeter's article about Hagrid." Harry started to pout. "And you drenched the corridor." Dumbledore's left eyebrow arched skeptically, obviously not believing that this was what did indeed happen. "No, I nearly burned down my room and had to douse the fire somehow," he trailed off, somewhat embarrassed by his own actions. "It was an overpowered scutum thallus." The question was more of a statement, and Harry's head snapped towards the older man. How did you know?" he asked, slowly but surely becoming frightened by Dumbledore's omniscient behavior. "It is a little-known fact that the magical power usually reserved for the finesse of that particular shield channels itself into pure mass if overloaded," he explained, and got a faraway look in his eyes. "I encountered said rare phenomenon on my travels through the desert of Kenya. There was a settlement of Muggles that knew about magic, but were slowly dying from dehydration due to the unforgiving heat." His gaze landed on Harry and he gave him a small smile. "Rather like yourself. I didn't trust in the power of a normal Agumantee charm and overpowered my water shield to such a degree that it nearly destroyed the whole village." The people were thankful nonetheless. For minutes no one spoke, and both wallowed in the comfortable silence of the moment. "Professor," Harry began, interrupting the peaceful quiet, "can I ask you a question?" "Ask away, and I will do my best to answer you." Now it was time to speak on a matter that could quickly turn around this nice moment and make it a rather dreaded memory. "I wondered for some years now, if you meant for me to face Voldemort at the end of my first year." It was a loaded question, and for a second Harry saw guilt flicker in the eyes of his headmaster. In the end, the man gave a sad sigh and looked at him. "If you ask me, if you were supposed to master the trials and find the Philosopher's Stone, then your answer is yes," he amended, but quickly rose his hands to ward off any kind of interruption. "The trials were meant for you, but at no moment did I ever expect you to face Voldemort in this endeavor. Even towards the end, when I strongly suspected Quirrell, did I not even think about the possibility of Voldemort possessing the man. A great oversight on my part, I'm afraid. Harry stared at him for a while, before asking his next question. But why let me face Quirrell at all? Or the obstacles? Dumbledore rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied in an honest, but guilty voice. Excuse me please if my next words will sound awfully callous and cold to you, but a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor can a man grow without trials. I knew that Voldemort was still alive, and that alone gave me enough incentive to try and prepare you with my underhanded measures. A practice I have abolished since the disaster of your first year. The older man shook his head. And the Philosopher's Stone. It was the real one, right? Harry asked in the sudden need to finally clarify everything that had happened on that evening. Not one day goes by, Harry, when I'm not ridden with guilt over the death of Nicholas and his wife. Even Nicholas' words on his deathbed could only slightly alleviate this feeling. He said, and before Harry could even ask, he continued. For certain is death for the born, and certain is birth for the dead, therefore over the inevitable thou shouldst not grieve. Wiser words have never been spoken by any man, but they had hurt me more than I would care to admit. Harry was surprised by the moment of weakness Dumbledore showed him, but was touched that the headmaster had enough trust in him to reveal such informations. Again, there was a bout of silence that lasted for several minutes and was only broken after the older man had regained some of his usual jovial nature. Now Harry, I need to ask you for a favor. Hagrid hasn't left his hut in days, and together we might be able to convince him that sunlight is much better for his complexion, he said, and jumped up with an agility that Harry hadn't expected from him. Following the wizened man without complaint, Harry thought about the conversation they had just led. Some points of it were difficult to swallow, and it were especially the trials that irked him to no end, even if he could understand the angle the headmaster was working at. To toy so easily with his life infuriated him, but try as he might, he couldn't stay angry at the man who had to lead the incompetent wizarding world for over half a century. Would he have done the same in his position? Maybe not, but a definite answer remained elusive, as he wasn't really sure. They trekked through the snow-crusted grounds until they finally reached Hagrid's hut, and Dumbledore knocked 3 times at the door. There was no response, but the bellowing of Fang Hu could be heard, pounding against the thick door made of Scottish oak. Hagrid. Harry started to shout in order to get his large friend's attention. If you don't open the door in 5 seconds, I'm going to transfigure myself a nifty stone warrior to break it down. He continued and started to slowly count down from 5. He was reasonably sure that the memory of his first task was still fresh in Hagrid's mind. When he reached 4 and the door opened, he saw dark rings under his eyes and a beard that was even more scraggy than usual. The anger about Skeeter rekindled itself again, but that wasn't important at the moment. With one long step he reached the large man and threw his arms around him, attempting to hug his first friend for all he was worth. Unsurprisingly, tears started to leak out of the friendly beady eyes and the huge body was racked with sobs, but Harry held on, intent on showing Hagrid how much he truly appreciated him. You're an idiot if you believe a dumb cow like Skeeter will change my opinion of you for even one moment. He muttered into the large West, made of different pelts. The headmaster, who was watching the whole thing with a proud look on his face, put his own nuts to the argument. Indeed, Hagrid. As you can see, there are still 2 people at least, who see you for the wonderful man you are. Hagrid gave them a watery smile and beckoned them into his cozy little hut, that held more comfort for Harry than a large manor ever could. Later that evening, after the trio had spent hours on drinking tea and regaling each other with amusing tales, Harry excused himself and found once again refuge in his repaired sanctuary, reminiscing about the amazing stories that had been told. He smirked when he remembered Dumbledore's extremely loud belly laugh and Hagrid's mortified face after Harry told the headmaster about Norbert and the night they played smuggling the dragon. A hoot interrupted his musings and a sudden smile reached from one side of his face to the other. Hedwig had returned. Hedwig, Harry said, excited, and jumped from his chair to welcome his familiar. Did you have a good flight? He asked and started stroking her feathers, eliciting more joyful hoots from her. Look, I practiced a whole day only for you. He explained to the interested-looking owl and wove his wand through the air until it pointed at a simple piece of wood that lied on the floor. Mutare ramum avibus. The piece of wood slowly formed itself into a perch, which despite its simplistic style looked beautiful and well crafted. Hedwig flew a short victory round through the room until she landed on her new perch and gave him another happy hoot. Hogwarts 16. January. Today was the day Sirius would firecall him, according to his reply at least. The man had been incredibly angry with him, understandably so, and it stood to reason that a letter starting with the words Harry James Potter was never a good one. He only noted that he wanted to clear the matter face to face with him and not through a mangy letter. A most curious phrasing considering the man who wrote it. Currently he sat in the library and did some personal research concerning the dagger from Sirius and the harp he had seen in Dumbledore's office once. A good usage of his time as he found, after scouring the endless rows of books for hours, looking for something that would enable him to breathe underwater. He had come upon various ways to do so, but simply wasn't satisfied with the easily destroyed bubblehead charm, or that disgusting bit of plant called gillyweed. The answer became clear, after he had skimmed through a book on advanced charms and found an extremely improved and modified version of the bubblehead charm that would coat his whole body in a complete layer of oxygen instead of only his head. The fact that there were some other interesting protective charms working into it, sealed the deal for Harry. Hooray to Hogwarts Library, superior to any other. Now, only 2 books remained from the once great stack he had built on the table and hopefully they would hold the answers to his other questions. He grabbed the book on the top called Goblins, Their Paragons and the Weapons They Used, and started to leaf through it, intent on finding something about the mysterious Skugrad. His eyes were alight with joy, when he finally found the name and he eagerly started to read. Dagger of Skugrad. A goblin-made dagger, forged in the fires of Olcreg, the underground capital of the Goblin Nation. Extremely durable and sharp, but without any imbued magic, as the goblins held true to their traditions as warriors. According to legends, the dagger once belonged to Skugrad, the famed leader of the Goblin Revolts 234 BC who, after his defeat, had to pay it as tribute to the Black family, as Orge's Kylam Black led the winning opposition. He wanted to read more, but as the clock hanging on the wall across told him, he only had about 20 minutes left before Sirius would call him, so he branded the important information into his mind and quickly made a grab for the last book. Quickly looking through it, he found the passage he was looking for, but was disappointed to see that there was only a very small notice on the aesthetic harp he had seen in Dumbledore's office. Godsensvanir, a legendary harp, that is said to have immense magical power. Putting masses to sleep, cheering them up, or even killing them is possible if one knows how to play it. He closed the book and flicked his wand through the air, muttering several incantations under his breath until each book was magically flying through the air, returning itself to its resting place. The cloak of his father was used once again after he had extinguished the light on his wand with a simple nox, and applied his favorite 2 charms. He moved fast, but silent through the dark hallways and made it to the empty common room with only seconds to spare. Harry. A voice to his right caught his attention and he saw Sirius' stern face in the fire. Kneeling in front of the fireplace he gave him a cheery wave. Hey Sirius. Ho. Do not. Hey Sirius, me Harry. I'm bloody angry right now. The gaunt-looking man said and Harry cringed. Do you have any idea how worried I am right now? Let's get this on the road. I will properly scold you when we meet in person again. Like the itching powder on your reply wasn't enough, Harry muttered, but was quickly interrupted by Sirius. Don't talk back, young man, you're in enough shit as it is. Now tell me, what was the first task? He asked and Harry scrambled to come up with a reasonable lie. Don't lie to me, Harry. I can tell. F.K. Another idea down the drain. Dragons. Harry gave a single word as answer and watched how Sirius' expression cycled through shock, anger and relief. Dragons. By Morgana's hardened nipples. That's one hell of a task, but I will get the details once I arrive in. No. You can scold me however much you want, but you will park your A.S. wherever the F.K. you are and stay there. Again, Sirius went through different emotions, anger being the one that prevailed. Who do you? He started, but got interrupted again. No discussion serious. If you come here, the probability of them catching you is so high it's laughable. Harry answered, nearly hysterical. B-U-F-K. No. Stay where you are, and more importantly stay safe. Dumbledore and I got everything covered. Sirius looked truly dejected after those words, but gave a short, defeated nod. Then let me at least give you a last advice before the call ends, he said, and Harry gave him a nod. Be wary of Karkaroff. The man was a Death Eater and might have been the one to enter you. Harry heard a crashing sound in the background and saw Sirius looking hastily over his right shoulder. Goodbye, Harry, I've gotta go. The owner of the house just came back. Stay safe. A second later his face vanished, leaving only orange-tinted flames behind. Now that the hasty-led conversation was over, he felt guilt well up inside of him. How could he handle Sirius like that? The man had earned himself more than a simple, welcome back, hug, should they see each other again. Hogwarts 27. January. Percutor. Moody's wand raced through the air and Parvati, like hit with an invisible fist, slumped down on the floor. The intense blue eye of his professor swiveled around to locate the next victim, observing them all in the process. Weak. Percutor. He growled out and Lavender fell from her seat, unspilled tears shining in her eyes. For Harry that was all he had to know about the rest of today's lesson. He would be a target soon and it seemed like the rest of the class had started to realize the same and scrambled out of the way, trying to find some sort of cover. A second after he had jumped away from his chair, he saw how it suddenly combusted in flames and only had a moment for his eyes to widen comically when it came hurling towards him as he was still in mid-jump. Did Moody want to kill him? He could have done with a simple percutor, but a friggin' burning chair with high velocity. The man was crazy and now Harry had to survive in the face of Moody's insanity. He reached the ground again and instantly rolled away to avoid the fiery projectile that simple followed him, to his great consternation. His right hand already hovered above his wand's head and when the professor started to bombard him with percutor spells while the chair was still hunting him, he quickly drew it. Aquapilatum. Aquapilatum. His wand was in motion, adding one movement to the next in a truly endless chain as each percutor from Moody was met with the force of 20 liters of water. The remaining students pressed themselves against the walls, partly in awe and partly in horror, as Moody and Harry took the impromptu duel a step further. Reducto. Harry jumped out of the way, once again flying through the air and quickly wove his wand in circular patterns. Dozens of inkpots transfigured themselves into little rats and made their way to Moody, embedded with the command to gnaw on his wooden leg and make him fall. The professor snapped another reducto his way and swept his wand in a wide arc. Incendium orbis. Every little rodent burned down with agonizing screeches and remained nothing but ashes on the cold floor of Hogwarts. Harry had already dived out of the way and the third reducto missed him by a hair's length, completely obliterating a table in the process. Protega. The blue shield snapped into place, barely in time to deflect the two stupefies that were aimed at him and he used the short breather to analyze his surroundings. There was nothing that could be used against Moody, he thought as another spell ricochet from his shield. But if there wasn't something he could use, he simply had to create something. Dissolving his shield and quickly diving behind a table, he aimed his wand at window and casted a strong percutor at it. Moody's non-magical eye widened as he saw hundreds of little glass shards being banished towards him. Having a second to react at most, he made good use of it and snapped his wand through the air, summoning the remaining desks to build a wall of wood around him. It wasn't perfect and some single shards managed to reach him, slicing into his skin and drawing blood, but the majority of them embedded themselves into the desks. That's enough, Potter. I've made my point. He shouted behind his barricades and Harry started to relax a bit, lowering his wand, but still having it in his grasp should the professor decide that he had relaxed too soon. With loud noises the desks hit the floor and Moody's eye trained itself on the horrified students that were still cowering against the walls. He saw that some of them, like Granger, Greengrass and Knott, had erected some rudimentary shields to protect themselves and some of their friends, but most of them looked only frightened. Constant vigilance. He roared and observed how they flinched away from him. Potter has understood the lesson and gave you one hell of a show. Next time, you all better be prepared. Moody warned them and dismissed the class with a wave of his hand. Scrambling towards the exit, most of them didn't notice the simple hexes he silently casted at each of them with a disappointed shake of his head. For Harry, the lesson was a reminder that he still had a question to ask his headmaster. The short duel didn't leave him weak, but he could clearly feel the drain. Just how much did it actually drain him? His steadily increasing arsenal of spells was more of a boon than a problem, but how much could he actually use without landing himself in something akin to a coma? It was the question of the day, and like so often, when he had questions that needed answers, he made his way towards the headmaster's office hoping for enlightenment. A quick plea to the gargoyle and the way was free. Knocking on the wooden door and entering without hesitation when Dumbledore's voice resounded from the other end, he now sat across the headmaster and got stared at by plenty of portraits of which the inhabitants had awoken. The old man said nothing, but obviously waited for him to explain his unexpected arrival in his office. The way of Dumbledore, Harry thought, fishing for answers with one single look. Professor, Harry began, but hesitated. Was it all right to bother the man with each question he had? So old Cornelius Fudge got the job. Bungler if ever there was one. So he pelts Dumbledore with owls every morning, askin' fair advice, Hagrid had said on his very first day, spent in the magical world. Did he really want to become a second Fudge? Harry, you should know by now. Dumbledore gave him a serene look. That whatever the question, you are always welcome here. Without hesitation, I might add. Harry looked distinctively more happy with those words, but still felt a bit unsure, and the headmaster used the time the last Potter needed to gather himself. Smarty, he asked, and was rewarded with a popping sound to his left, which startled Fawkes as the beautiful phoenix had slumbered peacefully on his golden perch. What can Smarty do for you, Dumbledore, sir? The excitable, little house elf asked, and was regarded with a fond look. His large ears were flopping with each of his movements, and his eyes grew larger, when he saw the mighty Harry Potter sitting next to the wizened and highly accomplished headmaster. Would you be so nice, Smarty, to bring us 2 cups of tea from the kitchens? He asked, and the elf's head bopped up and down so fast, Harry had trouble following it. Of course. Youse can trust Smarty, Dumbledore, sir. He said and vanished, leaving a amused duo behind. The headmaster looked at Harry and sighed, when he saw that the young lad was still hesitant. Once again, the desire to toughly curse the Dursleys into oblivion reared its ugly head. He could blast those infernal fools, for what they have done with the young child. To ask questions was the most fundamental principle in the discovery of knowledge, and they completely bereaved the boy, no, young man, of his confidence to do so. Maybe it would be prudent for you to relax a bit, Harry, he said, and sadly noticed how the lad tensed even more. It had been so easy to converse with him the last few times, but then again he wasn't seeking advice in these moments. What was it that made him so hesitant when asking for help? Would you like to hear a story about one of the artifacts in this room? You are after all taking interest in them, and I could regale you with quite the tales about some of them until we talk about the original matter. The headmaster offered, and finally saw a mixture between curiosity, need, and confidence in Harry's eyes. If it wouldn't be a bother, sir. Nonsense. You could never be a bother, Harry, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He exclaimed. Now, do you see anything you want to know about? Dumbledore asked, but Harry needed no time for his decision. He saw something on one of his very first visits to the office, and even after hours of research had found nothing. The flame of Anku. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, and he took a look at the violet fire, contained in an orb of glass, that lied on a satin cushion. I've searched for some explanations, but found nothing. The headmaster grinned at him like a little child that was about to share an incredible secret with you. That you found nothing isn't a miracle, Harry. The records about this little orb and its history were sealed by the IWC. Do you want to hear about it? He asked for confirmation and got a confused look from Harry. But isn't it sealed, sir? Dumbledore shrugged. I was the one to seal it, so I can tell whomever I want. Momentarily, Harry wondered if the headmaster would stick his tongue out next. Before I can tell you about it, however, I have to ask how much you know about necromancy. Dumbledore said in such a matter-of-fact voice, as Harry did a double-take. Necromancy. What the? Necromancy? He asked, incredulous, and added quickly to it. Nothing. Then let me enlighten you. The older man started, and Harry wondered if Dumbledore, the paragon of light, would teach him one of the blackest magics in existence now. In this tale I frequently encountered inferi, truly insidious abominations. Undeads, that could be created out of corpses by a skilled necromancer. And you fought them? He asked, excited. Now that was something that could come straight out of a horror movie. The pinnacle of evolution for each self-respecting teenager. Yes, I did, but let us start the beginning. Dumbledore said, and got an eager nod. In 1968, a surge of sudden grave robbings in France alerted the IWC that something strange was afoot. In an attempt to locate the cause, we've sent out many teams to investigate, but none of them came back alive, and the only success we achieved was the knowledge that it centered on the west coast of France, mainly the Bretagne. The headmaster got a reminiscing expression and didn't even notice that Smarty the little elf had returned to put 2 cups of tea on the table. Harry gave him a nod in thanks, but quickly turned around again to his headmaster, eager to listen to the older Mont's adventure. The situation became worse, and in a desperate attempt, the IWC sent me to finally put a stop to this situation. I did my best, and after days finally found the cause for these disgusting besmirchments on the people's last resting places. He recounted and put his palm on the orb of glass. Avenel de Chandler, a minor noble, turned out to be a master of necromancy, and when it came to the inevitable duel between us, I had to fight tooth and nail to weather the masses of inferi he threw at me. He led the cup to his lips and took a short sip. As you can see, I am still alive. That at least should clue you in on the fate of Avenel de Chandler. And the flame? Harry asked, confused. To hear about the headmaster's incredible life was all fine and dandy, not to forget very interesting, but at which point did the flame come into play? Now, for the explanation of the flame, I have to ask you to keep an open mind, as we will leave the plane of basic magic theory and delve deep into the obscurity of myths and legends. He answered with a mysterious look on his face that sent chills down Harry's spine. After I defeated Avenel, an entity appeared in front of me, looking like a mixture of several local animals like bears, boars, and different kind of birds. I have to admit, I was frightened, and rightly so, as the being introduced himself as Ankou to me and gifted me with the contained fire that you see on the shelf. Harry didn't know what he should think about that story. His aunt had been a lying cow, so he never really bought into the whole god business, but in the magical world it might very well be possible that spiritual beings and such things existed. They do have ghosts after all, he thought. It sounds unbelievable, I know that as well, Harry, but before I could ask Ankou any questions it disappeared, leaving me a last advice. He said. A last advice. An advice I still have branded into my mind, like it was yesterday he spoke to me. Unleash thy new flames on those who sought freedom from death's grip, should he need ever rise again. It had said to me, and I already used the flames once, when Voldemort led an army of inferi against Hogsmeade. If Harry wasn't interested enough before, now that Voldemort entered the field, his thirst for more knowledge about the mystical orb skyrocketed. As you can imagine, I was frantic in my search for any informations on Ankou, and when I finally found the answer, it was so incredible, but so unbelievable that it took me a long time to wrap my head around it. The headmaster explained and stroked his beard. What was it? Ankou is a being sparsely recorded in French mythology, but from what I could gather he is said to be a demon of death, a peacekeeper of the graves in the Bretagne. He paused and stared sternly at Harry, conveying the gravity of the situation. Full of fear of what could be done with such informations, or the flame itself, I sealed every record about it and secured the old scrolls that mentioned the being. Harry gulped, and Dumbledore continued. I trust you, Harry, that is why I told you the story behind the flame, but I ask you to maintain absolute secrecy. No word about Ankou shall ever leave this office. Harry, whom had steadily relaxed throughout the story and was a good audience, gasping at all the right places, now felt the weight of Dumbledore's stare bore into him for minutes in which no word was spoken. The pressure lifted suddenly and the headmaster regained his jovial expression. Now, Harry, what was the original question you had? Harry gave a frustrated sigh. How to formulate it, without looking stupid? He had to ask the question now. It would be pretty bad from him to leave, when the old goat had taken his time to regale him with an incredible tale. I wondered about magical reserves, sir. I can feel some drain and I know when I'm exhausted. He tried to explain, his hands making weird gestures in an attempt to make himself understood. Is there a way for me to know how much a spell is draining me, or how often I can use certain spells? Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully and vanished the cups that stood between them. I understand. Harry's head snapped up. And I am most curious how much I can actually teach you without straining the oath I gave as a judge. At first you should KN. He gave a pained gasp and shook his head, his hand grasping the part of his cloak, under which his heart resides. The oath obviously doesn't like it. Sir, are you all right? Harry asked, fearful for the headmaster that still looked pained. I am fine, Harry. Don't worry. It seems, however, like I can only give you some clues as advice. Please don't hurt yourself, sir. I can search for it on my own, he said frantically, but Dumbledore hadn't lived for over a century with listening to others. Mind control. We well concept. The man grounded out, and Harry felt physically ill when he saw the first tears of pain leak out of the headmaster's eyes. Sir. He rose quickly and walked around the desk to aid his headmaster, looking helplessly at Fawkes, who just observed the situation serenely. Dumbledore chuckled weakly. I just need some time, Harry, and all will be fine. He coughed and a curious look overcame him. I do wonder how Maxime and Karkaroff are doing it. Maybe I was too naive in thinking they have taken the same oath as I. That was really a naive thought, but Harry didn't say it. Harry took to his chair again and they sat in silence, with his mind easing a bit every minute that he saw the headmaster regain his strength. After a while they resumed their talk, this time about some uninteresting, but amusing stories, and he started to laugh loudly when Dumbledore told him about an old friend he had left lying, completely drunk, in an orphanage in the slums of Edinburgh where children of all ages started to paint on him. It had long become dark when Harry finally rose from his seat and excused himself to get to his bed. Charms reapplied, and after some furious curses, because he had forgotten his cloak, he made his way through the dark hallways. Noticing nothing out of the ordinary, he walked alongside the third corridor, when suddenly a hand grabbed him and pulled him behind a suit of armor. His first defensive reflexes were quickly suppressed, when he saw that it was Daphne that had surprised him. And boy, did she look great this night. Hello, Potter. She whispered huskily and licked his earlobe. Completely at ease, Harry sat on one of the many stone benches that littered the courtyard in front of the clock tower and enjoyed the rays of sun that shone from the cloudless sky, warming him and anyone else who was out and about. Piles of snow were already molten to small puddles, and if it wasn't for the chilly breeze that sometimes swept through the yard, nothing would indicate that it still had been deep winter a week ago. While the birds were starting a new symphony with their soothing chirps, Hedwig had perched on his shoulder, and she too enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere that seemed to have settled all over the castle. A heavy and ancient-looking tome lied open on his lap, its pages old and brittle, but Harry was not bothered by the apparent age of the book, and his eyes devoured the information it provided him with a dedication he wouldn't have thought possible only months ago. Legends state that the merfolk was one of the first cultured group of beings that graced the earth with their presence, long before humankind started to evolve and when the Goblin Nation was still at the early stages of their ascension. We do not know how they came to exist, but some scholars hold the belief that an ancient form of magic selectively started to mutate various subaqueous beings, forming them into what we call merpeople today. While reasonable and certainly possible, there is no evidence to support that claim, and many magical scientists argue constantly about their origins. It is not known how or why they have split into hundreds of different tribes, erecting colonies all over the world, but we do know that these independent groups vary vastly in their beliefs, opinions, and actions concerning humans. Most colonies are built around large monuments that display figures with a close resemblance to the merfolk. Scholars are undecided if these are their gods, their paragons, or something else entirely. The political stands of the tribes vary from peaceful to downright aggressive, serving as an indicator that there is no sort of government to rule or rein them in. The tribe living in the waters of the Black Lake is the most studied and understood one, as the few people who have learned to speak Mermish held long conversations with them and discovered a lot about their culture. Sulladin, as they have called the city deep down in the murky waters of the lake, is built around the statue of a harp-playing merman, a being that we humans believe to be Persos, founder and first chieftain of Sulladin. Closing the book carefully, he stretched his legs and looked around the courtyard, taking his time to observe the lively game of gobstones some first-year Hufflepuffs were playing under the columns wrought with ivy to his right. "Now I've got you!" screamed one of them in joy, but his adversary had only eyes for the chalk circle and the arrangement of their marbles. The boy furrowed his brow and walked around the designated playing field, trying to find an angle he could work at, and when he finally found it, his face too lit up with happiness. Harry chuckled as he noticed how the boy regained his footing and afterwards ended the game with a decisive victory. How long had it been since he had played an innocent game of gobstones? Too long, and he feared that the time would only prolong with each larger-than-life gobstone the fates put into his way. Some fifth-year Ravenclaws walked by, but he remained unnoticed by them. Corpora abditum, the simple notice me not charm that would somewhat conceal the presence of a person. He had found it in a standard charms book for 6 years and since then had the advantage of walking around without bothering to always take his father's cloak with him. The Ravenclaws, 2 boys and 3 girls, came to halt a few feet to his left, and unashamed Harry listened into their conversation. He wondered what the fabled rumor mill of Hogwarts had to report. "Ruddy git. I can't believe he docked points for that," said one of the boys with venom in his voice. "Calm down, David. There's nothing we can do about it," a girl with curly brown locks said and laid her hands soothingly on his shoulders. "We already know that he's an ass." But the answer was right. He replied, and Harry nearly started to pity him. It was obviously Snape they were talking about. The boy to David's right snorted. "As if he cares. The man likes no one but his precious Slytherins. I swear, Alfred Higgins gets more annoying by the day. Higgins is a wanker man. You shouldn't listen to him. With all the crap he sprouts, I could paint our common room brown." That comment was quickly rewarded with a warning slap to the boy's shoulder. "We should tell Professor Flitwick. He will have to do something," said a rather rotund-looking girl with vehemence. "And then what? The Griffs complain all the time, have done so for years, and McGonagall never did anything." David shook his head in disappointment. "He's right. Why would it be different for us?" asked one of the girls and turned around to one of her friends. "What's your take on this bullshit, Melanie?" The girl in question had crossed her arms under her ample chest, pushing it upwards quite deliciously and without any kind of remorse. Harry leered at it. "How glorious those beasts would be. Right or wrong aside, have you noticed that the bat became increasingly erratic since 2 weeks ago?" she asked the group and adopted a thinking position. For a short moment Harry abandoned his beeped gaze and thought about the time she was talking about. Whoops. That was around the time his stone bird failed to assassinate the Git. What the hell could have made his bad mood even worse? I always thought it couldn't go any lower than it already was. Finally calmed, David shrugged his shoulders. "Well, my bet's on Gryffindor. Either the Weasley twins or Potter." "Definitely Potter. Snape's anger towards him is legendary." "Too true," thought Harry. Someday the ruddy bat would get what's coming to him. "Poor Harry, he has it hard enough without Snape breathing down his neck," said Melanie, and Harry's dirty grin returned with full force. He would have to be careful not to evolve into some sort of man whore, but the thought of bending that girl over the suddenly oh so inviting looking stone bench. Anyway, David sighed. We still have to look up some things for our history essays. Bloody bins. A minute later the group had left and let Harry ponder on his thoughts. Man, that Melanie looked hot. At least he thought about it until the beautiful vision of Fleur Delacour walked into the yard, nearly stiffening him with her appeal. The girl walked only a few feet before she suddenly stopped and took a curious look around her, seemingly feeling that something was amiss. Harry grinned and wondered if Fleur would find him, but was disabused of any doubts only seconds later when a wave of her allure crashed into him. A smirk appeared on her face and with confident strides she moved towards him, not bothered by the poor first years that probably had their first stiff ones about now. Whatever she had done, it was devious, he decided. With a fluid motion she sat down next to him and trailed her fingers over his leg. "Oh Harry, do you really need to perv on all the unsuspecting victims?" she asked and quirked her lips into a smile. "If not me, who else? Who could share that terrible burden with me?" Fleur arched her eyebrows. "Honestly, there are dozens of closet beeps in the castle. But whom could I trust with a burden as hard and stiff as mine?" He asked with a serious face, and the villa descended into laughter that, if he was inclined to wax poetically, rang like bells on an autumn night. He hadn't seen Fleur for some days, but the time he spent with her during the Yule Ball had been truly enjoyable. That woman had fire. Well, she began, and her fingers wandered up and down on his tight. I've heard some rumors. Oh, they say you crashed into some Slytherin. His expression changed to serious instantly, and he regarded her with a piercing gaze that sent shivers down her spine. And where have you heard? His eyes gained in intensity. Those rumors. Calm down, Harry. I know the reasons you want to keep this under wraps, she said, but his stare remained unchanged. I've already sworn the few students from Beauxbatons that saw you to secrecy, and the Slytherins were drunk beyond belief that night. He exhaled slowly and dipped his head in acknowledgement. Thanks, Fleur. Being a champion is a hassle, huh? A hassle. For you maybe, but don't forget that I wanted this. True enough. You know, I had to do something. You left me with an awful overflow of testosterone coursing through my body. Moi? Asked Fleur. It was your head pressed between my breasts that night. And what a glorious feeling it was. The resulting shove he got from her nearly made him fall of the bench. Don't do that, woman. He gasped out after regaining his balance. After a minute in which Fleur had tried to rein in her giggles, Harry got a sly grin on his face and turned around completely to the unsuspecting Vila. He took her hands in his own and lowered his voice a few octaves. Fleur Delacour, seductress of the masses, do you want to have some fun? Her eyes started to shine with mirth, and she seemed to enjoy the title seductress. That depends on the kind of fun you had in mind, Harry Potter, the one exalted among men. Why? He leaned towards her and whispered into her ear. To accompany my glorious self to Hogsmeade, of course. His tongue darted out of his mouth and gave her earlobe a quick lick, before retreating. He thoroughly enjoyed the short-lived expression of confusion on Fleur's angelic face, but also became rather worried when it changed into a sultry one and he saw the determined glint in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, he had been a fool to propose that challenge. You have yourself a deal, Monsieur Potter. She grinned impishly. Hogwarts 13. February. The visit to Hogsmeade was a great experience for Harry, and the delectable Fleur Delacour made it all the better. He could count on one hand the amount of people with whom he had as much fun as with her, and the mischievous nature, as well as the seductive qualities that seemed to be gifted to Vilas, made it a memory he wouldn't want to miss for the world. They had walked through the alleys of the homely-looking settlement and visited several stores as they talked about matters that were either amusing or made him sweat under his collar due to their dangerous, but appealing nature. She was an incredible haggler as well, as he noticed when they had set foot into a store called Orum's Apothecary. He originally wanted to visit the business to get some potions he could clip at his fabulous belt, but was quickly brought down when the owner started to name price after price. For all the potions you want to buy, I have to get 50 galleons at least. The man had said in a sly manner, and Harry was on the verge of forking the money over, when Fleur started to speak. 50 galleons. You think you can swindle us? I can buy the ingredients for a third of that price and brew the potions on my own. With those words the struggle started, and it took nearly half an hour until they walked out of the shop, leaving a thoroughly distraught owner behind. Her anger had been frightening, even if she had assured him later on that it was faked and the potions did indeed cost 50 galleons normally. Well, she got them for him for the measly price of 35. Who was he to complain? The day ended on an even more positive note, when he emptied his pockets and found satin blue clothes in them. Had Fleur been going commando for a while, or heaven forbid the whole time? He shook his head and grinned stupidly while thinking about the minx. The game of seduction they were playing was truly refreshing. Hogwarts 15. February. Harry was on the verge of surrendering and played with the thought to magic himself a white flag, signaling the library his submission. For hours he had already searched, looking through shelf after shelf filled with books, and still, there was no sign to be seen that even remotely pointed towards the well-concept Dumbledore had spoken of. Hours. For Merlin's sake he was so close to jump up and set the whole place in flames. A good, overpowered incendio would do the job, as he had seen only some weeks ago. But no, he couldn't destroy the library. The Ravenclaws, led by his former friend Hermione, would hunt him until the end of time if he did. Had Dumbledore lied to him? No, that couldn't be it either. The old goat had nearly risked a cardiac arrest just to say some simple words on the matter, and that meant the concept existed. But where could he find something about it? His fist crashed onto the wooden table in front of him, and it earned him several reproving glares from the local inhabitants of the area that called itself Hogwarts Library. Furiously he rose from his seat and started to pace alongside the great walls of knowledge. There had to be something. He knew Dumbledore hadn't given him a dud, so where was the fabled well concept? Every tome he looked through about magical theory had held no informations about it, but where else was he supposed to look? Waffling, Arsenias, Dropples, all these idiots babbled away in their books, but not one even mentioned that the concept existed. The old man had mentioned the words mind and focus, but occlumency and legilimency were branches of magic he knew his own mind wouldn't be able to endure at the moment. Everything he had read about these practices warned that it could be fatal if one tried to learn them before the 15th cycle of their life. Meaning, the concept wasn't a branch of either of the two. Dumbledore wouldn't have told him if it meant harm to him. At least he hoped so. He leaned his head against the soothing walls of Hogwarts, and his mind was furiously at work, coming up with possible ideas where he could look. Had he looked at it from the wrong angle? Maybe the concept wasn't mentioned, because it was nearly unknown. But then, how had the headmaster known? Well, he had to admit that was a stupid question. The man was Albus Dumbledore. Perhaps. Magical theories were normally pretty old, predating Hogwarts' founding by centuries. It stood to reason that the old goat wasn't the one to invent it. But who might have told him? He worked through the few friends he knew his headmaster had, and his search came to one single name. Nicholas Flamel. Informations about the man had helped him once already, back during his first year. Who was to say it couldn't be the same again? Back then he hadn't found many things about the famed alchemist, but if the library truly was sentient, there was a chance that it would deem him worthy to find more about the legend. It had taken another 5 hours, and the library had been vacated by everyone but him. Even the stern Madame Pants had already left, before he found what he looked for. In a book that was so unassuming he had nearly passed it over nonetheless. It was a small notebook with yellowed pages that looked more like a diary than a book about magical theories. Eagerly he went back to his desk and started to engross himself in the little compilation of knowledge that had been left by a man who lived up to 658 years. Well Concept for the Proportioning of Your Magics, by Nicholas Flamel. The well concept is a theory that had been invented by Darian Restus, a famous healer that lived through ancient Roman times and was worldwide known for his ability to treat dozens of patients in the course of a single day. His services were often employed during, or directly afterwards, large-scale battles, and according to several preserved manuscripts he did his duty well. Mages from every known corner of the world hounded me, seeking for advice, wanting to know my secret to success. But I could not. For the very thought of my idea falling into wrong hands made me retch with fright. What dastardly terrors could Roma's numerous enemies bring over us, should they ever get hold of it? And indeed it was true. The masses thought that he had undergone several rituals to enhance his powers, but there was nothing further from the truth. The entirety of his secret referred not to a sudden boost in power, but to the mastery of one's control over magic. In a desperate attempt to hide it, he wrote it down and warded it so heavily that even the most experienced cursebreaker would need years to open the scroll. Later on he buried the scroll in one of the many Gaulish forests, hopefully never to be found again, and obliviated himself of any and all knowledge about it. After 300 years of living, I stumbled upon this priceless artifact while studying the lives of several Gallic druids with my wife. It took a long time, but immortality had gifted me time over all else, and so I broke the wards protecting the scroll after 20 years of arduous research. The secrets the scroll revealed to me were fascinating and made me look at my magic from an angle I had never even considered before. The name well concept, or Putius Ideum as Darian had called it, was an apt one, at least to my discretion of it. Even in my time, the prevailing theory many scholars believed in was that our magic is being governed by our magical core. A theory that still holds true, but can be applied in very different ways. Restus regarded his core as a magical well, and the water that filled it were his reserves. In possession of a keen mind he visualized it and added marks to it, in the attempt to gauge the output his spells had. What followed was a rigorous training that enabled him to lower his spent reserves through a combination of precision and skill. At the moment that he knew how much magic his spells wasted on a daily basis, he improved his control over them to a degree that even now seems impossible to reach for me. It made it possible for him to preserve his magic and use it for more spells before the water in his well ran out. I emulated his training methods and got startling results. Each step in it was always accompanied by the regular checks on my well, to see how much I wasted, but after several years I finally managed to stave off every bit of excess that would be lost otherwise. Only when the first rays of sun touched upon his nose did Harry look up, startled by the amount of time that had gone by while he was reading through the history and training methods Flamel went through. After reading such a book he simply had no choice but to give his very best in his own attempt of mastering his magic. Determination settled in. Hogwarts 24. February. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we've prepared an extraordinary feat for you. The loud voice of Ludo Bagman rang through the air, being heard by anyone in the vicinity. He looked excited and giddy, obviously having high expectations for the second task. In the first task, our 4 champions were forced to steal a golden egg from a nesting mother dragon, and each of them managed it through either creativity, trickery, or brute force. Now that February is nearly at its end, we have reconvened, this time at the shore of the Black Lake, where each champion has to test his mettle once again. The crowd roared in zealous and fanatical anticipation for the event. Harry and the other champions were still covered by their cloaks, every one of them waiting to the last possible minute before having to shrug it off and face the freezing cold. This time he was a bit more assured in his abilities as a wizard than during the first task, and it showed in his confident and graceful posture. His gaze roved over the various bleachers and he noticed a plethora of important people gathered in one of them, looking vastly more comfortable than the others. The Bulgarian and French he could easily understand, but why were the Minster from Norway, Denmark and Sweden in attendance? The already festering urge to blast Fudge into oblivion rose quickly, when he saw the man accidentally bump into foreign dignitaries on the search for his bowler hat. Harry had seen how the hat got blown away by the unusual strong wind that became more forceful by the minute, and he pulled the cloak closer around him. Nervous, Harry? Asked Fleur, and he turned to the left, facing the beautiful Vila with a smile. Nervous? Not particularly, but I am curious to see whom I will sorely miss. I fear that I know who it is for me, she said fiercely and stared with narrowed eyes on the lake. And I swear by Merlin and Morgana, if these creatures have harmed her, they will regret it. Harry beeped in a sharp breath. Gabrielle. She is the one I would miss the most. The second task became a death trap already, and it hadn't even started, he thought, and clenched his fists. He knew how much her little sister meant to Fleur, and if they really harmed the hostages, he himself would wage a terrible war against them. Under normal circumstances he would never entertain the thought of Dumbledore putting innocents in possibly lethal situations, but with so many different organizer and judges his hands might have been bound by the sheer political pressure. Harry's resolve strengthened. Already, the hollering crowd was vying for blood, degenerated to heed its baser urges like the common folk in ancient Rome, and like the gladiators of old, the 4 of them would satisfy the populace thirst for violence, leaving chaos, destruction and death in their wake. He tried to resist it, but was all too easily swayed by the rowdy atmosphere and swore himself that it would not be his blood, coloring the lake in red today. I hope our champions are ready, because in 2 minutes the gong will sound and their hour begins. Bagman's announcement was met with roaring approval, but Harry was already blending him out again, and his gaze swept over the filled bleachers once more. Daphne and even Lady Broadmoor were there, but whom had Dumbledore taken down into the lake? A deafening sound echoed over the water, and like the other 3 champions he quickly threw his cloak aside, leaving him in a red and gold-colored bathing suit. The waterproofed belt of Hippolytos was fastened onto his hip, equipped with his wand and a single vial of lime-green potion. A simple sheath secured the long and vicious-looking dagger of Skugrad on his left leg, and he was sure that he could draw it fast enough, should the need arise. His shoulder-length hair was tied together by a leathern band, and his glasses had been charmed by him, hours ago. There is the gong. Let us see how the champions will brave the Black Lake, shouted Bagman with vigor. Krum had already vanished, but he saw how Cedric and Fleur used the bubble head charm, quickly jumping into the cold water afterwards. Harry took his holly wand out and wove it in intricate patterns around his body. Eras Sanctum Somatis. A small light emitted from him momentarily, but soon enough the layer of oxygen enclosed around his body, making it possible for him to breathe under the murky water. He pulled the stopper out of the vial he had on his belt and downed the disgusting, but useful potion. Heat surged through his body and he was glad that the potion had successfully done its job and would keep him warm during the task. A mighty leap later, the Crowd saw him dunk head first into the lake and many spectators made sure to calibrate the little orbs that had been given out at the beginning correctly. It would, depending on the settings, show the champion's advancement through the lake, rather like a Muggle live reportage. "And of goes pot," were the last words Harry heard, before his body met the water with a loud splash and he quickly dove deeper into the treacherous black lake. He took a look around the area, but saw no immediate threat and drew his wand out of its sheath. Monstrate Locus ad Paragon. His magic reacted instantly after he incanted the advanced location spell and he concentrated hard on the image of Perso's monument, the statue of Saladin's apparent founder. He had only glossed about the magical theory concerning this spell, happy that he had found something at last and thus had no idea how it was supposed to work, but that oversight corrected itself quickly as he suddenly became aware. Something clicked into place in his mind and without being able to explain it, he knew which way he had to take to arrive in Saladin, colony of the British merfolk. He vowed to read up and actually understand the science behind the spell someday. His faithful holly wand was in motion once again, its movements short and precise. Hopefully his next bout of magic would work like intended, because if it did it would be a truly ingenious idea and he doubted that any other champion had thought of it. "Venti Flamini," he cried out, thankful that the small layer of oxygen around his head and body made proper speech possible. A wicked smirk appeared on his face and the green eyes shone with unholy glee. It worked. Crushing forces of air spew forth from the tip of his wand and propelled him at unbelievable speed into the mysterious and dangerous depth of the Black Lake. What a truly wonderful spell, he thought amused as the water became darker by the second and he saw rocky constellations and beds of seaweed flowing past him. It was an underrated spell, that much he was assured of and he was glad that Mr. Weasley had mentioned it during the Quidditch World Cup, when he kept the campfire going with it. Hours of experimenting with it led him to one single conclusion in the end. There was no finesse behind that spell. In a nutshell, that meant, the greater the power behind it, the bigger its effect would be. He came to a stop when the spell had to be recast again and never noticed the impeding danger, still immersed in his happy thoughts about research and experiments. An attitude that cost him dearly as long, wiry legs entwined around his throat, squeezing it with all their might. What the? His panic rose. The protective charms on his advanced bubblehead charm held, but did nothing against the pressure that was constricting his windpipe, making it difficult to breathe. He was struggling with all his might against the foreign force, his hands clenching around the thin legs in a desperate attempt to get them away from him. It was futile. With each second the pressure against his throat became stronger and he was starting to feel dizzy, making it all the harder to concentrate on escaping. Plimpies, he realized while starting a last effort to pry himself free from the disgusting fish, but it wasn't possible. The legs made it impossible to utter any kind of incantation and he knew no silent magic besides the Incendio and the Depulso, both which didn't work underwater. Was that how it ended? Strangled by a stinking fish? He asked himself sardonically in the, apparently, last seconds of his life. No. His Gryffindor side was in uproar. The second task had barely begun and he would not succumb to such a measly obstacle. His panic, that made him nearly lose his head, subsided and made place for a steely determination. The solution was there all the time, but his mind had been too scrambled by fear to recognize it. He yanked Skugrad's dagger out of its sheath and jabbed it deeply into the ball-shaped being. The pressure vanished instantly and he quickly grabbed the long leg that now hung limply over his shoulder, jerking it away from him. He turned around and saw how the Plimpy's body twitched in the water, oozing blood from its large wound. F.K. He massaged his damaged throat as another unpleasant thought invaded his mind. Piscibus conspuo, a fish that appeared in swarms and was lured by the smell of blood. A quick look around him only affirmed his fear. There was enough blood for it to be easily smelled and he decided that a fast retreat was in order. Venti Flamini. Once again the spell propelled him away and he thanked Merlin that he didn't accidentally bump into a shrike on his way through the deep water. This time, he swore to be aware of his surroundings, not wanting to be caught unaware again. Some jellyfishes and different swarms of very small and colorful fishes swam besides him as he stopped and fired diffindos at the various plants that obstructed his way. Every 5 seconds he took subtle glances around him to check for dangers, but luckily no Grindylow was to be seen. Reasonably so, he supposed, as they lived in the deeper weed beds and those were still several hundred feet beneath him. The wind spell had done its job magnificently, but now it was time to swim on his own. The magic of Venti Flamini, while being able to transport him quickly and efficiently through the water, did nothing for his situational awareness, and that was a weakness he couldn't afford in the deeper confines of the lake. He swam with strong strokes of his legs, further and further down into the darkness and evaded several shrikes that were exactly like the books described them, clumsy and without any orientation, but dangerous if bumped into accidentally. He saw the sharp spines protruding from their bodies and shuddered at the thought of what could have happened, had he met them head-on at full speed. Solum Aquas. Small balls of light flew out of his wand, arranging themselves around him as soon as he had finished the wand motions and spoke the incantation. There was a certain disadvantage that came along with being easily seen, but he would take it any day over the possibility of swimming blindly through enemy territory. His advances were halted with a sudden jerk and he looked around him, noticing the long and thin, but surprisingly strong plants in which his right leg got tangled up. They reminded him eerily of the devil's snare in his first year, and he decided to quickly end the threat before it could escalate and his immobility would cost him. Diffindo. The curse slashed through the green flora that tried to imprison his legs and got rid of it, going so far as to make it retreat. So they had been sentient, he mused as he swam away, becoming more and more wary by the minute. 2/3 of the way were already done, but he couldn't shake the feeling of worry that overcame him. It was too quiet for the most heavily populated mass of water in Scotland. Something strange was afoot and he wasn't all too keen on finding out what it was exactly. Another nearly pellucid jellyfish moved next to him and he wondered if it belonged to the dangerous sort that burned you, if you touched it. His attention shifted quickly and he moved away from it, pulling his dagger out of its sheath. He could have sworn he saw something move through the weed just now. With great caution he circled the large mass of green that obstructed his sight, but nearly wrote it off as an illusion as suddenly something sharp pricked him. Confused for a second he looked down at his right arm and saw a sharp fish bone sticking out of it. How? He had left the place where he slaughtered the plimpy fast enough. There should have been now a way for the vicious Piscibus to track him. A look of sudden, but unwanted enlightenment appeared on his face. The dagger. His neck snapped towards his left, where he held the dagger of Skugrad in a defensive posture and his eyes focused on the specks of blood that still lingered on it. Well shit, he thought intelligently, but was ripped out of his musings by another sharp prick. Aegis Gelidum Rebus. A dark blue shield snapped into place in front of him, as the 3 menacing-looking fishes across fired bone after bone at him. On contact with the shield, however, the sharp and hooked projectiles froze to ice and started to sink due to the added weight. A rather useful shield, he noticed when the next round of shots was stopped in its tracks. Unfortunately, it would only work underwater and only against objects, but you couldn't have it all, right? He felt that he had everything under control, when the mass of ice shards that slowly descended towards the ground grew by the second, but it lied in the nature of the fates to prove his assumptions wrong every time. The stinging feeling returned, this time on his back, and a quick count of his additional foes made him groan in disappointment. Why couldn't he have it easy just one damn time? He decided that for the moment, self-pity wasn't the way to raise his chances of survival and slashed through one of the nearing Piscibus while his wand was in a steady motion. Diffindo. The curse slashed through one of them, splitting it in 2. Sagittario. His wand arced in a wide motion and 3 arrows burst forth, although slower than they would have been on land, and speared 2 of his intended targets. He felt 5 fish bones enter his flesh, ripping open his skin in the process, but he could spare no time for cursing. Venti Flamini. A wave rippled through the water and flung several of his enemies away. His dagger was in a separate motion and pierced through the skull of one that was only seconds away from biting him. He was woefully unprepared for battles against a larger number of opponents, he thought as he viciously slashed another Piscibus and his Diffindo ripped through another. He had a few spells that could even the odds significantly, but he didn't dare to use them when he knew that there were still Grindylows and the merfolk lurking around in the murky waters. No, his aces were better left out of the whole fight. He wanted to keep them hidden as long as possible. Debbie. He stopped the incantation and chose another Diffindo instead. Dumbledore had surely heard the beginning by now and would know which spell he intended to use. Sending electrical strikes, no matter how weak through water, was a bad idea. A few projectiles came from the right, directly into his vision, but he was fast enough to intercept them with a wave of his wand. Aegis Gelidum Rebus. Once again, the dark blue shield came to be and froze incoming fish bones, but he couldn't afford to celebrate this short-lived victory as another grazed his cheek and smashed into the shield from behind. How large were these swarms anyway? Some murmured words animated several of the plants around him and gave a small reprieve when they started to wrap around his assailants. It was the time he needed, and with precise spell work he made his way through them, hacking and slashing away with the dagger of Skugrad in his left. He was reasonably sure that by now, large pools of blood could be seen on the surface of the lake. What a mess. He took a deep breath before continuing on his path to the colony. He hoped that only once his luck would spare him. And he had no illusions that it was only this once his luck had worked when he arrived at the village, bloody and looking like a pincushion, but alive. Several merpeople were crowding around large stakes, where he assumed that the hostages were held, but instead of harps and musical instruments they held large spears and menacing tridents in their hands. What a task, he mused, relieved that it would be finally over. With strong strokes he arrived in the center of the village and gaped, when his eyes spied the hostages. 2 had already been rescued and only empty wooden columns were left behind, but on the outer left stake he saw a little girl with silvery blonde hair, shackled to it like a criminal of the Middle Ages. But the old man had to be kidding him. Miserable old goat, he swam to his hostage and cut through the ropes that bound the small and wiry hands, shaking his head while doing so. He wondered how the foreign visitors and the other spectators would think about it. Would their reactions be as incredulous as his, amused, disgusted, or something else entirely? What a statement to send out to the world. This time, Dumbledore had really outdone himself. Well, he would miss him, he thought as he freed the thin legs from their shackles. This was so like the old Mont's style. He snorted, when he looked at his now secured hostage. Who else comes up with such ideas? Honestly, abducting Dobby from the kitchens and bind him to a column, miles underwater, had the goat's handprints all over. It took some time, but after several minutes he managed to get a large piece of rope and secured the unmoving house elf on his back. He would rather die than accidentally lose Dobby on his way back to the surface. Tempus. Under normal circumstances it would be high time to return, with only 10 minutes until the hour ended, but a look at Fleur's little sister, limply hanging from the stake, made him change his decision instantly. The chances of Fleur actually arriving during the time limit were rather low, and he wouldn't be able to look her into the eyes again, if he left little Gabrielle in captivity of the merfolk. Hopefully the merpeople wouldn't mind, he thought weakly and swam towards the lithe form on the far left, only to be met with several spears pointed at him. Of course they would. With hand signs, wild gestures, and always pointing towards a quickly recast Tempus, he tried to make them understand, but it was to no avail. The merpeople didn't budge and only closed in on him. When one of the spears started to stab him lightly and drew blood, he snapped. He had tried it on the diplomatic way, but if they wanted to do it like that, he would oblige. Venti Flamini. The merman was flung away, but not killed. His gesture in good faith, however, didn't seem to be appreciated by the majority of his companions, and a sharp spear flew towards him with a higher velocity than he would have thought possible underwater. A quick stroke of his legs brought him out of its path, but with the narrowness of the deadly projectile, the gravity of the situation started to settle in. The last bit of his hesitation broke away and he felt a rush of adrenaline spread through his body, making his heart beat fast against his ribcage. Merpeople were described as vicious fighters if angered, and going by the enraged looks they gave him, he concluded that they were definitely angered by now. If he didn't want to end up dead, he would have to give it his all, including any spells he might have held back. Another spear sailed by him and obliterated the last thoughts of a peaceful solution. They wanted it like this. They would get their wish. His wand sprang into motion, weaving through intricate patterns and never stopping once. Petre Ichui. A large rock loosened itself from a large constellation to his right and smashed with vehemency into one of the approaching merpeople, splattering the male soldier completely. He evaded the next spear and fired a reducto at a trident-wielding merman that came way too close for his comfort. Asta Glacialis. In front of him a large shard of ice formed and flew towards the encroaching enemies, spearing two of them. It was a grandiose and bloody battle, and inwardly he wanted nothing more than to continue it to show everyone his prowess, but he couldn't, and he knew it. He wouldn't lose sight of his original target. He wouldn't be swayed by senseless bloodlust and thirst for battle. Was it that hunger for battle that made people like Tom Riddle into Dark Lords? Is it the overwhelming control that one gains when making the decision about simply ending another's life? Inch for inch he fought through the never-ending masses of merpeople, not noticing the mass of injuries they inflicted on him. His focus lied solely on Gabrielle, Fleur's little sister. Defodio. The beam of orange light crashed against one of the house-like structures and made it explode outwards, shrapnels of stone killing the dangerous merpeople next to it. A trident grazes his leg, leaving a large wound, and he gave a strangled cry as he jabbed the dagger through the merman that wielded it. He couldn't go on like this. Since Dumbledore gave him the hint on the well concept, he knew how to regulate his magic, portioning it appropriately, but he also recognized his limit faster. The concept staved off much of the unused magic of his spells, and it made him last much longer through a fight, but he knew that he would reach the end soon. Nearly an hour fighting through the Black Lake had seen to it. Reducto. Another merman had a gaping hole through his chest, and Harry searched fervently for a way to implement his next spell that would hopefully end it and enable him to get Gabrielle and Dobby away. Angling out of the way of a thrown spear, he pointed his wand towards the bottom. Venti Flamini. He had used that spell so often today, it felt like he had known it his whole life. Gales of wind burst forth from his wand, propelling him away from the large mass of merpeople and gave him the precious seconds he needed to end this struggle. Father of water, I beseech thee to grant me thy power in quest to conquer foes. His green eyes started to glow with an unearthly light, and the sound of his voice gained an ancient quality. The bleachers, where the crowd had until then cheered and gasped at all the right places, became silent. Not one word was spoken, as each of the spectator looked on. They did not understand the magic that was currently in the process of being used, but something made them shut up and stop partying. They had a feeling, born from pure instinct, that something monumental was happening in the lake. Something that hadn't been seen on such a scale for a long time. Even Ludo Bagman had stopped his commentary, in awe of the feeling of magic that suddenly permeated the air and made the hairs on his neck stand up. Indeed, they were right in their assumptions. The chant he had used during the first task to ensnare the dragon with large roots was similar and came from the same category of magic, but had nothing on the piece of magic he tried to call upon now. May they wither under thy hands and fear thy retribution, for it will be coming swiftly. The merpeople that were still in a relentless charge towards him stopped in their tracks, as the feeling of ancient magics reached them, and the rough voice echoed throughout the water, being heard by every creature in the lake no matter how far away it was. Many of the foreign dignitaries had a confused expression etched onto their faces, and only the head Auror of Norway, an old man with a long grey beard that rivaled Dumbledore's, had a knowing glint in his eyes. Asmund Halfdan, Jarl of Ostfold and head Auror for over 5 decades, had only reluctantly agreed to accompany his minister to the fabled Triwizard Tournament, but orders were orders, and as a Jarl he knew his duties well. His foresight has been proven correct when the task begun, and only several minutes into it, the first champion had problems to defeat a simple Plimpy of all things. He had shaken his head in contempt when the Bulgarian prodigy did a subpar transfiguration into a shark, and he was on the point of apparating away, when a small horde of Grindylows managed to make the French Vila submit. Only the warning hand of his minister and friend, Einar Hallstein, gripping his arm, had held him back in his seat. The event had bored him in manners he couldn't even describe, and the sole reprieve was the amusing and somewhat ingenious application of simple charms the Potter boy had shown. Things started to finally shape up, when the lad took the noble route and started a courageous fight with the complete colony of the merfolk, but now, Now he could barely hold himself in his seat with giddiness and curiosity. His grandfather, bless his soul, who had died nearly 2 centuries ago, had told him about magics, so ancient and arcane, that they could be felt for miles. Magics with the potential to be as destructive as the forces of nature itself. Back then he had written them off as legends and the blithering of an old man that had long ago entered the stages of senility, but now, would he finally be able to witness these fabled magics? Einar Hallstein saw the fascination on the face of his oldest friend, but trained his eyes on the only other man that would know what all the fuss was about. Albus Dumbledore, venered headmaster of Hogwarts and holder of various other titles, sat next to Barty Crouch Sr. and exchanged hushed whispers with the man. An imperceptible jerk of his hand later, he could hear them quite clearly. Albus, have you lost your mind? Crouch Sr. asked in a furious whisper, outrage etched on his face. I assure you, Barty, that I am quite sane, replied the headmaster with a serene look. Would you mind explaining your rage to this old man? You must have taught him that kind of magic. I haven't. The old mont's answer only made the anger of Crouch grow. Hallstein uttered a chuckle laced with mirth. He had worked often enough with Dumbledore to know how the mont's replies could bring one to the brink of despair. Don't take me a fool, Albus. Barty Dumbledore started with a placative gesture of his hands. You were there, when I took my oaths as a judge. You know how the magic of such oaths works. I have taught young Harry no more than you did. But where? Crouch started to sputter. Where indeed? I fear you have to ask him that yourself. Hallstein inconspicuously disabled the listening charm and snickered to himself. People like Dumbledore, while infuriating at times, were incredible fun to be around. Deep down in the Black Lake, Harry Potter never heard any of those comments as he looked over the masses of merpeople, fear of the inevitable etched onto their faces. They had an inkling of what was coming and didn't like it one bit. Without warning, without delay, it will smite tea that sought to harm. Persos V, merfolk chieftain of the Black Lake and leader for over a century now, was furiously berating his soldiers for aggravating the human over a simple matter like a tournament. He could only hope that whatever magic the young warrior was calling at the moment, could be placated by the immediate surrender of him and his people. Aquam nos serpentes, litas ea inimico. Harry roared and magic surged through his whole body, sending shockwaves rippling through the water. Something gigantic formed in the water in front of him, its color only several shades lighter than the blue of the sea. Moments passed and the being grew and began to shape itself, until a huge serpent-like creature towered over the frightened merpeople. Harry knew what the spell was supposed to do, or at least he thought he knew it, but instead the magic surpassed any kind of imagination he had about it. His original aim was to call a water serpent that would hopefully be as large as the basilisk of his second year, to free him the way to Gabrielle. But this, what the K had he called? He shuddered and hoped beyond hope that the being would vanish as soon as he ended the spell. It was a colossal snake, so tremendous in its length that it coiled around the whole colony, each of its scales larger than 2 merpeople put together. The drain on his magic had been enormous, but he didn't even take notice of it as he swam hesitantly towards the stake where Fleur's sister remained shackled. He saw the merpeople drop their weapons left and right, doing everything in their might to appease him. That he felt watched was a given, but when he turned around and looked into the observing eyes of the snake, 2 gargantuan glowing orbs of light, he shivered in fright and vowed to never use this spell again. Some magic was simply too powerful to fiddle around with, a fact he learned at exactly that moment. He quickly loosened the ties around Gabrielle's small hands and secured her unmoving body in his arms. Not wanting to remain any second longer amongst the merfolk or his summoned water creature, he wove his wand and incanted the last spell he would use for the day. Back to the basics, he thought ironically and with a rueful smile. Venti Flamini. For minutes, the spell flung them through the water and he was endlessly glad, when he saw the watery being vanish into nothingness as he left the colony. He didn't even dare to speculate about the consequences should he have failed to control it. When he broke through the surface and landed on the wooden bridges that had been constructed for the returning champions, he noticed how Dobby and Gabrielle came to life and clung to him like he was their lifeline. Harry could barely understand what they said, as they spoke incredibly fast and at the same time, but he gathered that while not being able to move, they were able to see everything that had transpired. Their voices, however, faded away, when Fleur threw herself at him and sobbed hysterically against his chest. He could understand the sentiment. He would have done the same, had it been his sister that was down in the lake. Besides Fleur, Gabrielle and Dobby, no one made a sound, however. He looked towards the bleachers and saw the different expression each spectator wore, ranging from fear and curiosity to amazement and awe. Albeit never on such a scale and with such magics involved, Asmund Halfdan had witnessed these kind of moments many times before and knew how quickly the opinions of a person could change with them. The last thing he wanted to see today was the young man being vilified for a piece of magic so grand that news about it would make ripples throughout the world. With those thoughts he rose from his seat, followed by his minister and Albus Dumbledore, and they started to clap loudly, ripping the stunned crowd out of its reverie. Asmund held the tip of his wand to his throat and his voice boomed over the premise. "Well done, young man." Einar Hallstein did the same and used his own sonorous to be heard. "On behalf of Norway, I thank you for a display of magic long lost in legends and myths." Sven Steger, the Swedish minister of magic, rose next and he too commented. "The nation of Sweden wishes you the best of luck on your path. As does Denmark. And Germany. The French will not forget what you did for one of our own today. They cherish strong wizards," came the booming voice of the Bulgarian minister, Alandrei Salvoski. "You are welcome in our country any time, young warrior." One after another, important dignitaries and nobles alike rose from their seats, and with each exclamation that followed, he saw how the expressions of fear changed. Overwhelmed with everything, he looked towards the oldest of them all. The man that had helped him the best he could on his path to gain enough power to survive and tried to circumvent a strong magical oath, not even halting when the pain became nearly unbearable. Albus Dumbledore stood in the background, giving the others the chance to praise him, but the proud look in his eyes filled Harry with a sense of accomplishment he had never felt before. Then it happened. Like a dam had finally broken, the people jumped to their feet and started to cheer like there was no tomorrow. The noise was nearly deafening, and Harry saw how many of them started to smash their kegs of butterbeer and firewhiskey against the banisters, producing a rhythm that brought the atmosphere to the next level and heated things up accordingly. The crowd was wild, and they never even noticed the 5 silvery tens that shot in the air and signaled the points he had earned with the task. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff had no choice but to award him the highest score possible after the ringing endorsement of their ministers and several political figures. That was the last thing he saw, before Madame Pomfrey ushered him and Fleur, who was still sobbing and clinging to him, towards the Medi tent where he could be checked over. Drunken from his feelings of victory, he only faintly remembered some spears that might have grazed him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.